there is a majority of them that have never been before.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as they hear the first pair fire, there's an instant grin and like a wow. And I'm not being rude, obviously we see these cars all the time. We know how fantastic they are. I can only guess they haven't been before, but I hope they have a wonderful day. John Turner. Oh, look at that, message from security. Thank you. Glad they were listening. Cheers. I love that the security got a direct line to our feed anyway.
Yeah.
John Turner with the Greenfish, Kestrel Lane 998, taking on Thomas Bublitz. Today is crunch day because we have 32 spots and we have 30, how many have we had?
36, 37? 38.
It is like the Krypton factor using this thing, isn't it? 38. And Simon Goff is dead last at the moment, so is Guy King as well. .96 for John, 10.17 for Thomas. Oh, so close for Thomas.
Oh, the air's good, isn't it? They're breaking out straight away.
Super Pro into the lanes, please. Could we have Super Pro, please? Yeah. Tailwind and perfect weather conditions and perfect racetrack. Could be a hell of a quick day.
Right, Chris Newsom and John Dalrymple. Chris, number 27 with the Rover ZS. And with the Willis, it is John Dalrymple. He's starting in 9.52 in the Auto Glim Lane. And Chris, 9.45. Right, the aim is to hit that number as best as you can.
John was pretty much bang on yesterday, and he's still only number 16.
56.
Big breakout for John Dalrymple. 700s too
If
quick.
they'd have swapped their ETs round, that would have been a bit better.
About it, yeah. I was going to say we're going to have a few more breakouts this morning, I should think. Mason Griffiths, although they have actually wound the dial-ins down. If you look at Mason's, it's 9.06.
Ooh, yeah.
I think he's one of the quicker ones I've seen for him. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Bailey Ashtown. Now, Bailey's not in at the moment.
Not at the moment.
No, we have a 32 qualified field for Pro ET. They've got 3 goes today, all being well. Bailey with an 0.17 light. Congratulations. Nice straight run as well. 9.32 and a 9.10 for Mason. No help for either.
Well, it's a good solid run, but a break up by 300 there for Bailey.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a nice run for Bailey after the wiggle issue she had yesterday. That was perfect. So next up, Al Madley with the old timer. Auto Glim Lane 10.62, and Tom Watkins with Doris. It's not with Doris though, it's with the pickup.
Yeah, he's booted Neil out of the truck. Nearly stood next to it. In fact, we haven't got Shane down here this morning. He's obviously run out of hats.
It could be with Amy.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
But then that doesn't normally stop him. He normally does everything anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah.
'61 with a 4 breakout for Al Medley. Oh, so close. Tom goes 11.18 on a 16. Still a great number. Just a couple of quick hellos. Very, very good morning to all of our friends up there in Sweden who are racing at Schula Dragway in Eskilstuna in Sweden. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. Hope the weather behaves itself and everybody has a fast and safe time. Also, to Jenny and Ash and Matt, who I'm sure are listening in from up there in Yorkshire, very good morning to all of you. Shame you can't be here. One last one, Chris and Becky. Well, I should do that during Super Pro. Chris and Becky Parker. Again, I'm sure you're listening, folks. I hope you have a great day watching on. So, Wayne Hiscock and Keith Herbert. Now, Keith... Sorry, I was just... It's all right. Now, all I was going to say yesterday was, unusually, Keith was missing his dial quite a lot yesterday, wasn't he? With the Fury. He's still number 14. Wayne Hiscock looking for 9.35. He's already safely in at number 4. 9.38. And a 9.51 with a 5. He only just missed. Jim goes, oh, what do I have to do?
Jeff Cowley was absolutely flying yesterday. I think he dipped into the 9.1s in one of his runs. He's done in 9.2 this morning, but that car normally sits around 9.4, 9.45. Bob Moulden, 9:38. I mean, this is it's almost uncharted territory for Bob.
That would be his quickest run ever, I think, if he matched that. Would that be correct, Mrs. Moulden? That is right, yeah. Let's hope he breaks out then. He's already safely in his number 21 at the moment. Well, Bob obviously left first. And almost dead even at the stripe as well. It's a 9:39 with a 5 for Mr. Mould. He's in the 9.3s. Jeff Cowley with a 9.26 gets bumped back one spot because Bob goes to number 15. 15. No, thank you. Well done.
Right, one that's definitely qualified and one that isn't at the moment. Alan Schofield, currently number 3. He's one of the cool kids, i.e. one of those that's run perfect on his number. Cole Goldsmith, sitting in number 36, normally aspirated.
Right, you said bump. Sorry. As in not running nitrous this time.
That's it, yeah.
.98. 11.79 for Carl. He's down to 2 more shots. So it takes a... Actually, the bump is rather soft at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah.
0.10. I said 0.6, you said 0.4, didn't you, by the end of today?
But we know that's... Sorry, we know that one's got to come out.
Okay.
So, in effect, that is your bump, 0.13.
Well, they've got 3 more goes today. I just wanted to see how many were on 00. Let's have a quick... Oh, it is the Krypton factor. It really is. It's like drives you mad. Right, hang on.
Right, next up, Dave Rudd, and it's the Millennium Hawk Tesla.
Top 10, all 00.
Right. Dave Rudd, dialing in 9.54. Andy Garnett, 11.05. Dave Rudd,
40. Andy Garnett, a little bit off his dialing, actually, a couple of tenths off. Well, the Rudd girls are impressed, I think.
Right, next up, Pete Dodd. It's his wedding anniversary today. Congratulations to Pete. Wife Sam is at home with the boys, watching the live stream. So, congratulations to Pete and Sam.
Is he doing that traditional anniversary thing of spending it on eBay?
No. No. I was successful last night, by the way.
Oh, you won what you wanted to.
I did, yeah. Thanks for the message, Karen.
Any more models?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I love that. You, during our anniversary, what did your husband do? Oh, he was on eBay looking at models. There we are. Liz Malcolm, 10.94 for Liz and a 9.10 for Pete Dodd.
Well, 0-2 on the tree for Pete. Now then, can he run the 9.10? He can! Oh! Oh, he's gone into number 3 with that one.
Yeah, that won't be number 1 qualifier, but he's another one. That's top 11.
Sam, your husband did good.
There you go. So there's your anniversary present. Sorry.
10.82 at 122 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, but well done to Pete Dodd. Hit his number, and he was an 0-2 light as well. Back to the form he showed in Nostalgia Superstock back at the Spring Speed Nationals. Right, Will Clark and Tom Kay. Will looking for a 9.71, Tom 10.15. It's the 2 black junior comp dragsters. It's Will Clark in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and it's Tom Kay in the Auto Glim Lane. Doesn't matter about a red light in qualifying at all. Obviously, they're just qualifying at the moment, trying to run numbers.
Both safely in. Will's 11, Tom's 21. Oh, so close for Tom. Is that Will Clark's quickest ever run? 9.67. 136 for Will, 10.14. Too quick. Those were huge old breakouts as well. I don't think I've ever seen that little car in the 9.6s before.
I can't recall, I must admit. All right, Lee Morris, the green with envy. Jaguar E-Type going alongside Dave Cherritt. Well, these two used to match up all the time in Super Street, but that class doesn't run anymore, so both of these two have ended up in Pro ET.
Now, Dave's only number 30 at the moment. He'd like to be a bit more comfy than that. And he does have everything in his locker to be able to do it as well. And doesn't. Look at this. If you look at the speed, though, for Dave Cherritt, 993 only 119 miles an hour. 1021 on the other side. No help either.
Okay, Dave Fulton. Wow, that's a dialing. 948. Chatting to him last night, he was thinking of almost dialing a 10 this morning, but got a little gremlin that's worked its way into that car, and they want to evict it on this run. Warren Watts, though, he was in the H yesterday.
Read the sign in the back. 898 plus 05 hashtag inconsistency.
No, they were delighted to run an 8 yesterday, that's for sure. Actually, that's Dave Fulton's old car, actually.
That's right, yeah.
So the car that Dave was driving last year and the car he's in this year.
Oh, Dave's going to go way slower than the 948 and left Warren's in the 7s. 896 with a 9 and a 1006 for Dave.
Well, we shouldn't start the conversation we had last night. Dialed in a 10, he'd have been closer, but there we go. Yeah, big message on the back of the Can Do 2 Reborn Toyota down there, thanks to Dave Day and to Martin Kerr. Mark was having nightmares yesterday with initially a coil, but they eventually traced the issue to the MSD box, and it was a hunt around to try and find a replacement. Got one, and Carl then went into the 9.9s yesterday, so very happy now indeed.
Well, 991 I think is his quickest dialing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I'd like to ask as well, someone out there will know that the car that Daniel Fulton's driving really reminds me of Pete White's Up in Smoke from years ago, if anyone remembers that. That was even orange as well at some point. Yeah. But really nicely turned out Pontiac. And a 1007, no help for either of them.
Yeah, great friend of all of us, and we miss him actually. Kind of old Dudge used to be his car, the orange one. Had a lot of fun with that car. But
So,
gone to a very good home with the Fultons.
Indeed, and looking as good as ever. So, Amy Watkins with, there we go, I told you we wouldn't be far away. In the Auto Eliminate, 945 for Amy, 1050 for Marie. Now, Marie is currently 33rd, however, technically she isn't because you've still got...
Yeah, technically she's on the bump, if you like.
Yes! For
Nice
both of
move
them.
for Marie.
No help for Amy, but a 46 and a 45 will make her smile. And Marie with 1055 on a 50. Where did that take her up to?
26.
Thank you very much, because I completely missed it.
Right, your number one qualifier, Gary Carr, did that in Q1 actually, and has been sort of taking life quite easy after that. But having said that, he did go 100th off his dial-in yesterday, so
perfect example of how conditions have changed as well, because obviously that 908 was set on Thursday when it was a bit chilly and it had a headwind, and he's 892 is what he's looking for this morning.
Ronnie 883 with Annie.
Be a good race this.
Yeah.
Neither had particularly Good reaction times, but it does not matter. It's about the number. 96.85. 400s off for Gary Carr. A couple hundreds off for Ronnie Mercer. However, nobody moves. Rematch of the Easter final.
But this time it's one of them trying to get into the show. Simon Goff.
Unbelievably. Now, 850 is what he ran yesterday. That's the quickest you can dial in Pro ET now, isn't it? That's right.
So who have we got effectively on the bump now? Dave Fulton is effectively on the bump now. So if he can get within 10th, he's going to bump Dave out.
Taking on Brett Featherstone. Simon goes. Yes, 8.52. There we go.
Oh, look at Brett. Oh, 8-4 with that one. Another one in the cool club. Well, he was already in the cool club anyway. But
he's further up it now. Where did signed up? Just very quickly. Let's have a quick look. He ended up not on that page. I'm rubbish at this. Am I missing something? He's not on the. Look at that. 20.019.
Oh, there he is.
Top of that page. There we go. So he's number 21, Simon Goff, comfortably in. So the bump now moves to supposedly. No, it isn't, because Neil Watkins has now been bumped out. The real bump is Dave Cherrett.
Yeah.
0.08 now.
Yep.
So Nick Muggeridge and
Guy King, who's not in the show yet.
He's not either.
New transmission in for Guy King. Busted one yesterday. Lost second gear.
Sounds expensive.
And the King doesn't get in the show. He moves up one spot, 38 to 37.
2 more shots, weather and track and everything permitting.
Well, John Bean is in the cool club. Another one of these perfect ET guys. And Dan Holloway in at number 12. He's missed his dial-in by 1/100th of a second at the moment. And he sits at number 12. So, see if Dan can hit that 9.1 with a 0. That's the important bit. John Bean, 9.43. Well, no problems with their reaction times. Dan Holloway goes, 9.12. He's only 200ths off, but no improvement. John Bean goes 9.47. He's 400ths off, but again, no improvement. Right, Josh Duncan, the E-Monster 100E.
Wonder if those wheelie bars are needed or hopeful.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Possibly needed. So a big learning process for Josh and the team. So looking for 11.2, gets 11.31. Nicely done, guys. Just a 1/10th of a second off. There's Johnny doing his...
There's a car in there somewhere.
Whoa, that is an enormous smoky burnout.
The live stream, but we can't see any car. We've lost cars on the start line. They are here somewhere.
There he is. We see him now. This is Super Pro ET. Thing is, though, the wind turbines are slowing down as well, so that's why the burnout smoke is not disappearing that quickly.
Yeah, virtually no breeze, and the flags as well. Perfect timing, John. You won't be able to see where you're going. Unfortunately, been told to click it off.
Yeah.
Something underneath. What a shame. What an entertainer. That's a great image, though, that you can, from up there on the bank, you can see. All you can see is just a big white cloud.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me.
Hello.
I do hope that's not your pleasuring arm.
That's what happens when you go arm wrestling in the bar.
That's the one.
So, Christoph Burfin then got the track to himself. He's currently in the number 24 spot, 8.60, where he wants to be. So, Ian Marshall just saying that, yep, you're on your own. That's what we call courtesy staging. You wait for the other guy or girl to come up to the line before you go into stage. So, what's Christoph got for us then? Dialing in 8.60. Gets an 8.57 with an 8. It's a little bit too quick, but nevertheless, good run. All right, next up then, Ron Bartlett with Sweet FA.
Supercomp into the lanes, please. Supercomp, please. Go on, Luke, put them on. If you can, by the way. Oh, we're one-handed. There we go. Look, I need to... That's one of the more unusual things I've ever done.
It is, isn't it? Lucky I'm professional, you see.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Luke Stevenson, who is, well, stood to our left or right or a lot of the time, or in Colin's chair.
No, well, I couldn't sit in that chair. It's way too low.
I'm still not sure how he does it either myself, but there we go. But racing in Comp Eliminator, or were racing in
was, isn't it?
It was, yeah. So, go on.
Basically dislocated my shoulder when we did the harnesses up last night. Ooh. So like that, you know, that final just before you go,
yeah.
Make sure it's tight, and it just popped it. Obviously, when I was in the car, it was kind of elevated and in place, so it was fine. But it was when I got out of the car at the bottom end.
Tried to get out.
Yeah, I was like you saw. I went to get out, and I was like, ow.
I'm not doing that.
No.
So it's going to be Ron Bartlett, number 10 qualifier at the moment, 8.16. He went 8.19 yesterday. Oh, wow. Stays number 10, unbelievably. Doesn't improve. Give the Crew Killer team a cheer, please, everybody. Johnny does a lot to entertain us, and himself, obviously. But great run for Ron. I think that's just one of his quickest as well. Excellent. So, yeah, I mean, we do mention how tight people get strapped in a lot.
Yeah.
But you are now unfortunately living in living proof of just how, you know.
No, that's it. I mean, we usually do the bit where, like, the very last bit where Andy will literally squash it and it like crush it, like, oh, you want to say crush it, but it really hunches you down.
It shrinks your spine,
Yeah.
doesn't it? You actually feel yourself getting shorter.
That's it. And you're like, you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And then I was just literally sat there and I was like, oh, that's a bit, it does hurt a little bit. And I was, but because I'm squished in,
Yeah.
and I said, yeah,
Then you're ready to go.
that's it. But unfortunately, the powers of be have seen the form in the medical centre and then said, no, sorry, you can't play.
Well, the only thing to be mildly sensible is if you need to get out of the car quick.
Yes, it's that reason.
You can't.
It is that reason I couldn't.
So, Rob Brown with the Rebel. 8.69, that's a bit more like the dialing we're used to seeing. He's number 16 at the moment.
Well, the lads reckon they got round their issues. Let's see what the ET is today. 880. Yeah, they're pretty happy with that. Well
Yeah,
done.
they're very happy with that, don't they? Steve Johnson with Motor Mouse. Had a couple of really good runs going yesterday, but unfortunately got a bit light on the top end and had to back out of it. Just quickly, Colin, let this be living proof. That's what happens when you try and go fast in the dragster. Stick to door cars. Is that what it is?
Never. Never.
Yeah, I mean, I always used to say the same thing, that honestly, Simon and Sean who used to strap me in, on the amount of times I wanted to punch them, right? Seriously, because when doing the belts up, they would have literally like a competition so you could do their side tighter. Like, cheers, boys. And it must have been really funny to watch from the outside because the car must have been bouncing all over the place because they're yanking on the belts.
I have to put my foot on the brake to stop the car pulling forward.
Exactly, because it's just how tight we have to get strapped in, because obviously everything's fine when you're going in a straight line, but if anything were to go unfortunately wrong, you need to stay where you are.
I always say I like to be able to go to work the day after a crash, if it should happen.
Yeah.
I'll do as best I can to make sure I could do that.
7 flat is the dial in for Mr. Johnson. Didn't actually hit the wheelie bar that time, I don't think. It's a big shame. There's such a good number in that car. Just a case of teasing it out. So we are having car versus tractor again one more time. And I think that'll be it. So just, I'm sure you want to, you know, well, it was actually you doing all the... While Colin Morris does his burnout, just very quickly tell us what your team have been through this weekend, the whole team, everybody, just to try and race them, because it's immense.
Trip to Stoke to fix the rear axle, broke the rear axle again yesterday, rebuilt it again last night, ready to go. Also broke the wastegate, so we were losing boost on that last run. So trip out to Saffron Walden, collect that part last night. So it was all good to go this morning.
Apart from the driver, sadly. Sorry, I'll stop saying that.
0-1 on the tree for Colin Morris. Now then, 886. More capable of hitting it. Oh, it goes 885 with a 1. So a little bit of a breakout there for Colin Morris. So Phil Toppin with Grandad's Toy. He's within 100th or 2 every single time. But sometimes he's under, sometimes he's over. But number 4 qualifier is in the gaggle of, I think it's like 12 or 13 that have hit the number perfectly in Super Pro. Yeah, there's 12 of them. Joe Kellett is 13th with a 0-1-0 off his dial-in. Ridiculously tight.
Bonkers.
Did Carl manage to get in compliment?
No, not yet, unfortunately. Right. So that he seems to be stuck in the 11s at the moment.
He's decided to turn it down and just try and go for some consistency. But I think trying to get in the field now is so
going to
hard.
take priority. But the thing is, though, he's still dialed a 1060.
Okay.
So even though, that's fine if you say turned it down.
Yeah.
But
Oh no, he was going for 11s. He said.
Forgot to change the dial in on the car then. So Phil Top in a bye run. I think the next one's going to be a side-by-side match-up again. That's the earliest yawn of the day. Well done.
It's not. He's just missed the others.
Oh, okay. Just on, okay, on the PA then.
All right, Phil Toppin, 860.
That's quick.
Eight 72. Okay, so he stays in the number 4 spot.
We have a pair this time. It's going to be Lee Darby and Joe Kellett.
Now then, Lee had a very brief chat with Lee this morning. Basically, because it's the first time the truck's been out for 3.5 years. Not running nitrous so far, but
maybe now.
We'll be running it on this one. But they're not changing the dial-in, though.
That'll wake, really?
No.
That'll wake it up a bit.
Yeah.
So this is also, we've got dragster against door car matchup. It's a perfect time to ask you, what's the difference between driving a dragster and a door car? I mean, I've only driven one, actually. Well, I drive a road car, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But actually racing in a door car and racing in a dragster.
Well, obviously, dragsters kind of just do what they're supposed to do. They generally go straight.
Yeah.
If something untoward does happen, you just turn the steering wheel a little bit,
just tickle it.
and then eventually it turns a few foot away.
Keep the front wheels aimed sort of roughly up there, and it goes there.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Well, they're designed to do what they're doing. The other thing, the thing that I always found really weird was that no one sort of prepares you for is that when you're sat in the car, you end up looking at everybody's kneecaps that you don't want to as well, because it's so low down. Your backside is literally inches from the ground, isn't it? Whereas in a door car, you're sat in a more traditional seated position, if you will. You've got more movement in a door car. In a dragster, you do feel like you're part of something, don't you?
Yeah.
Well,
Literally. You just sit there vibrating.
I'm not going to ask which is the most fun to drive, but whatever's quickest, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
See Lee purging the nitrous that time, so yeah, it's definitely on.
Junior dragster, please.
So the dial-ins for this one then. Joe Kellett, 753. Lee Darby sticking with the 899, but will be a lot closer to his dial-in than he has been. It could actually go under it, let's see.
Nice looking run for Lee though. Joey's long gone with a dragster 2, a 788 and an 870 for Lee.
Oh, that certainly works. Right, now they'll adjust the driver for the next time they come round.
Joe backed off again before the finish line. Look, only 139 miles an hour in the dragster. Actually got beat off the line by Lee.
Right, I'm going to return to my pit and break the bad news and...
I think they might have heard.
Pass? Nah, you weren't here from there. And I shall go in the third best seat on the banking. I watch the procession.
Look after yourself.
So Pete Walters, and that sounds like the van we know name. And it
Gotta
is.
be. There are. That's one of the more unique sounds. Isn't
Yeah,
it,
more
that one?
distinctive, isn't it?
So the Walters family dial is 750 this morning. They're still number one from their run on Thursday.
One of 3 perfect ETs in the Super Pro.
Am I right in thinking we've got the perfect light award again? Have we? No. Sorry, my fault.
Already gone. So both of these two have run their numbers. Dave Russell at 872, Pete 750. 749 with a 9, just missed.
If he'd have had another spoonful of breakfast, that would have been it, I think.
But Dave Russell hit his number though, 872 with a 9.
Nicely done, Dave.
All right, Jens Konecki and another one that's hit his number perfectly, Thomas Haas.
I got a number of times as well. So the Valiant from Switzerland in the Auto Glim lane, the Oldsmobile in the Kestrel lane from Germany. Been here, both of these guys have been, and their families have been here for 2 weekends in a row. It was the Door Slammers last weekend, just purely door cars, no dragsters or bikes. They both did pretty well at that. Stuck around to play with us again this weekend. First trip into the 7s as well for Jens Konecki with the Oldsmobile. Well, it looks like Thomas is ahead. He is 8:10 and an 8:07. Still a great run for Thomas and pretty good for Jens as well. Oh dear. Jens' wife wanted to break out. Still goes 8:07. They'd have taken that last week, wouldn't they?
Oh, most definitely.
They did actually post. Facebook's so handy. It's a great resource, especially for us. But they posted on Facebook what the problem was, and it was just a photograph of a converter. Because the car was all over the place last weekend, wasn't it? It just wasn't behaving. So Kieran Ashley with it connected or not?
No.
No? Still not there?
There's pipe work. There's missing pipe work as well, which makes life a bit easier for me to tell.
I think somebody also Unless Mick Checkett has suddenly become incredibly, what's the word I'm looking for, romantic? I'm not sure what the phrase is. Someone got hold of his phone last night for his birthday, I think.
Yeah.
No,
I haven't
check
seen
it out.
No.
Before it gets deleted, that's already. Brian Pateman in the Auto Glen Lane, 8.18 for Brian. That's way quicker than he normally does in Super Pro.
Well, the front wheels were dancing around before settling. 8.20 with a 9. Brian Pateman, awesome run. Kieran Astley goes 9.12, moves up from 28 to 25 with that one. Right, Jack Brewster in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going alongside Billy Gain.
So Jack Brewster dials at 720. This car has every capability of going way quicker than that. Now, if it hooks and goes straight, it could well be even in the 6s, to be honest. Has a tendency to hook and wander to the left, this car. Sometimes Jack's able to hold on to it, sometimes it's a little more difficult than that.
Right, Billy, another one of those in the perfect club. That was 8.51 this time, ran 8.52. And he put that running.
Oh, it went right this time. Yeah, just lost a bit of traction around about 60 foot.
Billy goes 8.51 with a 1. That's going to move him up. But yes, he's moved up to number 4. So that's another excellent run for Billy. Jack tickles through with a 11.92.
Do you know what I love about race weekends? Is instead of being full of rubbish, my feed on Facebook is full of racing stuff and nothing else.
Right, Andy Hadfield and Callum Swinchett, your next pair. The Fadster with Twister.
Head honcho of the supercharged Outlaws, who can't get reverse, unfortunately, by the looks of it. Oh, Haley, all that exercise for nothing. Yeah, he's going to be cruising on through, unfortunately. They've had a rough weekend. Credit to them, all credit to them. They keep trying.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he's going to be taking the first exit. Couldn't get the car in reverse, unfortunately. So it's going to be Callum. Again, stop me if you've heard this before, the quickest dial I've seen for that car, 8.84. He's normally around about 8.90s to 9.0s.
Well, another one of the drivers that's come from the world of junior dragster in years gone by. I always find it interesting where they end up, and quite a few do end up in Super Pro. So, let's see if he can run the numbers. He's in the perfect club, in at number 12. Stays.
Oh,
wow.
870. Where did that come from?
Chris, that was pretty
144.
special, that one. 877. 144 mile an hour. Mick Good with the Lucas Oils Dragster. He's into the Auto Glim lane. Number 7, guess where he is? In the perfect club again. I had a chat with Mark Turner last night. You remember the guests that they had yesterday from, I think it was Limehouse. Absolutely blown away by what they saw yesterday. First time that all of them had seen drag racing, and really appreciated the opportunity to come up and watch our crazy world. So
I don't think I've hardly ever met anyone in my life that isn't impressed. Have you? It's like, yeah. You do tend to think what people have been doing with their lives until they've turned up here, haven't you? So 837 for Mark Turner. Could we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, please. And Nick Good. $7.50 for Nick Good on a 7.49, much more like it, stage 7. Mark Turner moves up one spot, 8.40, takes him to 18, unbelievably. So Mark Flavel with the funny car. Look at that dial-in for Mark, 7.00.
oh yeah, had a message from the Flavels. Let me get an update on that one.
Yes, I think they tagged both of us.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
It was about, why did you get our personal best wrong, you Wally? Meaning me, obviously.
Oh yeah, we actually went through that yesterday as well, didn't we?
So 7 flat is Mark Flavel's dial. That was his quicket run with it. Unbelievable, he's been quicker with the Chevy than a Hemi. That's Mark in the Kestrel lane against Barry Giles, who, both of these two, I'm not going out on a limb here, they didn't come through junior dragster to drive race cars.
No, they didn't.
There's a reason for that. I'll leave it there.
Quite an obvious one.
Yeah, I'll leave it there before I get a slap. So Barry's number 14, Mark's number 21. We keep mentioning qualifying positions. It's how close to their dial-ins that they are. They've been qualifying for 2 days. Go on. Sorry.
Daniel did, though, didn't he? Daniel came through juniors, didn't he?
Oh, yes, but not Barry.
Yeah,
That was the one, sorry, yeah. Oh, Daniel did, yeah, absolutely. Trip 002. That's a storming run for Mark Flavel as well. 7.12, 179 for him, and a 7.36. Barry Giles doesn't improve, but that's a nice run. 100th of a second off, 002 on the tree. That's basically, for those of you into bracket racing, that's one of the best packages you'll see. That's basically 0.015, if that. So Ashley Bell. He's on his own, actually. We've still got more cars coming. We've got Mark Todd and Scott Hauser rolling around now. .873 is what Ashley Bell is looking for. .876 with all the zeros.
So just 300ths off.
Not bad at all. So Scott Hauser is number 2. He's been oh so close to his numbers numerous times. But he's not coming back after the burnout. I think, has he lost fire?
No, the car was rocking, so he's got an engine, just not a trans that's got reverse in at the moment. Mark Todd could wait there forever, basically. Obviously, he's a street car, radiator and everything. But he's on slicks, so I don't want them to get too cool. But Scotty back behind the start line, so he can move forward again.
He's shaking his head in the car, actually.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Who are you going to run it? Maybe doesn't want to risk running it, especially. Oh, mate. Okay.
Oh, no. Ah, stopped again. Or was that Scott just testing the brakes?
Probably that. You do need them. So Scott Hauser, 735. Let's hope this all goes well with the distractions leading up to it. Scotty's a pro. He'll be fine. Mark Todd bumps in.
Well, problems indeed for Scott.
Very unusual.
And a slowing down Mark Todd at the stripe.
He's cruising. Well, it makes it off the top end. You certainly have weird addictions, you really do.
Yeah, but this is when people message you saying, I've got these.
I've got this. Well, it's because everybody now knows. Everybody now knows that you're the UK's finest drag racing model dealer. Mark Bailey underneath the tower, waiting to do the burnout. Going to be taking on Dave Smith with that terrific.
I only bought 6 last night.
Only 6?
Oh dear. Sold one of them straight away.
Where's the buy then? The next, you know those coffee table magazines like Take a Break or whatever? Yeah. I can just see Claire being in one of those saying, help, my husband's got an addiction, I can't control it.
Dear Deirdre.
That's the one.
Right.
So Mark Bailey with 874. 764 for the Jag of Dave Smith. Really good. One of the good. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, all these big teams are coming. It is just Paul and Dave at the races. That's all, just those two run that car. Yeah.
Good to catch up with Dave Smith at the top end yesterday. One of the cool things that you wouldn't have seen, his dreadlocks are actually inside all of his safety gear. He tucks them all into his hand device.
Well, give him the wheelie bar good at work out there, Mark Bailey. But Dave Smith looking for 764, but he's not going to find it.
Yeah, hook left on the launch.
And a breakout for Mark Bailey, 871. Right, that's Super Pro ET done. Right, Paul Brown is here and he's back in the 2-seater, so well done to Steve Warner for filling in yesterday, and sterling job as well. Actually, there's Steve Warner just walking out there. Right then, the first passenger today is Jodie Freeney from Bournemouth. It was a Christmas present.
What a Christmas present.
Yeah. So we actually got 4 2-seater rides up today. Cool. Ride number 3 is a guy called Andy Eames from Kent. He's been coming to Santipod for 47 years and never been down the strip. 65th birthday.
I'd love to know, actually, if anybody's taken a ride in the 2-seater and thought, you know what, I've got to go and do this.
There must be.
There's got to. I personally can't think of anyone off the top of my head that's done that. But I think it's what's known as a gateway. What's technically known as a gateway drug. Is that right? It leads you into other things. But yeah, having to go in the 2-seater, certainly a good way to get your race career started. Nicely through to an 782, 171 miles an hour. One Christmas present, probably the quickest Christmas present ever, but one of the best.
One of the shortest lasting Christmas presents.
Yeah. Yeah, but like all good things, it's the build up and the wait.
Oh, it is, definitely.
So we're on with Supercon qualifying. This isn't the passenger road. This is Marcus Oxner with the Oxenator in the Kestrel Lane. 8.90 is the number. Of great help to Marcus is the first time of the weekend we've got a tailwind as opposed to a headwind. Quite aerodynamically challenged.
Have we got a wind?
Well, that's a good point. We haven't got a wind at all. Thinking about the breeze was supposed to be coming over our right shoulders today. The windmills have just sort of stopped and gone in different directions. The flags are. If you look, they're all different actually. If you look down there, Finland I think is probably the best indicator because it's going over our right shoulders down the racetrack. Sweden's flapping around in the other direction. That's not a metaphor for anything, folks. I'm just saying what the flag's doing.
9.13 for Marcus. That's the best run. All right, for Fix Auto in Penzance is Martin Kirbishley. Went 8.906 yesterday. Sitting in the number 2 spot, going alongside Steve Hudson with the Intravenous 4 Model T. 8.91 his best so far. Well, Martin tried to chop the tree down there. 0.003 reaction time, but it was a red. And let's look at the numbers. It's a double breakout. 8.85 and 8.86. No help for either of them. So Martin stays 5. So Darrell Howes and Andy Clifford. It's the two that will be racing here next weekend, all being well. The Nostalgia Nationals. These two run in a class called the Wild Bunch. But this weekend they are in Supercomp. Darrell currently number 7 with an 8.95. Andy Clifford currently number 10 with a 9.30. But we know he can go a bit quicker than that. He's proven it on a few occasions. Both into pre-stage, just roll a few more inches further forward. Both into stage now. Well, it's not going to be the number that Andy Clifford is looking for, but Darrell Howes goes 8.88. That's just a little bit too good. Goes under the index of 8.90 for the class, so that is classed as a breakout. 9.76 there for Andy Clifford. No help for him, so obviously both drivers stay put. And as Paul Hudson does his burnout, just a couple of birthday shout-outs to people that we know very well indeed. Mark Norton from the Tech Committee. Many happy returns indeed to you. And Chris Borton, his birthday today. Wendy Lockley, away with Nigel, but could be tuned in this weekend. Many happy returns indeed to you. Josh Seaborn, his birthday today. Crew for Junior Dragster and Mackenzie Love. Right, next up, Alan Schofield and Paul Hudson. Can these two go 8.90? Well, Alan is 8.94 at the moment. Paul is 8.91. And no help for either, actually. 9 flat for Alan Schofield. 9.21 for Paul Hudson. Can I please have super gas into the pairing lanes, please? Can I please have super gas? Oh, Martin Gleno's birthday today. Many happy returns to Martin. Right, Richard Tunstall, your number 1 qualifier. And that's not the first time this year he's been number 1. He was number 1 at the Spring Speed Nationals. Went on to win the event as well. Going alongside Dolly Daydream, of course, Leah Kellett. Currently in the number 3 spot. Not very often Leah gets left behind at all. Went for a bit of a weave as well. 882 breakout, 889 with an 8 breakout. Oh, so close. And that was with the big weave. That actually slowed her down a little bit. It did. Oh, was it planned, was it, Pete? No, I didn't think so.
May I suggest slightly more for breakfast? That will slow her up by a couple of thousandths, and that'll be it. There we go.
Right, the rattle and hum of Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Underneath the tower, I think it's going to be Lola Bell Kent. Indeed it is. Just have a look at the screens. Can we have Fuel Funny Car into the pairing lanes, please? Fuel Funny Car. Let's have you into the lanes, please.
So, birthday boy from yesterday, Mick Checkett. Whoever got hold of Mick's phone last night, you are a legend. Well done.
Yeah. More of the same. Should have slaughtered him more.
In fact, he was probably passed out asleep because it was probably about 2 in the morning, but there we are. Very good morning to Emma and Letty, who I'm sure are watching either in the...
Yeah, they're down there on the bottom of the
in the
bank
same
there.
place. That's
Same
nice.
space.
Do that in future. It's nice and easy to find you like that. Anyway, good morning.
This has got a drink in hand. Is that alcohol from last night, or was it a coffee?
Well, hope Mick had a great birthday. And Chevy is still number 6. Lola is 7.
It's all about reaction times. It's going to be tough to improve on 00, isn't it?
It's almost impossible to improve on 00.
Oh, so it's impossible. She's done it.
Done it. Lola
Bell has just gone up from number 7 to number 2 with that one.
Well done, Tony. Still a great reaction time for Chevy, though, at 07.
Wow.
One happy family.
All right, let's see how Luke Fulton gets on. He's been dropped down. He's now number 5, going alongside Damien Redshaw, who is not on our front page. Needs to go 037 or better to get into the top 16.
Lukey's still number 5.
'09 and '02. No help for either of them.
Seriously? That's good. That's going to move Damien actually up into the top 16. There we go, 13.
Oh, 13, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
oh, look at that. That 16 is now 028.
Unbelievable. That's a lot more like it, though. Chris seems happy with that one.
Right, Neve Deavy and Ellie Mae Brown.
So Neve yesterday pulled a real good one out the bag in the last session. And 028. What we're talking about, folks, if you haven't been here for the last couple of days, is that Junior Dragster is qualified based, instead of on elapsed time, on the reaction time to the green light. So the number you see come up at the top of the scoreboard would be their reaction time, or not, as the case may be, because Neve Deavy went red. She went too quick. 09 for Ellie. Also, Kevin Kent told me this morning that it was Ellie's mum that was responsible for the pink croc incident.
Right.
Yes. He's very grateful, though.
Right, the man out the front of Mackenzie Long. That's Josh. Happy birthday, buddy. What better place to spend your birthday is at the drags. Going alongside Jessica Bishop. Only had one run in qualifying yesterday. That was due to exams and everything at school. So this is only her second qualifying run.
That was good. Mackenzie with an 04. 0.12 for Jessica. Don't think that will actually help. So your next pair will be in the Auto Glim Lane. Jake Cooper taking on Liam McDonald. And I've just realised as well something about Liam and Liam's family. Obviously, they come from Ireland. They come over from Dublin to race with us. Now, Liam's big sister, Gabby, she's the only Irish national to be licensed in the Top Fuel car.
Okay.
And she also went straight from Junior Dragster to Top Fuel, which a few other people have done as well, I know. But, yeah, all the same, Ireland's only licensed Top Fuel pilot. Unfortunately, little brother goes red with an 02. 04 for Jake.
Yeah, Jake's already in the 00 club. So it's going to be tough to improve from there. Right. Good to see Steve Taylor down there. That's his young lad Jack behind the wheel of the Black Magic Junior Dragster in the Castrovere Lane, and Dad Stewart looking at Ellie in the Auto Glim Lane. Well, it was all the zeros for Jack, but there was a 9 in front. So Ellie stays 26, Jack stays 27.
So, Daniel Weir, Kestrel Lane.
I just realised actually, Stuart Fagg and Steve Taylor both used to crew with Harrison's when they were running in Super Pro. And
Is that
F1.
right?
Yeah.
Now crewing on the kids. So, Daniel Weir. Dad Jason bringing him into stage.
Oh, had a chat with Jace actually. Should see the Suburban back out towards the end of the year, possibly early next year.
7-second Suburban as well. Teddy Sullivan, 1-4 and 1-1. Daniel hasn't actually got a number on the board. Is that his first run? It's got to be then.
No, he's definitely
I'm sure I haven't seen him so far, but anyway, yeah, he goes in at number 26. Maybe he had exams all the way to yesterday.
Yeah. Well, he's in. That's the main thing.
It's normally the lead cause of absence in junior dragsters, that is.
All right, Finley Fagg and Purdy Hadfield. Now, we do know that Purdy only had one run yesterday. Well, all event long so far. She was another one that had exams yesterday. So, certainly here today, that's for sure. Finley so far with it at 0-2-0. It's a red for Purdy, just a little bit too keen to get the job done, so no improvement for her.
I think that's 2 red lights, actually, isn't it?
And it's Finley with a 0.15. Oh, Haley a little bit perplexed with that one as well. Freddie Taylor in the number 20 spot. Luke Muggeridge, though, 005, his best so far, in at number 4. Just looking at the live stream pictures, that dinosaur wrap. That's cool.
Nice.
Both of them with 0-1 lights. No help for Luke. He's already been 0-0, but Freddie Taylor, he's going to move up into the number 10 spot with that one. Very nicely done indeed.
And to get in the top 16, you've got to be 0-2 or better.
Kai Cooper for Fenny Racing and Lucas Oils. I think... Oh, no, there's still another junior to come round.
So Kai at the moment is 19, not on the front page as we say. The front page is the top 16. Got 32, or you run a 32 car elimination ladder for junior dragster.
Oh, nicely done for Kai. 0-1-3. That's going to move into number 8 from number 19. Nicely done.
That makes the top 16 even tougher. Encouraging news for this morning. I can see the second member of Lynn Carlson's team I've seen down on the start line for the funny car, so hopefully we'll see her today after all the effort.
How about Jacqueline Bartlett then? 0-2-6, number 16.
Tough crowd. Katie with an 0-1-6. Only number 10. A 1-0 for Katie and a 1-4 for Jacqueline. That will not help either of them. It's all good practice, but it won't help them. So next up I think is going to be Lara. Auto Glim's side of the racetrack. Street Eliminator not far away, as well as Supergas by the looks of it. Are they the next? They are the next.
They
classes,
are
aren't
the
they?
only 2 classes yet to run before we get into our big show, if you like. Kicking things off with Nitro Funny Car.
In about 20 minutes' time. So if you're out there milling around in the pits, wherever you might be, I can actually see him moving up there.
So Lara has gone 005 so far. She's number 3 spot. 103 this time round. No help for her. Teddy 35. Going to stay at 22.
So Daniel Todd, I think.
Yeah. I was cycling around the pits last night and I heard this on it in higher pitch voice. And it was young Daniel Todd trying to catch up with me. It didn't take him much to catch up with me.
I was just going to say, surely you weren't faster.
But he was telling me all about his runs and how he was doing, and he was so excited and very analytical. I wonder where he gets that from. Very focused, very interesting. Going alongside the Boost Monkey Dragster, this is Grace Smith.
Yeah, obviously Dad Mark raced for many years and been so successful, and he's
Really nice 037 light for Daniel. Still doesn't get him onto the front page. Nice 059 for Grace.
Yeah, very nice. That could move Grace up a couple of spots. No, stays 23. 05. Keeps you 23. Bandit 1, Harley Courcelle. And Harry Redshaw defending Lucas Oil's champs, only number 20. But he's still at an O line. Oh, that doesn't tell me on there, does it?
I just say the light snow is. It does on that, but not on the qualified list.
Oh, Harry Redshaw.
There's the champ.
Yeah, he only goes up to number 8 with a 006.
He finally shows up to race on Saturday morning, but what a run. No help for Harley. 08 was still not bad at all, but when the guy in the other lane goes 006,
that's
going to be tough.
8 of the junior dragsters with 00 reaction times. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Let's see what Ada Cassisi can do. She's number 14 with an 022. Steve and Anna down there with Ada. Oh, 7.9, but it's a red this time.
A little bit of a big red light as well.
Steve Taylor jogging out front once again. Max Taylor.
The last car in junior dragster is Max. Then we've got Street Eliminator, then Super Gas after that. The wind has stopped, look. Have you noticed?
Yep.
The windmills are, well, apart from one.
Oh, 025. Going to slot in at number 16 or 17, because that's identical to the number 16.
0250, yeah, it is, isn't it? Interesting. Still a very good reaction time anyway. Yeah, it didn't update the screen, but anyway, it's going to be either number 16 or 17 that time for Max Taylor. Okay, we're done with Junior Dragster. We're on to probably Street Eliminator. That's why Dave's out there with the glue. And that's not a water spray you see out there on the start line. There is a mix of what we call traction compound.
Well, the big story from Street Eliminator yesterday was Tony Higgs. Absolutely outstanding 7.86 as he broke into the 7-second club with with a sledgehammer. Basically, he didn't just open the door and have a peep. He just barged his way in. 7.86, and there's still more to come. Whether we can find it this weekend or not, we're not sure.
Might be this run.
Yeah, you never know.
Well, look at this. He's not going to be trying to go slower.
No.
You know. But if they can just get the, you know, the 60-foot with street cars is all in, as with Super Street Bike, all important. And the run where he went 7.86 yesterday was not by far not his quickest 60-foot. He can go a lot quicker than that. So if he manages to do that and put the rest of the run together with that, it's going to be even quicker. And as you were saying, Colin, there's lots of stuff on it, lots of things coming as well. So he's not trying to go slower anytime soon. Paul Morton and Nigel Hale.
Well, Paul Morton, 9.22, personal best numbers that Paul's running this weekend, doing a brilliant job out there. Nigel Hale, we know he's missing the Pro Charger this weekend.
Now, I heard a story about that last night. Thank you very much to his crew guy, whose name escapes me, and I'm really sorry, mate. I do apologise. Simon will text me to me in a minute, I know. But he was saying that, yeah, the Pro Charger went, because this is properly street driven. He was just backing it out on the road to go to a show, and it went clunk, and that was it. So he just decided to, he was going to sit out this weekend, but the thought about it, thought, no, just run it without the Pro Charger. So...
Whoa, huge amount of wheel spin for Paul Morton.
That was really weird, because it just didn't move.
No. clicks early as well. 11.71 against a 13.41.
If you look at look, that was instant. If you look at you can even see the marks on the start line down there, where as soon as Paul Morton let the clutch out, it just didn't move.
Right, Butch with the 210 going alongside the aforementioned Tony Higgs. Right, actually, another thing that Tony and I were chatting about is he discovered why the front end came up so high on the wheelie.
Go on then.
Basically, you know, you have like straps on the front springs to stop them expanding too much when they pull a wheelie.
Yeah.
They just shortened it by an inch, and it's cured the problem.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. So you shouldn't see that happen again.
Slightly quicker to 60 foot this time for Tony Higgs. 144 at the 8th and at the finish line. 785, and he cracks 180 miles an hour as well.
Yeah, well done. Another PB.
1260 for Butch though.
Whoa, that's the
His
lead.
quickest, yeah.
Yeah, that's a stout move for Butch.
Elliot Day with the Stealth Willis over there. Look at that burnout as well. Good boy. Elliot, how old is Elliot now?
18, I think.
So, the story.
Right, well, if he's not 18, he's approaching it.
So it's him and his dad, him and Dave, and the unique story about this. Obviously, Street Eliminator. Part of it is they go out on a cruise, and that will be happening this evening. Trouble was, Elliot was driving the car and tuning it, but he wasn't old enough to drive on the road. So it was his dad, Dave, that would actually take the car on the cruise until Elliot passed his test.
But I still think there is an issue that Dave still has to drive it.
Is that right?
Yeah, because
insurance
insurance
must be mental.
Just too expensive.
Yeah, he needs to ring up the insurance company and go, look, do you know I drive it a lot faster? Actually, that's probably not the best idea, is it really? So Ash Cooper, the transit god himself in the Auto Glim lane.
You finally said it. I've been waiting for you all weekend to say transit god, and you've done it. Well done, mate.
These are pretty even actually as well. Elliot is out of the traps first. Unbelievably, a close race between a Willis and a Transit. Oh, 9.22 for Elliot. By far his quickest run of the weekend. Also, tops 150 miles an hour. Dave looks overjoyed.
Yeah, 9.51 for Ash with the Transit.
At 1:47, is that his quickest run as well?
I think it is, yes.
Congrats.
We know Elliot has been quicker, but nevertheless, it's been a while since they've been in the 9.2, so well done.
Well, he certainly earned his godlike status on that one, didn't he?
He certainly has. Right, Al Mack and Andy Bond. Right, Al uncharacteristically in the 8s, but then he did miss a whole day. Andy Bond, though, well, we're going to see another 200 mile an hour pass for Andy, and maybe see an improvement on the 745.
All street legal, all street tyres, 200 mile an hour, would you believe? Al Mack with the same squeal about 60 foot. Long gone is Andy Bond. This will be big.
Whoa,
698. 208 miles an hour. I just took a look at the screen and saw the speed at the 8th mile. 165 miles an hour. Al Mack 825 at 179.
Well, our first 6 in Street Eliminator this weekend. Right, we move on to Super Gas. Stefan Raffledraft, number 2 at the moment, 9.90 with a 7, and it's John Giles with the Tactic Brogy Roadster, currently number 6 with a 9.92. .87 for Stefan Raffledraft, breaks out. 9.90 with a 6 though. John Giles moves up to number 2. Nice move there for John Giles. Right, Tim Moore and Andy Dibley, your next pair. Tim with that beautiful 55 Chevy. And it's Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat 69 Camaro. Now, Andy has already run a 991. Tim a 996. Right, so this is Super Gas qualifying session number 8. After this, we get into our pro categories. Big throttle stops on the cars as they now lift and go for the stripe, and close to 990 as they can get. 987, breakout. Andy Dibley too quick, but Tim Moore, 993, moves up from number 10 to number 7. Andy Harrison and John Turner. Well, John Turner is your number 1 qualifier, 9.902. Andy Harrison currently 997. Message from security that we've got a BMW X5 registration number OU04YWA. Can it be removed from behind the barn as soon as possible, please? White BMW X5, need it moved. Well, nothing wrong with Andy Harrison's reaction times whatsoever, but he's getting to the stripe first, or getting to the stripe, not necessarily first, but as close to 990 as you can. Oh, John Turner, 989 with a 2, minuscule breakout, 996 with a 4. Andy Harrison. So his best run so far, but only number 11. Bob Bolden and John Morton, your next pair. John Morton, 991 with a 6. He's in the number 4 spot. Bob, 999, currently 12. $9.96 for Bob Molden, $9.92 for John Morton, but they've already done better than that, so they stay put. Colin Morris and Mark White. Well, we're talking like hundredths of a second between them here. 9.91 Colin Morris, 9.93 so far for Mark White, but this is their 8th qualifier. They got 5 in on Thursday, got 2 in yesterday, and this is their 8th. We've got a problem at the top end at the moment, so our spotters are just going out there to check everything. Yeah, slight concern at the finish line in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Basically what we have what's called a turnout crew at the top end. And if they spot anything untoward on a car or bike, that you know, it could be dripping fluid in the turn-off area, so they check the track as well just to make sure everything is a-okay. So the tractor going out just to do a little bit of a track prep and track cleaning. So going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2 for a very short while, but we will take it back when we continue qualifying in Super Gas here at the main event. Okay, we are back once again, and can I please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes? Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So our start line crew reappearing. Our top end crew will be disappearing very shortly indeed, as we await Mark White and Colin Morris. Come forward. So Colin currently number 5, 991. Mark number 8, 993. Guess who's wired into the tree? 984 breakout. Way too quick there for Colin. Mark White goes 999, but no help for him. All right, Dave Fulton, currently number 9. He's on a 994. Pete Creswell, number 10 on a 995. Wide Awake Club off the start line, they both are. $9.94 for Dave Fulton. Stays put. $9.98 for Pete Creswell. He stays put. Right, the only car in qualifying in Supergas that hasn't run a 9.9 yet is this one. That's Dave Cherritt. He's already in Pro ET, but this is the other class he's running in this weekend, Supergas. He's currently run a 10.15. So anything with a 9 in front, as long as he doesn't go under the class index, won't necessarily move him up the order, but it means that everybody that's qualified in Supergas will be on 9.9. A little bit of track prep going on up there at the moment. Darryl is sort of hanging around the start line area. He'll be catching various people as our pro session goes through. So it's just the hush and the build-up.
Yeah, everyone's kind of sort of in the race cars and focused and stuff at the moment, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to get a chat with anybody, but I'll see what I can do. They're also going to be very, very busy shortly bringing everybody around. So we've also got the electric bike coming down, Hans-Erik Thompson with Silver Lightning. He's going to be putting in, I think it's about his 4th or 5th run of the weekend, isn't it? Set a new personal best and world record over the 8th mile on Thursday. Hard to remember when everything was now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we're into Saturday now.
That's right. So, yeah, Thursday. We've been here a while, and obviously we're here for 3 days last weekend too, so it does sort of melt together. But, yeah, so he ran really quickly to the 8th mile on a test run, and going to be trying to do the same thing, but all the way through the top end this time round.
Well, it looks like the Funny Cars teams have been advised to come around the corner now. The tractor parked back into position. Also, Comp Eliminator have just made their way down into the lanes as well, and they will be the next class to run. Obviously, you've got Jets that are going to be running as well. Fire Force 3 taking on Firestorm. Then, as Darryl says, the electric bike, Comp Eliminator. Then we go into Top Methanol Pro Modified, Top Fuel. And then the bike classes, Pro Stock, Super Twin, Top Fuel, Super Street Bike, the Junior Drag Bike Cup, all for FIM, and then Fire Force 5. and Spider-Man, the Jet Jackster from Julian Webb. So a whole host of good stuff. Going to be taking on to lanes here at Santa Pod Raceway. But the next car to come around the corner then, it is going to be Fuel Funny Car. And as Darryl says, we've got all 4 of them down this time round. And head of the lanes is Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker Funny Car. And Kev Chapman with the Thermareg car.
Yeah, just to explain what you're about to see, everybody. If you haven't been drag racing before, first of all, welcome. And what you've been doing with your lives up till now, you're about to find out all about drag racing's magic ingredient, which is nitromethane. It's if you take the basic engine in these cars, which is around about, it's 500 cubic inch, 8 litre V8 or thereabouts. If you just ran that with carburetors and normal petrol, it would be about 1,000 horsepower. Put a supercharger on it, run on methanol, it's about 4,000 horsepower. Stick nitromethane into the equation, and all of a sudden, you have 10 or 11,000 horsepower. It's incredibly explosive and makes an awful lot of horsepower, which takes a lot of managing, as we saw yesterday, didn't we, Colin?
Oh, we certainly did.
Yeah, that's where the tyre shake, the tyre spin, everything else comes into play. When it works, it's a thing of beauty. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work quite like that. But anyway, the reason that funny cars are called funny cars is because, believe it or not, when they first started back in around about the 50s in the States, they looked funny and the name stuck. So that's why they're called funny cars. But they are related to normal road cars. And when they were effectively born, they evolved. They started out as like regular stock cars. Then someone came up with the idea of a proper chassis, then flip-top bodies, and then everything just sort of snowballed from there into the 11,000 horsepower monsters you see today. So the Undertaker is Steve Ashdown coming round now in the Kestrel lane. Yeah, the whole team coming around in the Kestrel lane. Steve had a couple of pretty good runs back at Easter. Apart from the one where it went pop on the burnout, unfortunately. But fingers crossed everything goes well for Steve and Dave and the whole team today. I thought we've got all 4 cars down here, so hopefully we're going to be seeing side by side with Kevin Chapman as well.
Just a quick one for me, actually. Can I have top methanol into the pairing lanes, please? FIA top methanol. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Yep, so Kevin Chapman's car just been towed round from the pairing lanes to take its spot in the auto glim lane. Yeah, of all places last night, caught up with Lee Webb on the Undertaker team in Field and Spire last night, and had a good old chinwag with him. And as funny cars move forward in the lanes, the next one move to the front of the lanes, and Jason Phelps with the Gladiator car just moving into our view spot as well. So as Darryl says, Nitro funny cars then. Ballpark figure, 10,000 horsepower each, there or thereabouts. Not exactly many ways of actually calculating and measuring these, but
yeah, you can't get them on a dyno because it tends to wreck the dynos, to
Yeah.
be honest with you. There was, it is a pretty precise calculation though, because they managed to put a sensor on the coupler, I think, on Tony Schumacher's top fuel car a few years ago, and someone did an awful lot of very technical calculations working out how quick it would or how much horsepower it would take to move a car of that weight at that speed, and so on and so on. So
Yeah, I think that calculated over 11,000 in the end, didn't it?
Oh yeah, that's over 11,000, and that was a number of years ago.
It was.
as well. So there's a very good chance it's even more these days. But nitromethane, as you're about to see, is very, very explosive, and not only does it make a lot of noise, it makes a lot of power too. But it's great fun.
I'll tell you what, in the crowd, on the banking first, put your hands up. Oh, we're going to miss it. So I was going to say, who hasn't seen nitro before? But the engine started up, and we couldn't see a show of hands. But never mind. This is where we like the crowd to not necessarily always film the car, but film the person next to you if it's their first time here. And we get those brilliant reaction videos.
So the body goes down on the Undertaker for Steve Ashdown. I think it may just be Steve on his own this time, though. Maybe not. Here comes Kevin. So nice solid burn out. This is going to be Kevin Chapman's first run of the weekend after all sorts of issues. Well, lots of fluid on the track. It looks like fuel. The team out there checking. It is actually evaporating. It is fuel, but it's a lot of it. I'm not sure Kevin's going to be able to back up either. He does need this run because of the two yesterday. He didn't take it. Well, it's going to be a hell of a rush to get him back behind the start line.
I think they'll do it.
Steve Ashdown is already back and in place with the Undertaker. And it's actually, even though there's a bit of fuel on the racetrack, it doesn't really matter too much because the big rear tyres are either side of it. That's presuming he launches in a straight line.
Yeah.
Now, Kevin Chapman at the moment is the leader in the points in the Funny Car Cup. He won back at Easter. What can he do here on this run? My guess is it's going to be a test run to about 3:30. Steve Ashdown, all being well, will go all the way through. Well, that was a really solid looking launch there for Kevin. Give us some numbers, Cole.
6:32 against a 5:37. Short numbers, though. This is what everybody loves. Steve Ashdown, a 0.96 to the 60-foot. Kev Chapman, 104.
Well, that was a really... Well, I think the other thing with Kevin is he actually went deep, which does actually...
it did, yeah.
Which scrubs off the 60-foot a little bit. But still, at least Kevin Chapman now has got a number on the board, so he will be qualified. He's got another run again a little bit later on today. What's the qualified order look like as well?
This is quite weird, actually. Steve Ashdown, number 2, with a 5:36, and Kevin, number 3, with a 5:37. So it was only 100th between them. I know it's not the 100th. They'd rather be like...
The second quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But quite good that they're only a second apart, a 100th apart.
Also have to explain as well, if you haven't been before, the nitro cars run over a slightly different distance. If you can see where the orange markers are up there just before the finish line scoreboards. Give the crews a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Undertaker team for Steve Ashdown. Working very hard to put on a show, as always. And Kevin Chapman's team, finally with a smile on their face and a pass under their belts as well. Well done. Lots of hard work to get ready for that one. Yeah, so the orange markers towards the finish line, that's 1,000 foot. That's the distance that we race over with nitro cars these days for safety reasons. We did used to run them over the full quarter mile, but, well, I can say why, but the reason we don't anymore is, like I said, for safety reasons. And it's just to make sure they've got enough stopping distance, and if anything goes wrong, it all works out well. So a little bit of a sweep out there on the start line.
Top end's clear, which is good.
That's always good. We've got John Smith, both John Smith and Wayne Dupuis back here, over here from the States, tuning two of these funny cars. Had a quick chat with John this morning. And he said it's very, very good to be back, obviously allowed to be back after a couple of years of a pandemic. Just sort of screwed everybody up from travelling around the world and going racing and doing what we love.
Can I please have FIA Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified. Let's have you into the lanes.
So under the tower now, strapped into the absolutely immaculate Gladiator Toyota funny car, is Jason Phelps, owned and tuned by Mr. Mark Hawkins, and obviously his wife Jackie as well. Looking forward to seeing what they can do here today. They had a couple of really good runs going back at Easter. Everything worked as it should. The last run was a stonker as well. Really, really good launch to about 3:30, which gave them a lot of hope. Stood up on the rear tyres twice in a row yesterday. Was that right?
Yep.
I think so. But it's very, very difficult to get these cars to work in conjunction with the racetrack, especially when the weather's... I mean, the weather's perfect. The air pressure, air density, everything is really, really good. But it's just... when it's colder, it just becomes that little bit more difficult. The track itself is really, really good. That's no problem. I thought the tractor was turning off then. It's going to come back again. But it's very weird to be coming back the return road yesterday and the tractor came past us on the return road. So Jason's ready. He's going to be going up against for GSI Insurance, Southern RV Hire and West End Racing, Mr. Kevin Kent, with the Monte Carlo funny car that, funny enough, his crew chief used to drive. It's John Smith standing out there on the start line again. So good to see Johnny back over here after a few years away. And Kevin still holds the European record for funny cars, down in the 4.2 second range, well over 280 miles an hour over the 1,000-foot distance. He sold his Mustang, which he'd run for a number of years, and that's actually the European record holding car, and purchased this really, really nice looking Monte Carlo. He's actually had it since, I think, early 2020. That was the plan, to run it then, but hasn't managed to make it out with it until this season. So tractor coming back to the start line. We're not going to be long.
Actually, just looking at the race weekend programme, if you haven't got one yet, £6 from the pod shops on site. You've got the main one in the pits just by half track, secondary one next to us here in the catering area, and the third one just past Live Action Arena. If you just go to page 15, you will read all about Nitro Funny Car, and tells you the stats. But basically, all four of our funny cars have been in the 4-second zone for 1,000 foot. 4:23 at 286 miles an hour, Kevin Kent's best numbers. As I say, all of them have been in the 4-second zone.
So Ian gets the tractor back into place, and we're going to bring round Kevin with the funny car. See Shelley in the wagon with Frankie. Thank you very much, Frankie. In the passenger seat. I think he was blowing me a kiss or poking his tongue out, one of the two, I can't really tell.
Just to let everybody know, actually, the time now, just gone past 11:15 in the morning. First of the two Live Action Arena shows today is at 11:30. That's just behind the Spectator Banking, so fancy checking that out. Live Action Arena show. The first one of the two today is at 11:30. Jason in the Gladiator car just sitting there patiently waiting, just getting Kevin into position. Obviously they couldn't wheel him around straight away. They'd have to get the tractor off the track first, and now they can get themselves set to go.
Yeah, put some water down. You can hear the starters. They're actually like big old, effectively helicopter starters that they use. They're not onboard starters, and it takes an awful lot of them to turn over an engine of this size. The size of the engine isn't actually critical as much with these cars. There are, you know, racing cars and drag racing that are way bigger displacement engine than these. It's all about what they are. It's the supercharger, it's the nitromethane, it's all the other good stuff that we love. So who's number one qualifier at the moment, Carl?
4.91. That is your number one qualifier, and that is, of course, Kevin Kent.
Okay, and then it's...
There's Jason at number 4. Obviously, Steve Ashdown, number 2. Kevin Chapman, number 3.
So they've got this run to come. Obviously, they've got another one later on today to actually set the field for racing. I think everybody's ready to go. They're getting the thumbs up from Paul down there to spin them over and fire them up. So you will be hearing that glorious sound of nitro once again in just a couple of moments.
Short, sharp, crisp burnout there for Jason Phelps.
Well, I got a proper mouthful of that one.
Oh, I bet you did.
Thank you very much, Jason. Much appreciated. Obviously, the sound is good, the smell is good, but there's not much breeze moving the nitro haze away at the moment. See, the only way to do it when it's like this cold is you stand in front of the car because it all goes that way. That's all you can do. These poor people down here in 30-20 club are getting gas.
Oh, yeah.
So the last minute checks on everything on the engine. They'll take the little gas reading off the top of the computer. Send Jason Ford in to say some welcome sunshine as well, warming the racetrack a little bit more. You know what, that looks so comfy in there. So taking the throttle stop off for the Gladiator. Kevin Kent's team doing the same on the other side of the racetrack. I think that's more frustration than anything else with Jason. He didn't move about 2 foot, to be honest with you. Not sure what happened to Ken. Did he actually stand up on the tyres
No,
as well?
well, a 60 foot of 2.7 tells you that he literally just went for
Flipped.
it, and it just left on idle, basically.
That was really, really bizarre. So standing down here with Jason's, looking at Jason's tyre marks, he got sort of, I don't know if you can see, but the rear wheels were there and they got to there. So that's what, 5 foot,
Yep.
something like that, before it stood up on the tyres as well. You can see the tyre tracks go really, really skinny as well, where the centrifugal force spins out the big slicks on the back and they stand right up. So coming up next, we have Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3 Jet Funny Car, and he's going to be match racing. I'm glad I'm down here. The Firestorm of Roger Goring. We also have Mr. Hans-Henrik Thompson with the Silver Lightning. The bike coming around as well. Put your hands together for the teams. Next time, it'll happen. Everybody on trying to set a world record again for the amount of people in a Chevy pickup. That's Jason's team. So, side-by-side jets. The difference between these and what you've seen so far is everything up to now has been piston-powered and wheel-driven. These are thrust-powered. You know more about these than me. Where did the engines come from Colin?
I think it's a Sikorsky Skytrain, which is a heavy-lifting helicopter. Is one of the favourite places that these are sourced from. Delivering a huge amount of thrust, and of course it does make and watching these very entertaining, especially when they go to the afterburner pops with the jet before it does its proper run as such.
It's also a good way for us up in the tower to warm our lunch up, because the flame and thunder show that you get is something else. So not going into place just at the moment from Martin. I think we just got a quick sweep to do out there in the Auto Glim Lane. We've got more nitro cars coming up as well. We've got Top Fuel Dragster. Not too far away. I think probably about 12 o'clock, haven't we, Colin? Go on.
I was just looking at one of the facts on Fire Force number 3. That car has been going down this drag strip for 18 years now. It first appeared in 2004 and has many 6 and 5 second passes under its belt. And of course, Martin Hill has been piloting jet cars since 1983.
I wonder how many hundreds, if not millions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that car has entertained over the years, because it's got
staggering.
to be. The other thing it possibly holds a record for is the most travelled jet car on the planet.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to. We'll try and have a go and see if we can remember him. I know he's been down to my hometown of Bexhill-on-Sea and sort of nearly set fire to someone's dog on the seafront. That's not a joke. He's been out to Germany to the Reaper Barn. He's been to, which I think that set the record for the amount of fire appliances that turned up.
That's
something
right.
something like 18 fire engines turned up when he ran over there. Because obviously, if it's outside of a normal setting like here, all the locals don't know what's going on. All they see is fire and smoke, and they think something's on fire, so they call the fire brigade. So that's happened quite a lot. He's been to Iceland.
He's been to Bahrain.
He's been to, I think he's been to Abu Dhabi as well.
Yeah.
He recently went to a motor show in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I think that was December, January time.
Yeah,
Like
but they had got caught in a huge sandstorm, actually.
Yeah, Donna
one.
told me they spent 2 weeks cleaning sand out of everything when they got home. It wasn't just sand, it was rain as well. I mean, the old adage, if you ever got a drought hold a drag race, came true for them. Where else has he been? He's been to Norway.
Yeah, he's obviously been to Hockenheim in Germany. He's been there.
I'm sure there's loads and loads that we've actually forgotten just because the amount of times this car's been put in a container and sent around the world is quite staggering. But this is his home, and obviously the Auto Glim Lane, the right-hand lane here at Santipod, is the one. So we're going to be racing these two jets over 1,000-foot distance. They had a pretty good race yesterday, didn't they? The pair of them.
Rog, the jet is fractionally slower, not a huge amount, but Roger's killer on the tree, so it sort of balances out. So Martin does have to work quite hard to try and get past Rog. Just another one, actually, just very quickly. Can I please have FIM Pro Stop Bike into pairing lanes, please? FIM Pro Stop Bike. We need you into the lanes, please.
Yeah, the other big difference between these two cars, you just mentioned the very, very slight ET difference. The other big difference is the way that they're built. Even though they're both powered by jets, they both have funny car bodies. Martin's is the more traditional, if you will, jet that he sits at the side of. So the jet engine runs down the middle in both cars, but Martin sits off to one side, right next to it, effectively. Whereas Roger is one of only a few in the world. It's a centre drive funny car. So Roger actually sits in front of the engine. If you can actually see when they come forward, Martin sits further back to one side. Roger sits with his face basically on the windscreen, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just a quickie. In the crowd, Bankside first. Hands up if it's your first day at the drags ever. If it's your first ever visit, there's going to be a few hands going up. How about on the balcony on Bankside VIP? Are you first timers? One or two. And of course on the grandstand, how many new people to Santipod have we got today? Oh, there's quite a few at the front there. Oh, you're going to enjoy this.
We're going to catch them out. All the ones that didn't put their hands up, you're about to be caught out.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to call you liars. So the signal's been given to start them up. And you can just hear the start procedure going ahead now.
I might be quiet for a little while because you won't hear me anyway for the next couple of minutes.
So the two crew chiefs just making sure they're ready. Helen's ready, and of course Martin's ready as well. Richie. Okay, so Richie gives the signal for Martin to wind that turbo up even more. Helen counting mentally there how many blips that Roger's run. It's quite crucial on the fuel. Can't spend too much on it to start the show. So just coming up to the start line then. Big wave to the jets. Oh, Martin clicked it early there. Goes 4.99 at 221. Rog goes 5.25 at 225.
Well, did we all enjoy that? Everybody up there on the balcony still got your wigs on? I hope so. That was rather good. It's nice and warm down here as well. It was great. You get the nice sort of jet wash over you after they've gone up the racetrack too. So everybody high-fiving. What a show. So what we've got now is we've got a very, very quick bit of track prep, and then we're on with Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, and Top Fuel Dragster as well. So the Bluebird going out, and I think actually the first round is going to be Hans Henrik with the...
I believe so, yes.
bike.
He's next on the schedule.
He's just been brought round.
So our Pro Modified teams are just eyeing up the track as well. It's going to be Comp Eliminator for their... lost count how many times they've been round. But before that, it's going to be Silver Lightning. This is Hans Henrik Thompson on the electric bike, aiming to set a new world record for quarter-mile electrically powered vehicle.
Yeah, just give us a rundown before we see it, Colin. So obviously you've got a minute, just a quick minute while the track is going on. Go on.
Okay, so the world record at the moment, the official world record for a quarter of a mile electrically powered, 6.74 seconds at 202.5 miles an hour. The 8th mile official world record is 4.34, which he's already gone quicker than. So I don't know if it needs to be backed up or whatever it is, but he's already done quicker than that this weekend. The bike itself has got two modified 8.5-inch motors. The bike runs 400 volts of electrical power, and it's powered by 768 LiPo battery cells. The weight with the wheelie bar is 402 kilos, and the 60-foot time, we know we talk about 60-foot a lot in drag racing. His best to date was 108 before we got here, but this weekend so far he's gone 105. The output of this machine is insane. It's ballpark figure 1,400 horsepower. So it's bonkers basically. So that's what the batteries can deliver. 1.4 kilowatts. Unbelievable. The battery life on these, it'll do approximately 150 runs on a battery pack. It's nuts. But what isn't nuts in our crazy world of drag racing? And of course, it'll be the quietest machine to go down the quarter mile this weekend. So the Bluebird just going back into position. That's right, I don't know if you're down there, but I don't know where the bike is because I can't see it. Comp Eliminator are certainly in the lanes there, ready to go.
Yeah, Hans Henrik with the bike is just going to be pushed around. The water's going down in the water box. Actually, it looks like it's Comp going to be coming out first.
It is Comp. Apologies. So, given the Silver Lightning bike, the big build-up, and it's actually Comp that's coming around the corner first.
Well, it's good idea because it's on the schedule that way around.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Right, okay, Williams Brothers Racing to the fore, actually, and it is the two brothers coming round first. Dan Williams in the Chevelle, Nick Williams in the Camaro. And if you like your cars pulling wheelies, especially the blue car that you're going to be seeing, the Chevelle, that really does lift them high. So Nick Williams in the green Camaro. He's currently in the number 6 spot. But different power plant in the car than what he normally runs. He normally has a 427 cubic inch all aluminium motor, but that's being rebuilt at the moment, so it's the original 396 cube motor in there. But Dan Williams, he is your number 1 qualifier. He's the guy that will go skywards on the launch, and if you've got your camera ready, you want to catch that. The numbers on the scoreboards are just indexes. They can go under that if they like. Both with 0 lights. Going to be down to the stripe first. He goes 9.82. Outstanding pass for Dan Williams. 11.07 for Nick. He stays put in number 6, but 9.82. That is staggering for that combination.
How far under the
Unbelievable.
index is that
A mile. Let's have a quick look. 0.78 under.
That's seriously competitive, isn't it? Very, very good indeed. Your next pair are going to be Spencer Tram and Simon Crowley. Simon with the Turbo V-Dub in the Auto Glim Lane. Spence with another Williams Boys Camaro, but a very competitive one all the same.
Spencer Tram, a 0.2 light. No, he's looking for 11.55, but no, pulling over towards the left-hand side, potential issue for Spencer. Simon Crowley, though, 10.37, 141.
Good speed.
But a plume of smoke at the top end for Simon Crowley. But can I have FIM Super Twin Top Fuel into the lanes, please? Right, how about this then? Kev Jenkins, for the first day, probably day and a half of this event, they were putting an engine back together. Going alongside Robin Orthodoxou, the Chaos Brothers, 1927 Ford T. It hasn't been totally plain sailing for them this weekend, but at least they've managed to get a few runs in. Kev, basically last weekend at the Door Slammers, although it's a Ford, the car is called the Fraudster, and the reason for that, it runs a Vauxhall engine. And unfortunately one of those expired in a big way last weekend, and basically it was a new block and everything, so they've been working on the car at the track to get it all fixed, but successfully done, and resulted in a 7.63 in qualifying yesterday. Robin has gone 7.05 with the Chaos Brothers altered. Will we see him in the 6s? Outstanding launch for Kev there, 109 to 60. Oh, there's some smoke appearing from the car though. That's not brilliant. Whoa, look at the number though. 7.39 at 183 miles an hour. Oh my word, that is a leap into the unknown there for Kev. Outstanding, and it moves him up to number 4 as well. 9:58 at just 94 miles an hour there for Robin, but boy oh boy, Kev Jenkins, outstanding performance there.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. Just very, very quickly, down here. Were you expecting anything like a 7:39?
No, we thought maybe 7.5, but yeah, it's the same tune that was in it yesterday. We just changed tyre pressures a little bit just to try and stop the shake.
Seems to have worked.
Yeah, done the trick.
That was absolutely fab. Well done, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. That was Mark 1 Kieran, believe it or not, in the flesh. Excellent stuff.
Right, next up then, Kev Perkins, the Soul Man with the Cutlass, going alongside Dave Smith.
Yeah, Dave Smith, 7:45 is the index in comp for the A altered. He's actually, I think his quickest run is in the 7.6s, but speaking to him yesterday, all he wants to do is try and go that bit quicker. Keep tuning the car, get lots of runs in. Kev Perkins hasn't been too bad this weekend, has he, on the 7.99?
No, he's 7.63 at the moment. Not bad at all.
Probably needs to be in the 7.4s to be completely competitive.
Well, side by side all the way, really. 7.62, in fact, side by side at the stripe as well. 7.63 a pair. So Kev stays 6, Dave stays 8. Well, this man's having a great weekend, isn't he?
Oh, only, do you know something? I thought for him the door slammers was pretty good last weekend, but wow, that run yesterday, absolutely outstanding. He was thrilled, absolutely. Not many people are thrilled to see me, but he was yesterday, because I was one that got to break the news. He went into the, was it 7.3s?
7th, actually, fact, no, let's have a quick look.
So Dave Swift with the AMX. It is actually an A nitrous altered, and the index for A nitrous altered, as you can see on the finish line scoreboard, is 7 flat. It wasn't a B nitrous altered, it's a nitrous altered. If he can run under that index, he'll be doing handstands by now. Have you found it?
Well, no, because he's changed.
Oh, it's been scrubbed.
Yeah, it's been scrubbed, so
okay,
that's why I couldn't see it.
no
Apologies.
problem. So he's got to do it again, but he'll be venting the nitrous very, very shortly. This is one seriously unique race car. In the whole drag racing world, there really aren't that many AMXs left around anywhere, but Dave Smith has one of the prettiest. Like you said last week, Cole, the wrap, everything about it, even the headlights as well, just look fantastic. That's a good looking run.
110 to 60, 484 at the 8th, 753, 182, pretty much where he was yesterday, actually.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, 1.10 to 60 is probably a little bit off where they want to be, but he's the first one to admit they're still learning with it. So in the 7s again, absolutely fab.
Can I please have FIM Super Twin into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Super Twin. Can we have you into the lanes, please? Next up, Matt Peters. Engine just firing up.
Oh, it'd be so good to see Matt get a full run from A to B. Just slowly but surely getting there with this car. Track time being everyone's enemy, and especially his, actually, because he's got a small crew and he works very, very, very hard to make it to every event, like they all do.
Yeah.
So if you think you're going to be seeing double, there is another one of these coming around very shortly. Well, a Lucas Oil Dodge Avenger. This car did used to indeed belong to Norbert Kuhner. You can still see Kuhner Racing.de on the rear flank of Matt's car. it is actually a AA Pro Mod. Which means it is Pro Mod legal, but for track time and everything else this weekend, Matt's elected to run in Comp Eliminator instead of Pro Mod. Also good to see Norbert down here on the start line, checking him out. And right after Matt, we've got our friend from Denmark with the electric bike. Oh, there's lots of stuff on the racetrack. That was, there's a supercharger burst panel, just in case anything goes wrong in the engine, to stop the fire from the combustion chamber getting up into the supercharger and basically exploding the supercharger. There's a relief panel that is set to go at a very, very specific pressure, and I think that's what Matt got to just there. So there's lots of little bits out there on the racetrack that are going to need tidying up. Doesn't look like a lot of fluid though, which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Dave's out. Do you know what? He was waiting, wasn't he? He's out there in his shoe in no time whatsoever.
Yeah, the very quick sprint back to get that. The car is just trickled across the finish line, and the quad will hook up and just take that off the track through the first exit.
So we won't be too long at all, folks.
No.
Don't go anywhere at all. We've got Hans Henrik with Silver Lightning coming up, and we've got Pro Mod 2. Up in the tower, I can see the welcome figure of Mr. Dick Costa. I was trying to think of something nice to say, and that's probably the best thing I can come up with. Very good morning, Dick.
Good morning, all.
Good to have you back, pal. And, well, bit of a strange old day yesterday for everybody in Pro Mod. No one quite ran what they thought they were going to run.
No, absolutely not.
Maybe except Kev, actually. I think that was probably about there.
Yeah, well, some of the guys are happy as well. Michel, made a good pass. It was kind of a test setup. And, well, they have good data now. And they found some stuff that they can change. And, well, so if it hooks, then it will be a quick run, probably in a 590. David's car is back up and running. Well, it was running, but it didn't shut down. That was
the issue.
Yeah,
so
well, of course it shuts down, but not in the transponder at 500 meters or so.
Okay, so just to explain, there's safety systems that are built into all of these cars. How do they work? What do they do?
Well, at the end of the track, there is a transponder or transmitter. If the car passes, there's a system in the car that when you pass that, automatically the parachutes will go out, the fuel shut-off will close, and the ignition will, or the main power will cut. And even if during the run, like Matt had, the burst panel went, the engine stops, fuel system, and stuff like that. Even if you pull the fire extinguisher, all the systems will be shut. So if it doesn't work like David did, David had a broken antenna, well, then nothing works. Then you're not allowed to race, and then you don't want to race.
Yeah, the problem with the issue being, obviously, is that if anybody gets into difficulty and the throttle gets stuck, the car won't shut off, whatever it might be, then there's an automatic system in place to trigger the chutes, which are one of the best things ever invented for drag racing, I think, for slowing people down. But like you said, shut the fuel off, shut the ignition off as well, just to make sure that even if, as well, if the drivers hit the wall, whatever reason it might be, the car itself should come to a stop at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
So they found what it was. It was an antenna. It was just really annoying, obviously, to lose the run. That was the problem.
Yeah, that's a waste. Yeah, really needed that. The first run of David was wasn't good. Yeah, a lot of tire shakes, or underestimated or overestimated the track.
How hard is it to tell whether you've over or underestimated it?
Well, we have all kinds of sensors on these cars, tire temperature sensors and track temperature sensors. So if the tire temperature stays the same as the track temperature, that means you do not have wheel spin, so it doesn't heat up the tire. If the tire temperature goes up quicker than the track temperature, then you know it's how you call it, a power shake. You have a weak shake.
Okay.
If you have a weak shake, you have no wheel spin, no wheel speed.
Okay.
And then the track temperature and the tire temperature stays the same.
So
If you have wheel spin, then of course the tire warms up, and then you see the difference.
So it's a very fine line. We've said this many times, but obviously what tuners do, they have to try and get the wheel speed or the rear wheels up to speed as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
or is it not as quickly as possible? Is it
you need it straight off the line.
And then when does the wheel speed actually catch up with the car, or does that not happen like that?
Yeah, it does. After, let's say, 60, 100 foot, then it gets less wheel speed, but you will have wheel speed at least until 330.
And then after that, once you've got, basically, if you get through first gear, which is at around about 100 foot, there or thereabouts, before they punch second gear, if you get to that point...
If you get to second gear, then you'll mostly survive.
Okay.
But it can still go wrong after the 8 mile.
Oh, it can always go wrong at any point. Yeah. However, it's the trickiest bit is the start line, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, one of the things I remember talking to Adam Flamelk about this quite a bit, the difference between 8th mile and quarter mile racing, and he said, in all honesty, all the tuning's done before the 8th mile anyway. He said if you get to the 8th mile, then the quarter mile itself is kind of, it's not a given, but it's an awful lot easier if you if you
survive the 8 mile.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Then they're up in third gear, and then it's just what is it? 1 point something seconds to the end. Yeah,
it's not long, is it?
No. Well,
it's really not long. One very interesting conversation I had this morning, I hope he doesn't mind me sharing it actually, now I've said that. Andre Arnover from Estonia. Now, he was down here early this morning checking out the crew doing the track prep. And he said he'd been trying to figure out what issue they were having. And he said that the track crew here, with the tyre rotator and everything, they use Goodyear tyres, and he said that's what it was.
They should use Hoosier tyres.
Exactly. Yeah. So is there any, I mean, he thinks they know how to do it, which is cool. He did say he'd been on the phone to the people at Proline in the US who build the engines and cars and everything else as well. But why would that make a difference to anybody that doesn't know?
Well, then you have the same compound or construction as the tires you run. But, well, if that's such a big difference, I don't know. But the guys from Proline, they know a lot. So they are probably right, but I haven't heard that before.
Well, yeah, he said that was what he said, but they're going to change a few things anyway to try and get it down. Said he was very happy with the 60 foot yesterday. It just kind of blew the tyre away after that. That was the only thing. But he's still loving being here. He's still really enjoying it. It's just a case of it would be nice if they managed to get down the racetrack, which is what they're planning to do today.
Yeah. Well, you will see most of the Pro Mod cars run Hoosier tires. Some of them run with the bead locks, and some run with the liner, with the inner tube in it.
What's the again, if you don't mind me asking, what's the difference? Because the beadlock allows for no slippage, but then surely the liner would do the same. Yeah,
well, the liner has an inner tube, and you have two valves to put pressure on the outer tire and on the inner tire. And a lot of guys say that it helps them to get rid of the tire shake.
Well,
there he is.
There's plenty of people.
Cam can tell you.
While we're down here, one of the founder members of the Wild Bunch in the US down here. So good to see you down here, Mr. Everybody, please put your hands together for one of our favourite US visitors, mainly because the margaritas. Mr. Cap Stanley, everybody, come on, warm your hands, please. Thank you very much indeed. That's for you, sir.
Well, thank you. And I think you should be proud. Look at all these people out here, and they all came to see you.
I didn't pay him to say that, everybody, for God's sake.
You sure did.
Yeah, you did. No, don't go anywhere. We're getting ready to go. So you're coming over and helping Marcus out. Now, one of our biggest enemies on this side of the world is track time. Now, Marcus has to tow miles. You tried running in the last couple of years, didn't you? I think last year you went to Clastres in France. To try and get some testing in?
Yes, last August. It was kind of like racing on the return road. But we learned a little bit, but not much.
Okay, but that's Marcus's biggest problem, is that he doesn't have any racetracks anywhere close to him, so you have to come all the way here from Switzerland to try.
Yeah, exactly. And the COVID, just like the rest of the whole world, put paid to the racing, and most of these guys haven't been on a racetrack in 3 years.
Yeah, it's a long time to wait, isn't it? How does this racetrack compare to like a lot of racetracks you go to in the States? Is it kind of the same?
Well, honestly, this track takes second place to no racetrack that I've been in the world, period.
So that means it's pretty good.
That means it's damn good.
Very nice to hear. Thank you very much. And you've been all over the world as well. You go to Australia, you go New Zealand, you go all over the place, don't you? Are you going to start doing that again, or is it just going to be mainly here?
No, I'm doing it. I'm actually tuning an alcohol funny car from down in Texas now. Having great fun doing it.
Are you still racing your own car these days?
No, I sold my own car in 2019. Coming back in Vegas, I thought probably ought to start just selling all this stuff. And it's really cool now because I get to put the money in the bank every month like I used to, but I don't have to keep taking it back out.
But your car, that's nothing like a bit of timing as well, because you sold it in the end of 2019. That was just in time.
Yes, just before COVID hit.
Yeah, you got it. So Marcus's run yesterday obviously wasn't great, but he's run a quickest of a 6-1. What are you going to shoot for today?
We'd like to see it get in the fives this weekend.
So would we.
Yeah, it happens to have the primary motor out of the Cadillac resting in the frame rails now.
Just without the top end part, I guess.
Yeah, no big screw on it, just to make Janus roots, which is just as good almost.
Are they pretty similar?
No, they're not at all similar, really. The screw doesn't take the horsepower to turn like the roots does. But we shall see.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see. I really, really hope Marcus gets a good run in today. And obviously, as always, it's wonderful to see you back.
And great seeing all my friends here. All them guys up there, all them people out there. Come by and see us.
You can't miss camp, can you? There we go. Camp Stanley, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. Going to be around with Marcus Hill in just a couple of moments. So the track crew nearly done up the top end. It's always good to hear from camp, isn't it?
Well, it's always good to good visitors to come over and see us and tell us basically that we've got one of the best racetracks in the world. That we do like. One name that just came up in conversation, which you brought up actually, Adam Flamhog. I believe it's his 50th birthday today. So many happy returns to Adam.
Do you know what that tells me is that back in 2009, when he ran his first 5 here, he was only 37 years old. Some of us have seriously underachieved in our lives by the time we were 37, haven't we? My goodness me. But, yeah, happy birthday to Adam, spending it out there in the US, I think. And we won't be long. You guys can see more from up there than I can, but I think we're nearly there.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. Not very often we see the debris mat on the racetrack. It normally lives in the shutdown area, but it's doing its thing on the racetrack here. So just a little bit of an update, let you know what's going on. It will be the electric bike. It's the next one to come around the corner. It will then be the two-seater dragster. That has a passenger sat in the back waiting patiently. Then it will be FIA Top Methanol Funny Car. And then it will be FIA Pro Modified. 16-car field in Pro Modified this weekend. And 3 cars in the 5-second zone already. We expect to get a host more in there.
Yeah.
Certainly hope so. Unfortunately, I just saw Norbert tow past.
Yeah,
Don't know why.
It's very weird before you even try and fire the car to get out. Norbert hasn't had a great weekend. It's great to see him back, but I'm sure he's looking for a little bit more than what they've got at the moment. The track crew out there in the Kestrel lane just making sure there's no slippy stuff, there's no bits left at all, because obviously there's going to be a lot of horsepower running over those tyre tracks very, very shortly indeed.
Yeah, various messages coming on from various people. Tony Morris is tuned in. We're talking about people abroad. Tony Morris actually tuned in from the States on his way to Brandington at the moment. So good morning to him. A little bit close to home, our good buddy Steve Kelly is in the grandstand. Steve, a very good morning to you. Thanks for keeping in touch, mate. And he's got Matt and Lauren from Derby sat next to him in the grandstand. So a very good morning to Matt and Lauren as well. Two-seater dragster, as I say, that is in the lanes at the moment. Chris Docker from Birmingham is the passenger. He's actually been in the car before, but it was 8 years ago, so he needed a reminder just how much fun it was. So he will be the passenger in the two-seater dragster when it comes round. Well, the track crew's still doing this bit out there at the moment, actually. There was the burst panel went on Matt Peters' car, And basically the car coasted up the track, but...
Yeah, I don't think it was just the burst panel, to be honest.
I think
there's a bit more than that.
Yeah,
it was, ripped off an oil line or something, I think.
Yeah,
it looked like engine oil.
Took something out at the same time. So, believe it or not, that is actually a pretty quick clear-up. In years gone by, if we used to get an oil down, you could go and get, I was going to say, go and get a cup of coffee, go and have a lay down for a couple of hours before everything was cleared up and ready to go. Everything's come on a long, long way since then.
And a very good morning, Brett Cordell. Brett, we saw have that little tumble a couple of meetings ago. Him and the missus and the kids are sat on the banking, relaxing for a change instead of trying to get a bike to the start line each round. So, Brett, a very, very good morning indeed to you and your family here.
That made me smile, that sentence. Relaxing with your kids in tow are two words, like phrase you don't normally say all at once. But, yeah, no, Brett, it's good to see you back here. I think we're ready to go.
We are.
And Henrik is just doing his gloves up with the Silver Lightning. Obviously, Colin, you did give the rundown of this a little bit earlier because we thought we were going to see it before comp.
But, yeah, just to remind everybody the key facts that we're going for this weekend. Current world record for an electrically powered machine is 6.74 seconds at 202.5 miles an hour. That's what he's here to beat this weekend.
He's got half of that. He's got the ET part of that, hasn't he? The 674 is his.
Yeah, that's right. It is actually, yeah, that
yeah.
is the world record. 674 is his. It's the speed he wants.
Okay, well, he's going to come out in the Kestrel lane, in the freshly prepped Kestrel lane as well. And the good thing is, Colin, you can tell us the numbers as he goes down the track. Hopefully he goes down the track anyway, because on Thursday, which was a sportsman day, where the track normally wouldn't be quite as good as it would on a pro day, he had no trouble at all. Just ran the racetrack every single time. Yesterday, nothing but tyre spin.
Yeah. The difference yesterday to the day before, he had a brand new slick on the back of the bike yesterday. Many thanks indeed to Ian Blackett for the information from that one. That was the difference. It was a new slick.
Dave's just handed me something.
Oh.
That's very expensive. That's still got engine oil on it as well.
A connecting rod.
It's the very, very end of a connecting rod, unfortunately. Well, that came out of Matt Peters' car. That's not nice. Anyway, we're on to Hans Henrik with the bike. I've now got to work out how to get oil off my hands. Never mind.
Use your hair. That works the best.
That's how I do it anyway, Dick. Thanks very much. Don't give away my trade secrets.
Right, so burnout already completed for Hans Henrik. GoPro camera placed on the track to capture this one then. So we're going to look at the short numbers as he goes up. We need to go around about 105.60. That's where he has been already. But a new slick. 111 to 60, but let's see how the run goes. 429. And at the stripe, look at that! Wow!
Your new world record for an electric powered vehicle over a quarter mile, ladies and gentlemen. 661, 206 miles an hour. Come here very, very quickly. You are world record holders.
Double world record holders.
All of it.
I didn't need to get a 6.6.
Yeah. I don't think you can. But anyway, first of all, thank you for coming. And thank you for doing that. I mean, that is both ends of the world record. You now hold the speed and the ET.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you to Keith for inviting us. And thank you to all the Satapod crew and all the spectators. It's amazing.
Round of applause, please, for the True Cousins team.
We've still got more. We're going to give it the beans this afternoon.
That's good to know. And learning some English phrases as well. Thank you very much, guys. Well done.
Oh, that was awesome.
I was waiting for say we're going to give it some volts this afternoon.
13 hundredths of a second quicker than before. 674 improved to a 661.
And the short numbers weren't as good as
they
what
weren't.
he ran on Friday either.
No.
Sorry, Thursday, I think it was.
Well, the 8th was an improvement, 429 compared to 434. But it was the top end. That's where they wanted it, and that's where they got it.
Well, they want to set the speed record as high as they can, because I know there are a bunch of Americans that want to be trying to have a go at it again. But there we go, genuine world record set on here on the quarter mile at Satapod today.
Right, Chris Docker then, the passenger, sat behind Paul Brown in the two-seater. One of a few people that are doing this for the second time, but the first time was about 8 years ago. So he's just come here for a refresher.
anybody out there knows that as well, if anybody that's had a go in the two-seat who's ended up racing, I'd like to hear from you.
Look at the speed for
Yeah,
this
nice.
time. 171.7 miles an hour, 7.8 for the quarter.
So I think we've got top methanol funny car.
We
finally,
do.
Finally, we have Lynn Floysvik down here on the start line from Norway after just a hell of a week.
Top fuel bike for FIM into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have FIM top fuel bike into the lanes, please?
So this is Lynn Floysvik's first ever run here on the quarter mile at Santa Pod Raceway. She's raced all around, well, she's raced in Norway, Sweden. I don't think she made it to Finland, actually, but someone will correct me if I'm wrong. She probably has. But her personal best is well down into the mid-5s. But they were testing at Gardermoen, their home racetrack in Norway, last Friday. It was supposed to be a weekend's worth of testing, but they had a massive engine explosion on the Friday, and they still got on the boat. They still came all the way over here to race with us this weekend, but they've had nothing but grief trying to source all the bits and pieces to get everything to work. So very best of luck to Lynn. The car may look familiar to you. It's the former Westside Racing team of Arvid Grodem. And mine is one very competitive car. Now, you know what I was saying about underachieving at a certain age? Well, I think Lynn, she used to be Lynn Carlson. She's now Lynn Floysvik. She's married. She's got a little baby who's here with her this weekend. And I think she's still in her 20s as well. Is that right, Dick? I
don't know.
I think she's either in her late 20s or early 30s, Lynn. So, very, very good driver. Been at this for a few years as well, actually, isn't she? Stepped up recently with a new engine from Johnny Lindbergh Motorsports. Now, if anyone knows anything about alcohol engines, it's that boy.
Like he invented it.
With all due respect, I think they were around a little bit before then. However, no one quite perfected it as quickly and as well as Johnny did when he came on the scene. Well, a while ago now, actually probably 15 years ago. He was tuning alcohol cars when he was a teen, wasn't he? So, very best of luck to Lynn. Not sure how far she's going to go down the racetrack. 2 qualifying runs today, I think. She's even got one tomorrow morning as well.
Wow.
Far as you like is the answer.
The first run of the trailer.
Not bad at all. 5.96, very, very quick. Gentlemen, Paul, give me here a second. First of all, very, very good to see you back, sir. Well, after all the work, I was just going to say, after all the work, yep, she's okay. After all the work, that must be a really good time to see a 5-second run.
Yeah, at least we get it over. And, well, we are struggling, like, everything went wrong. But it's over. We have some data to work on, so next round will be better.
Oh, it's so good to see you, and again, thank you for coming all that way.
Thank you. Okay.
No problem at all. That's good to see. Paul back, and we have one more methanol funny car, which is fired up behind the tower. Who is still your #1 qualifier. A great run yesterday, 5.54 with a pedal. What a pedal means was he got off and on the throttle because the car was dancing around and shaking a little bit. They're going to try and nail it down a little bit more on this one. Please put your hands together for Lynn's team going up in the little hatchback. So, Sandro, Danny Bellio's son. Danny's been around racing methanol funny cars, I think now for about 12, 14 years, something like that. He's been around a long while, maybe even slightly longer than that. Slowly but surely moved up with quicker and better performance. But this race car really has been the one that's the definitive car that's owned by the team. He's been as quick as 5:44, I think, something like that, which is absolutely on par with the very best on the planet.
another big spray of de-icer onto the injectors there as Sandro brings the car up to the line. .95 to 60 foot, 364 at the 8th, and 555 at 234 at the stripe.
Well, this shoots out way before the finish line as well. That was a 5.4 all day long, but great run, Sandro.
Yeah, 0.95 to 60 foot, not hanging about at all. And say at the 8th there, 364, 210 miles an hour.
Well, he didn't shut it off, I don't think. I think the shoots just came out early. But great run again, backed up yesterday's run. There was no shake whatsoever. It just did a little shimmy. So we're on to Pro Modified, qualifying session number 3. Now, we've got some really unlikely characters out early in this session, haven't we? Normally, the run order is based on how they run in the session before or how they've done so far. And some of the guys that are coming out first, you would normally expect to be
the latest. Yeah.
Turbo car, they're saying that can only be
John Webster.
And he's going alongside Jan Eriksson.
Again, you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, I think
Well, he should be.
I think it's David and Jan together in the next pair.
I think Norbert was supposed to be.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah,
alongside,
Norbert went back to the pits. That's why it
John
shuffled.
Webster.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed everything goes to plan for John Webster this time round. It's been a real trying couple of weeks.
That's not sounding right.
Oh no, not wanting to get the revs up on the burnout. He was staring intently at the dash. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing. It may just be a very, very low boost run just to make sure he's in the field. Well, he's going to get in anyway because there's 15 cars. The tyres are still warm. It just depends whether he builds up boost on the burnout or not. Burnout. Run.
Well, he has had runs in, but one of them just sailed across the centre line. But
So you didn't have a time yet.
no, not at all.
Not
Obviously,
qualified.
obviously, as you know, if you cross the centre line, your run is DNQ'd.
Yeah.
So he's just done that just to make sure that he does get an ET, so he will be in the ladder most importantly, and then they know they can try again a little bit.
Well, that's
later on.
16 cars qualified, and he's not last.
Unbelievably.
He's in number 13 spot.
Yeah.
Who's last at the moment? I think I know.
The number 1 from last year's
That's
championship.
unbelievable, isn't it? Well, the last year we ran a championship in 2019. This could be the quickest and fastest pair of... Well,
No, he's running alone, David.
okay.
He has a bike.
So go on then, tell us what David's been through in the last 24 hours.
Well, a lot of figuring out on the electronic side of the car. And then the safety shut-off device.
Now, if you head to Santapod's Facebook or YouTube page, you'll see a fantastic video of Dave from last weekend when he ran here at the Door Slammers. On a test run, he put the chutes out before the finish line, and one of the chutes got hooked up around the wheelie bar and sent the car on a seriously wild ride. And I was just getting to the point. Tell us the story of your T-shirts.
Yeah.
I love that. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, if you have seen the video, and a lot of people have seen it, we saw, then David got to the end. Well, he saved the car, and then he went on the intercom to Aylin and the other guys at the start line, and he said, "Whoa, I think I saved it." And then Bowser from Andy Robinson made us a T-shirt with the words, "I think I saved it."
This reminds me of Kimi Raikkonen in Formula One.
Yeah.
Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Or words to that effect.
Oh, but much cooler. Kimi Raikkonen never went that far to parachute down.
Yeah.
Definitely not. So yeah, it's one of those as well from the outside. It looked like a pretty wild ride, but it's not until you see the in-car footage of David just throwing the steering wheel from one side to the other, trying to avoid the wall and going over and everything else. Anyway, if he hits second gear, he's going to be a big threat to the number 1 spot, which is currently 5.92. Nick Davis and Rob Loring with the turbo car. Well, he didn't even get a chance to hit second gear. That was bizarre. Almost like when he can't back it up and run again because he's taken the green.
Oh,
yeah.
You can try it again.
I don't actually think in the rules, because he's taken the green, I don't actually think. Well, we're about to find out anyway.
Oh, no, he is coming up, right.
Just have to get clarification as to whether the run will count or not. I know Dave actually wants to get in a full pass just to see what the car will do. Do you know something? I'd like someone to go back and look. It's got to be one of the weirdest weekends for Pro Mod we've ever had, isn't it? So much freaky stuff happened in the last couple of days. Well, so hopefully all goes to plan for Dave this time. The important thing as well, he's got to kind of reset himself after that. So here we go then. Pre-stage and stage. Hopefully a launch.
What is going on?
It's just utterly bizarre.
Something is not right.
That was just really, really weird. It's like something up with the two-step by the looks of it.
Yeah,
So,
or the throttle, I don't know. Maybe.
yeah. Well, the way that the two-step works, it means you can actually floor the throttle.
Yep.
And the car holds itself at certain RPM.
Yeah.
Let go of the button. And that's what launches the car. That can only be what that was, because I can't imagine Dave wouldn't have just let go of the button. So this is going to be... Yeah, go on, sorry, Dick.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounded like he lifted his foot off the throttle, but...
Can't imagine he would have done. There's no way Dave would have done
that. No, but it happened twice, so that's weird. But I will know the next round.
Well, another titanic pairing early on in Pro Mod qualifying. Andrei Arnover in the Autoclim lane with a turbo car all the way from Estonia. Yes, you heard that right. He's been here nearly 2 weeks, actually. Came over for the door slammers last weekend, went into the 5.9s then. Going to be taking on Jan Eriksson, who, if he hits his backside with both hands, we could have a new #1 qualifier.
Yeah, Jan had a transmission failure yesterday. That's why he didn't go to the end. He broke the reverser in the gearbox.
Yeah, so it's really weird, isn't it, that everything works perfectly time after time, and then all of a sudden things just go haywire. So if Andrei Arnover actually gets out to about 100 foot without the tyres spinning too much, we could be on for a 5-second run for him. Same as Jan Eriksson. I mean, once again, if he makes it past 60 foot, look out for your new #1 qualifier. It could be any one of these two.
And a couple of 580s.
That would be nice.
Well, #1 spot at the moment, 592 with the one. That's what they're shooting for. But just to get into the fives for full passes will do.
There you go.
Wow. Oh,
wow.
Europe's quickest blown a door car once again.
Oh.
Well,
what happens at the end? Oh.
So, congratulations. 577, Europe's quickest blown car.
Isn't that nice?
Nice. Well, obviously you've just been playing with us for the last 24 hours.
No, we have struggled a lot. We have major problem, but this was nice to see. and also here in Santa Pod, of course. That's nice to be here back again.
We've got to say it again, thank you so much for making the effort to come. It's a hell of a long way. We know it costs you a lot, but we hope it's worth it.
Yeah, thanks.
Problem at all. Jan Eriksson's team. And I was going to say, go on, you saw more of that than I did.
Yeah, I think it's Andrei Arnover that's just gone into the field at the top of the strip. He hasn't gone far in, but he has gone in there.
But if you look at the speed for both of them, that's what the power of the turbo. I mean, that's the power of the turbo car. He's not far. Give them both a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Europe's quickest blown car. The Sunhome Welding team, also Andre Arnover's team, finally get all the way from A to B. Might have a little bit of work to do before the next session. Give me the short numbers as well, because we love that kind of stuff.
Give those to you with delight. 9.94 to 60 foot.
No way.
Yep. The 8th, 3.79. At 197 miles an hour.
I've already worked out the back half. My
And the back half is 1.98. 577, 249.
Wow.
That is, I mean, Dick, again, you can explain this too. I mean,
Yeah, well, this almost can't get any better.
that's almost basically a perfect run, I think.
0.94 to 60 foot. That's
But
almost.
that's on the edge of shaking, isn't it? But he had no shake whatsoever.
No,
And
no.
look, anyway, it was a good race. So he's our new #1 qualifier. It's going to take someone a monumental effort to beat that.
Wow.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh.
Just amazing how you can go from like number 16 to #1, just like that.
Yeah.
Gives all the 16 qualifiers around the world hope, doesn't it, I think? But, yeah, it's good to see. And Andre Arnover actually making it from A to B. They said they turned everything right down just to make sure that they got a baseline running.
Yeah, except for the shoots.
Except for the shoots. So is it no shoots at all for
No.
Andre that time?
No, as far as I could see, there were no shoots. But
That makes it for a tough stop. Is he still up there?
Yeah, as I say, we've gone into the field. But I can't see how far he's gone in, so I'll wait for radio communication from the top end. Because everybody is down there at the moment. So I will let you know.
Okay, well, it's obviously the session I'm not up there, so I don't know. I'm going to have a mooch around and see who I can find to talk to. There's a few people down here, so I'm sure I can find someone. And he's not expecting it as well. This is the best bit. Right. Okay, hands up. Who wants to run away? All of you. Right. So Andy Wright Jr. as well, helping out Wayne Nicholson this weekend. So, pretty good run yesterday to start with. What's given you the most headaches recently?
The new blower.
Is it really that much different?
Yeah, it's massively different.
Is it just give you more power in a different place? Is that what it's all about?
It gives you more power everywhere. Yeah. Literally everywhere. We're up every single place we could be. There's a knob, we've turned it.
Fair enough then, apart from the nut behind the steering wheel. Yeah. But, I mean, at Easter, yeah, all through qualifying wasn't great, but then round one, no problem whatsoever. It's just got to be so annoying, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a lucky shot. I mean, we just got lucky on that one. So, but this one took a bit more out. We'd keep taking more out till it goes.
Is that basically the way you do it? You just keep turning it down till it makes it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me! So, what do you do? What do you do to, if you don't mind me asking, so you don't have to kill me? What do you do to turn it down?
Timing, fuel. There's a few things you can change. Suspension setup. There's plenty we can turn.
But I mean, the car itself has been pretty much on point for years now, isn't it? It's been really good for a long time. It's just a case of managing that new horsepower.
Yeah. When you've not got enough, it's easy. When you've got too much, it gets hard work.
It's really difficult. Yeah, it's hard to do that way. Anyway, well, hopefully this one goes right for you. I mean, you're still qualified and everything, but you'd much rather be putting in like strong runs every time.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, if we don't get on this one, hopefully we'll get the next one. So
you'll get it sometime. Don't worry about it.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you. He was the only one that actually got caught that time. See who else I can find to talk to as well, if that's all right.
Or maybe Aileen can explain what happened with David. They have contacted at the top end. So.
Well, she's currently taking photographs of Remco's phone. Sorry, she's currently taking photographs of Remco's camera, but there we go. Yeah, it was very, very high. Any idea what happened?
I don't know. We still have to learn the car. The car has been totally rebuilt during the winter. It has a brand new engine combination. You know, it's testing.
And the driver's Dutch, so you know he's going to do mad things.
Well, the team is now partly Swedish, so...
So was it the Dutch part or the Swedish part that did that?
I think the Dutch part.
I think the Dutch part, okay. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Hope it goes a bit better later on.
Thank you.
No problem at all, thank you. And a few more people wandering out. Morning, fellas. We've got Top Fuel Bike crews down here too. Who's out there with the T-shirt gun?
That's Neil, actually. Haven't seen that for a little while. Bizarrely, somebody mentioned the T-shirt cannon on social media the other week, and it's been in the barn for A couple of years, but yeah, just if you have a look.
Making an appearance. Last night in the bar, someone I was speaking to looked at me and she said, "You shot me in the chest with the T-shirt cannon once." And I went, "Oh, I'm really sorry, did I?" And she said, "Yeah, it bounced off my chest and some guy ended up with it behind me, so I didn't even get the T-shirt." Oh, God, I'm really sorry. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Never mind. So, yeah, it is Neil out there with the T-shirt cannon. We actually have Terry Grant and Lee Bowers around about as well to come and entertain you during any gaps or anything like that. However, at the moment, they are... Yeah, that one's gone into catering. Well done, Neil. Fantastic effort, mate. Well done. I've only done that about 50 times as well. Always happens. Some poor person... Where did it land? Can you see where it landed? Looking over the back of over there. Did it land on somebody? Oh, he's got to do it again then. Absolutely. Yeah, the thing is, the grandstand is actually closer and steeper than the bank is. It's easier to hit people on the back. Well, not hit them. Get it into the onto the bank. Whereas on the main spectator grandstand, it's a lot closer, and you can't fire it directly at people. Although, as someone pointed out last night, I did.
I still think the best one is when you knock that glass of drink out of that person.
I landed it in someone's beer. That was a really good one as well, because it went all the way up.
It was the only person that wasn't watching.
Yeah, and went all the way up and came all the way down. So while we've got a few people hanging out here, are they cleaning up at the top end as well?
Yeah, there's all sorts of things going on up there at the moment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to...
we're not far away.
I'm going to go and have a quick chat with someone else as well.
Well, that's right. No, they have got the Berrymans out in the auto gleam lane, so yeah, there is some clean-up going on as well.
No, I'm coming to see you. I haven't seen you for years. No, I'm just kidding. Right. Mr. Hannum, sir. One of the world's quickest top fuel bikes. I bet you've always dreamed about owning one of them.
Well, not really, but it just seems to have happened that way, you know. It's a credit to Ian and the team that they've built a fantastic motorcycle, and Neil's going through a bit of a learning curve. We've always had a problem with the bike and not the rider, and now we've got a problem with the rider and not the bike because it's so fast. But Neil is one of the best riders in the country and probably the world, but he's got respect for the bike, and it is ultimately, with the exception of Larry McBride's bike, the quickest, you know, top fuel bike on the planet, and we've got the quickest world record 60-foot time, you know, after only 3 passes. So he's just, you know, we've got a neck brace on him now to try and beef his neck muscles up so he can cope with the G-forces of, you know, this extreme motorcycle, and he's just, you know, getting used to it basically, and it's all in his head. He can do it.
He can. Oh, he's done it. Well, he did it. I mean, he did it back at Easter, didn't he? He was just hanging on for dear life. It looked like, anyway. I mean, all credit to him. I wouldn't do that, but yeah, it did look like he was hanging on.
It definitely was. I mean, the first run, we qualified #1 at the first event with a 5.86, and me and Neil have raced for years, and when I got to the end of the track and I saw him, and he says, "We need to go home and we need to address the foot pegs and we need to address the seating position." You know, I says, "Well, do you not want to run to the 8th again?" He says, "No." You know, he says, "We need to change before we move forward," and that's what we're doing, and we're not in a rush to rotate the earth. We'll rotate the earth when he can ride.
Yeah. Well, he will get there. I mean, he's been around these things for years.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, the motorcycle's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, and, you know, it's frustrating that we can't just show yet what the bike is capable of. I mean, obviously the drag racing world knows what he's capable of, but we're just incrementally just trying to go a little bit further each time to get Neil comfortable, so that the problem is not in the first 8th, it's the second 8th, because these bikes accelerate, you know, at such a rate. You know, it's not quite like a top fuel car, but you sat on it and not in it. You know, you sat in a seat in a top fuel car, so it's pretty much bang the pedal and off you go. And I don't want to take that away from the top fuel cars, but, you know, see how many top fuel car drivers want to ride a top fuel bike that goes that fast. You know, it's a different thing when you've got wind and you're lifted off the bike. It kind of puts the willies up you a bit, you know. So it's given him some big dose of respect, and I'm very mindful of that. And, you know, I'll never push him. You know, there's a lot of people saying, "Go on, do it," but the team just a bit at a time, and that's what we're doing. And the bike's fantastic though. I love it, you know. And me and Ian, you know, we have our disagreements on certain things, but as a team we get on really well, and we've both got one goal. we want to be safe and fast, you know, and I don't think many people believe that we do this all on one engine. You know, we're not like Larry and got 8 engines. This is one engine, you know, and it's like, I don't want to say trouble-free motoring because we've had a problem this morning. Nothing, but, you know, we've just got to keep going, and I think, you know, the team's working really well together. So we just want to put on a good show for the crowd and try and go a little bit further. We're going to run Ricard this drive, so we've got, you know, the 2 current quickest top fuel bikes in Europe, you know, and, you know, some of the quickest in the world going to go side by side on this pass. So, yeah, to say Ricard's a bit nervous is an understatement too. So, yeah, I just want the wind to stay down so we can just run and stay.
Should be okay, because obviously it's mostly a tailwind at the moment. But lastly then, so you've ridden all sorts of things. You don't fancy riding it?
I nearly bought the bike off Ian. When Philippos put it up for sale, I thought, I've got to have that because it's the best bike in the world. And I spoke to my good friend Jay Reagan of MRE in the States, and he says, what are you doing? He says, if you told me that you'd lost 5-6 stone and you got fit and you want to go race and you could run with the best, I'd say do it. But so I considered it, and Neil says, well, I quite fancy it. And we're not getting any younger, you know, so we sat down, we worked a plan out. And I wanted to see how committed he was to the deal, and when he showed me how committed he was, I says, well, you're better off on it than me, and I'm better at this job, because if he was stood here and I were riding, he wouldn't be talking to you. You know, so I do the talk, he does the walk.
Well, he certainly does as well. Anyone that gets on one of those things deserves a medal or a trophy, and hopefully you'll get one of those soon as well.
Well, you know, we won the last event, and, you know, it's... but we want to run quick and consistent. That's the thing. It's not really about winning at this stage. It's a year. We wanted to learn to run a 5-second pass over the year, and that happened after 3 runs. So we're still learning.
That bike is outstanding as well. I think like Phil's second run on it or something like that, he ran 5.7 or something like that as well. It's just like you said, it's a credit to what Ian and the team and Marius and everybody have built. It's just that good.
It is that good, and. You know, working with Marius is, you know, he's so much fun. I mean, he's a very quiet, unassuming guy, but he's so knowledgeable, you know. And Martin Brookman, you know, I used to, you know, crew for Kenny, what's his name? I forget now. Barry Sheen. You know, we've got such a wealth of experience, and our guys, obviously, we're used to fixing things, you know, and the twin, it's quite unique, and it breaks a lot of things. This thing, all we've ever done is put oil and, you know, Lucas oil in it. And
like being on holiday?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, you know. The team's well oiled, you know. Ian's great on the Bacon Sarnie grill, you know, and I can talk the talk, you know. Neil's riding the bike, and the team are working really well together. I never thought it had happened, but, yeah, we're all good, and it's brilliant.
It's good to hear, mate. Anyway, well, good luck against Ricard in this qualifying run, and obviously through the rest of the season. It's no mean feat running one of the quickest motorcycles on the planet.
Nah, Ricard's a very, very good friend of ours, and, you know, we have a great, you know, we're trying to work something out to keep Ricard over here so that he can race at Santa Pod, so we don't have to go through all the carnet and shipping things. So we're trying to get Ricard to see if he can leave the bike at our workshop so he can just race at Santa Pod with us every round.
You're not going to pinch it then?
No, no, no.
You got your own one that's perfectly good anyway. Chris, thank you much, mate.
Yeah, anytime, Donald.
No bother at all. That's Chris Hannam, owner of the world's second quickest top fuel bike, and only just as well. How are we getting on? Last bit of sweeping, I think.
Yeah, well, actually, it's like a 2-stage process at the moment. Just by the first exit, you do have one of the trucks doing some work, and then you've got another one a bit further down in the shutdown area. So, yeah, they're still working away up there, which is obviously a bit of a concern, because obviously that was Andre's lane. And if there's that much
fluid
yeah, on the racetrack, not looking so good.
No.
But we haven't had word about the car just yet. But I should think they'd be flat out in the pits trying to get everything sorted out so you can hopefully give another go.
It's out of the field, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, car's gone.
Yeah.
Car's removed.
One other thing I've just got to mention while I remember that Andre mentioned to me this morning when I was having a chat down here with him, is it did used to be not just a Pro Mod car, but it was a radial car as well, which I'm sure you know all about, Dick. And radial cars are just completely different. What I mean by radial car is it's a completely different type of tyre, And instead of slipping like these do off the start line, they dead hook, don't they? And he said the big difference with it is you can actually tip everything into it as soon as you, like within half a second, you can just chuck all the boost and everything you possibly can at it, and that's why they run so damn quick. So that's actually the quickest radial car on the planet, believe it or not. However, obviously, it's now a Pro Mod.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. The drag radials, they look weird under a car, I think, but it's my opinion. And then when you see the four-link setup, when the car leaves, normally the back end drops down to the ground. And in this, with these cars, the back end comes up. So it's a total different way of setting up a car.
And just as I said about the track crew at the top end, it's progressed very well in the last couple of minutes. Not there yet, but yeah, doing very, very well indeed.
Well, the good thing is everybody's gone back to their race cars. We've still got a whole bunch of cars to see in Pro Mod. We've got Top Fuel Dragster coming up not too far away as well, so it's still lots to see. So your number one qualifier and new quickest in Europe with the blown Pro Mod car at 577, Jan Eriksson.
Here's the track record now,
yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's not a European record quite, because
200ths to go to reach that.
Andreas Arthurson ran 575, but that was a few years ago when the boost
different rules.
Yeah, the different rules.
But still, he ran it.
Oh, of course he did. Well, he's still been very close to it since they changed the rules and lowered the boost, didn't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, Pro Mod is one of those classes. It's a never-ending game of adjusting rules to make sure everything's nice and even. However, people are going to be lobbying for any car that's bright orange to have extra weight on it from now on, I think, after that one. The other notable thing about that, Dick, that I was going to say is an awful lot of the Pro Mod cars that we see out here are either built in the US or in the UK. That car is built in Finland a number of years ago by Paul Brander.
Paul, he also made some kind of a station car, I think, before that.
He did. He had a station wagon, he had a Pro Stock car, he had all sorts of different things. But yeah, that is actually a Finnish-built Pro Modified, and I think it's the only Finnish-built Pro Mod actually still hanging around today and setting records too. So last bit of sweeping up the top end. Everybody down here on the start line putting their headsets back on, so we're not far away at all.
And when we start, we're going to start with two Corvettes.
Yeah, I mean, the lane is full of vets at the moment, isn't it?
Three
Bruno behind as well. Yeah, so just to give everybody a rundown of what's going on, actually, we are in Pro Modified at the moment, to be followed by Top Fuel. And then it'll be turn of the bikes with Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and a Junior Drag Bike Cup. Then we'll be back with the Jets once again, with Fire Force 5 to be followed by the Spider-Man Jet. And yeah, going to be a full-on afternoon, but this is top door action here with Pro Modified.
Well saved.
You spotted that, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, can I please have FIM Super Street into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike into pairing lanes, please.
2-minute warning just given, so we won't be long at all. So it's Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil, supported as always by Lucas Oil, going to be taking on Marcus Hilt. Camp Stanley, it's always good to catch up with Stamp. Stamp. Well, that's just call him Stamp. That's probably the best use of a butchered name, I think, to be honest with you.
2 errors in the
Some
minute
people
there
even call him Can't Stand Me.
I wonder why.
Oh, yeah.
If they've ever met him. Anyway, so yeah, Marcus Hilt from Switzerland he was one of the only European-based racers that did actually get some racing in last year. He went all over to Clastres in France, and Camps turned up to help him out as well. Yeah. And he's got lots of new stuff on there. The bottom end of that engine, so I think has he got one of those Noonan race engines as well?
I don't know.
There's a Noonan sticker on it, and I can't see under the hood from here, but there's a very strong possibility that he has. So here's Marcus Hilt. Going to be firing it up, as well as Wayne Nicholson. Back to racing. Hopefully more 5-second Pro Mod runs.
So Wayne Nicholson coming around the corner. Fair rate of loss there, actually.
Kind of a lazy burnout from Marcus.
Yeah.
I know they don't want to get the revs too high on the burnout, but that was kind of almost too low.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole idea of
Well, yeah. Again, on this track, it looks like you don't even need a burnout. And
funny you should say that, Dick. Tell him about last week, Colin.
yeah.
Well, Dick was actually watching online,
of course,
when that took place. But yeah, Jan Eriksson, no burnout at all. It still went in the 5.8. Wayne Nicholson, the Lucky Devil Corvette, representing the UK. He is in the Castrovilliers lane, and Marcus Hilt from Switzerland. These two currently 10 and 14. Wayne Nicholson 6.45 so far, and Marcus with the Punisher Corvette 11 and 54. Top 4 are in the 5-second zone. The next 8 are in the 6s. She's weighed all the way through. 666, 219. And Marcus Hilt there, 850 at 107.
Wayne's car just seemed really down on power from the moment he left the line, actually, that time. That was quite odd to watch.
440 at the 8th.
Well, there was the plan to take out a lot of power so they could keep it on the track.
Well,
but that was a bit too much.
Yeah, that was a very, very low power. I remember when a 666 was a terrific run. So Marcus with an 850. What was his short numbers like, actually?
104 to 60 and 461 at the 8th. I mean, it was the run was done before then.
It wasn't right on the two-step. Normally, when you hit the clutch or the converter or the trans brake button, then you hit full throttle. But he did it at the same time, I think. So the car just went, and luckily right on time. On green.
Yeah.
Oh no, Bobby Wallace shut up again. Oh.
Well, I'm sure he's going to try and get the car started again.
Yep.
There we go. Just unfortunately where it stopped because he was in the way of Bruno. So another 63 Corvette in the Kestrel lane. Bruno Barder.
Easy, Bobby. Easy, Bobby.
Yeah. So UK and Switzerland this time round again. So both of these two are 5-second race cars. Also a good example of the two different combinations in Pro Mod these days. Auto Glim Lane from Bobby Wallace with one of the family of race cars that he has. I was going to say the Wallace family. I think they've really got as many Pro Mod cars as they have family members these days. This car's run down into the 5.9s, as has Bruno Barder from Switzerland in the Kestrel lane. Once again, if they both leave really nice and straight, with no tyre shake, you can probably expect to see low 6s or high 5s once again for both of these two. Bobby Wallace with an enormous engine in there. What's the size, Colin? I'm sure you've got it there.
Funny enough, I haven't actually, because the screen hasn't changed. Oh, it has now. 903 cubic inches.
Which in litres is 13?
Yeah, nearly 14 litres.
Goodness me. Basically huge. Taken on Bruno with the supercharged combination. If all goes to plan, this could be a pretty good race again.
Well, they're both in the 6s, in the 6.6s at the moment, but they are capable of going, as Darryl says, into the 5s.
Bobby.
He's
Oh,
all right.
wow.
He held on to that one. 7:30 at 128, but he was 0.99 to 60 foot. Was Bob?
That looked good, yeah.
That's where he wanted to be honest with you. Where did it shake? Because I can't see from here. About 100 foot out?
Well, he was sashaying at 300, so yeah, just before then, really.
Get the car. Get that boy a straight jacket. Deary me. Yeah, thank you. The funny thing about that was, normally, when those cars get out of shape, it just gets worse and worse because you get the weight transfer from one side to the other. I don't know whether you noticed that. It went really sideways and then just went straight.
Yeah.
Magic. Well, actually, Bobby still managed 4:15 at the 8th mile, but he was only 149 miles an hour when he reached that point.
That was going to be a stormer. Well done to the Wallace team. Change of underwear for the driver, and we're on with the next pair. He probably doesn't need it.
Well, okay.
Just to read the numbers out, Bruno went through with an 11 flat at 74. So, yeah, he's still got one more go.
Well, if Bobby gets that hook, that's going to be so quick.
Trying to outdo each other on the burnouts this time.
You don't want to get into a competition like that with JT.
No, you'll always lose.
Yeah, no matter what, no matter what you're driving anyway. Your good buddy, Mark Hartveld from the Netherlands in the Autotech Lim Lane. As everybody, so good to see Mark back and so nice to see his smiling face at the top end yesterday. These are both 5-second race cars when everything goes to plan. JT hasn't been there yet with the new combination, but hopefully this time round. Also, main crewman Ricky out front in the Kestrel lane. I know the Packham family are here today. Great to see you all back and hope the kids are enjoying themselves, most importantly. Going to be cheering on Dad's car, the fabulous Lightning McQueen.
And Mark's car is now tuned by Juri Woudenberg. Came from Mark Meijhuizen, then went to Kim Christiansen, who bought the car from Mark Meijhuizen. And now he's helping out Mark with setting up the car, mostly the engine.
Interesting to see for this one how much they've turned up JT's car, because he said after all the damage they had last year, just wanted to make sure they got down the racetrack. They've done that twice now. This one may well be all about going just that little bit quicker. I think he went 6:20, 6:19, nice and consistent. Just wants to be a bit quicker.
This
6 flat to a 6:02. What a great race, if nothing else. 238 miles an hour for Mark Hartveld and 237 for JT. Absolutely outstanding side-by-side run.
Both 0.98 to 60, both of them.
That's more like it. Go on and give us the numbers, guys.
They were neck and neck all the way. Forget about the difference in reaction times. Both 0.98, 264 to 262 at the 330. And at the 8th, there was just 300s between them, 393 to 396.
That is more like it.
That was a race. And bizarrely, before they went into that, they were 8 and 9 on the qualified order, so that could have been.
Could be doing that again in the morning.
Yeah, but not anymore, because they're now 5 and 6.
So, Kev Slyfield at the moment, and Michel Touré, who just got bumped back, actually, didn't he, I think?
Now number 8.
Yeah, he just got bumped back 2 spots by both of them.
Yeah.
I'm sure Kev still thinks he's a teenager doing burnouts in the car park. You know that. Just the way he does it as well. So very, very controlled, but it sounds like he's hooning a bit, to say the least. Kev Slyfield with the Thunderbird on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Had a great run yesterday. He was oh so happy with a 5.94, very close to his PB. Michel Turenne went to 6.0. He's been in the 5.9s a number of times. And like you said, Dick, they're looking to do the same again now.
Yeah. They're setting up the clutch in a different way than they normally did. and that seems to help. But then again, the 60-foot time in a run, 0.95, that's on the limit, I would say. We won't see Jean Dulemont in this round. He had to change an engine.
Oh. It's one thing changing parts on engines, but to swap whole engines out, serious amount of work. So Kev Slyfield currently number 4 with a 5.94. Michel Turenne currently number 8 with a 6.04. Well, this one's all Kev.
Oh, he lifted. That was a shame.
So yeah, it was a collective sigh then, but at the 8th for Kev, 384, 188, that is flying.
You heard that right, sir. 384 at the 8th.
Brilliant.
Is that where you wanted to be?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're aiming for, yeah.
Obviously, no idea why you lifted, but still, that's what you want.
You got
Yeah,
scared,
fantastic. Good data for next run.
You bet. 580s later on, yeah?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Woody.
Both of them 0.973 to 60 foot. They were identical.
Michael got shake on that time round and just couldn't quite hang on to it by the looks of
No,
it.
not only shake, but he got way out of the groove, out of shape, how you call it.
Yeah.
He was waving left and right. And a lot of clutch dust.
I think, well, looking at those numbers and the way the team reacting, 384 to the 8th. I mean, that's got to be their quickest ever to get there.
Well, what you've got to work out as well is I keep mentioning back. If you analyse the numbers, give the team a big cheer, please. That is the Blown Bird team, Kev Slyfield from the UK. Now still number 4 qualifier. That's proper class. That is, because depending on what the back half number was going to be, even if it was 2:05, by back half I mean takes 2.05 seconds to get from half track all the way to the finish line. That's still a 5:89.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of normally where they are, or thereabouts. Not quite sure why Kev lifted. They're about to find out, but when they tell him the short number, that'll be good.
Yeah, just having a look at the rest of the run. Actually, 1,000 foot. I mean, obviously, he was off the gas by then, but that was 5:09. So, yeah, obviously, he clicked it between the 8th and 1,000 foot.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Jan Eriksson's run earlier on, and he was very, very quick to the 8th mile. My God, was he quick out the back. It's everything. When you sort of stitch runs together, that's why when people make test runs, they concentrate on different parts of the track, isn't it, Dick?
Yep.
To make sure that they've got one bit right, then they move on to the next bit, then they move on to the next bit. And if it all comes together, yeah, you get yourself a huge number that you're looking for.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually given the numbers out on these 2 runs, actually. I do apologise.
Yeah, you did.
Michelle, I did. Did I?
Did.
8.97
Yep.
and 6.34. That's where they were.
Well, we've got one more pair to go.
Yeah, well, as I said, you won't see Jean Dulemont. Yesterday he had a tire shake, so he went off the throttle and on and off and on again. And then the nitro system also starts all over again. So then it gets a lot of nitrous and, well, not enough fuel, obviously. So he burned a couple of pistons, sleeves, and he didn't have the right pistons for it. And that's the reason why he had to change the engine. No spare pistons. So
he's actually on his backup engine.
Yeah,
Or he will be.
Yeah, that's just the engine, because the fuel system, they also, how you call it, put from the old engine to the new engine.
Okay. But it's still going to be untested when they come out and run a little bit later on today.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's still good to see him back. So we've got 2 more pairs, is that right? Or we should have 2 more pairs if Jean was around. We've got Nick Davis and Andy Robinson. Yeah, I think those are the last 2.
Yeah.
We were missing Norbert Kuhne, who's down here watching in that pair, in that session. And then we got Top Fuel coming round very shortly after that. I think something might have shaken out of Michel Turenne's car as he went up on 2 wheels that time, probably 1 for a lot of time. So I'm just going to have a wander again, see if I can find anyone to talk to.
Yeah, I saw some bodywork coming off Michel's car.
Well, whilst we're doing that, the 2 cars that will be coming up next both went 5.92 in qualifying yesterday. Will they go into the 5.8s? Just having a look at the personal best, actually. Let's have a look at Andy Robinson with the old car, actually. 5.86 at 246. That's where he's been. Nick Davis has been 5.88 at 249. So they both have been in the 5.8s before. It would be lovely to have them back in there once again today. But we're just going to have to wait a few moments as the track crew are just finishing off. And they will be getting back into position very shortly indeed. But do not go anywhere at all, folks. Top Fuel is where we're going to be after Pro Modified. And let's just say an extreme day yesterday in Top Fuel.
Yeah. A lot of blow-ups.
Lots of flames licking around the engines on more than one occasion yesterday. So not only that, but an expensive day as well. But hopefully things will go a lot better today. All three cars that we've got for you this weekend have been in the 3-second zone. And we'd love to get them back in there again today.
Yeah. Well, they gave good pictures, the blow-ups.
Yeah, but it's good pictures for the wrong reason.
Yeah,
because I would rather see pictures of cars going under scoreboards with 3s than on fire.
Or a 577 in Pro Mod.
That's right, yeah. All of the right things there, yeah. Well, it's very interesting just to hear one of the comments that Cap Stanley came out with is that the sheer condition of the racetrack here, and for a foreign tuner to come over and say that this is one of the best racetracks that he's seen.
Yeah. Well, it's showing. You see Pro Mod go fast, Top Fuel go pretty fast. So, yeah, the Top Fuel bike, you really need a good track doing that, of being able to do that. So it shows that it's the very best track.
But those of you that have paid their first visit of the year to the main event, one of the things that a lot of these riders and drivers are experiencing is a new shutdown area, and of course that is very smooth indeed. Half a mile of freshly laid and level tarmac.
Do we have a night show tonight?
Not tonight, no, because it doesn't get dark until gone 9 o'clock. Okay. But we certainly hope to have it in September.
Fireworks.
That'll be September as well, I would imagine. Again, it gets dark too late.
Oh, then I can go to bed early.
But yeah, as far as I know, there is not that tonight.
Your last pair are both from the UK. We had the top 3, now we've got 3 out of the top 4. But it is Nick Davis in the Kestrel lane with the outstanding twin-turbo Pontiac. There was actually a Dutch car before, wasn't it?
Yeah, Robert Koper ran Pro Modified with a big nitrous engine in it.
Yeah, I bet when he bought it, he never dreamed it of running the 580s.
No, actually the car was ordered as a blown car.
Okay.
Then he changed his mind and went to nitrous. So it's a combination of a nitrous car and a blower car. Nitrous cars can be lighter, so it had some modifications afterwards to make it lighter again.
And it's ended up as a turbo car.
Yeah.
So if any car's going to have a bit of an identity crisis, it's going to be that one. Yeah. So that's Nick Davis in the Kestrel lane, going to be taking on Andy Robinson, who went 5.92 yesterday. Just got picked by the man in the other lane to the number 1 spot. Andy's been in the 5.8s, but that's not with this car, that's with his old one. However, there's an awful lot of new stuff on here that could make this car very quick indeed. Tuned by him and his son Luke and the whole team. Nick Davis, Rob Loring walks away. Can we see 580s from either one or maybe even both of these two? 594. Great run again for Nick Davis. 248 miles an hour. Just very, very quickly before he runs away. Oh, you're a hard man to catch, sorry. Rob, 2 really nice 5.9 second runs. Is that what you're shooting for that time?
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. I mean, you saw us at Easter, we were just driving down the track shooting ducks and stuff, so just to get over the engine problems was a big bit, big move forward. And yeah, the 2.590s are great. The speed, now we're only kind of, 1 mile and a half where we were with the clutch, so you know what, all in all, the 592 was never going to hold up, everybody knew that, but yeah, I've got absolutely no complaints, but
2.59s. What's it going to take you to get back in the 5.8s? Do you think you got that in it today?
Well, but do you know what? I don't know. I mean, we'll go back, have a look at the data. It was really soft at 60, and right now it won't run between 60 and 330. That was quite soft, so we'll take a look if we can get it boosted any faster. If Nick said it was smooth, then yeah, we'll pull the trigger.
Good man. Thank you much indeed, Rob Lurie, crew chief on that car, just coming over. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of a special moment on the start line. First of all, I'd like to introduce the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway, Mr. Keith Bartlett, everybody. God, blimey, do you know what? One of them looks a bit wider than they used to, don't they? Anyway, Keith, it's really good to see everybody back here at Santa Pod, and it's really good to be back at a full international main event.
Yeah, it's a great weekend. We all know that we're sort of a bit down on the Swedish drivers. We've always had the Brexit problem, and it wasn't so easy to get the Swedish drivers in. I think I've just about solved that, but too late for this event. So we're missing a lot of the Swedish drivers, but we've still got a great international field, and I think the racing will be as exciting as always. We've seen that. We've tried to add a lot of extra activities on this weekend to compensate. And again, it's a great turnout. And really, I think tomorrow will be interesting because without some of the big hitters from Sweden, an English guy could be leading the points in Pro Modified.
Good chance of that, isn't there? But, I mean, after the last 2 years of, 2 years ago, nothing happened. Last year ago, this event didn't happen. So we've just got to be seriously thankful that we're back here doing what we love.
Yeah, totally. And again, I've said it at Easter, I'll say it again now. Big thank you and support for all the people out there supporting us like this, through this, standing behind Santa Pod. It's fantastic. It encourages all of us to just carry on.
Well, we're all glad to be back, aren't we, everybody? Thank you very much. I'm sure you are. We've got another thing. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Now, I was just going to say, before we move on to these guys, for a lot of you who are regular fans here, in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, you've seen 300-mile-an-hour runs from top fuel cars, and you've all come to expect them to run 3 seconds. But before Darrell steps in with these 2 guys in front of us, 20 years ago, this was pretty much the goal, the golden dream to get to at European drag racing was for someone to run 300-mile-an-hour and 3-second runs in top fuel. And in those days when it was a quarter of a mile, 3 seconds would have been an absolute dream. But 4-second runs, 300 mile an hour. And I think when Darrell goes over to say, all of you people here that are used to seeing fast runs, the trailblazers are these 2 guys here. And Darrell, I think they can speak for themselves. In fact, they can both speak for themselves very well.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. But these 2 gentlemen on the start line down here, 20 years ago at this event, please give your most enormous Santa Pod welcome for Mr. Andy Carter and Barry Sheevels, everybody. Now, we were looking for the first ever 300-mile-an-hour run, and we got 2 of them on the same run, which was unheard of. Andy, you were part of that, and Barry just pipped you to the 300, but it was such an occasion.
He did just pip me there, and well done, Barry, the first man there. But like you say, I was a close second. It was just one of them days when everything went right for us, for the teams, and it's just a fantastic occasion. Of course, thanks to Santa Pod giving us a track to do it on, because the tracks weren't quite as good as they are now. But I mean, the track guys were doing a fantastic job, as they all do, and it just came together on the day.
It was, I would say it was awesome to see, but I was strapped into my fuel car around the back there, so I didn't get to see it. I just heard everybody round here go mental, and I remember thinking to myself, how the hell do I follow that? But all the people that helped you at the time, your crew chief Eddie, your whole team, that was kind of the culmination of years of effort, wasn't it?
It was It was like 9 years' work to get to that stage. So that's how much work it is in these cars.
And what have you done to follow it since? Because obviously we don't see you at drag racing events much, if at all, anymore. But it's still got to be a good memory.
It was a fantastic memory. And we went on to make a lot more memories in the sport, Barry and myself.
And won multiple championships as well.
4 FIA championships.
Yeah, just let that sink in, folks. 4 FIA championships. Just think the amount of money that Sarah could have spent on stuff at home instead of you spending that money going racing.
She did spend it at home.
Well, even though you did all that. Anyway, Andy, terrific to see you back, mate. And, yeah, it was one hell of a day.
I just want to say thanks to all the staff at Santapod. What a fantastic facility. You know, how they've brought this on to where we are now, a worldwide brand. And I just want to say good luck to all the junior racers coming up. Because if I can do it, you can do it. So follow your dreams.
Wise words indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Andy. It's great to see him back, isn't it? Mr. Andy Carter, everybody. 4-time European top fuel champion. However, there can only be one first. And he's standing next to me right here. Good to see both of you turned out. And you both still fit in the same crew uniforms as well. Sort of. Not quite. But ladies and gentlemen, first man over 300 miles an hour and Mr. 300 in Europe. Barry Sheevels, everybody. Well, Barry, it was one hell of a momentous day, wasn't it? And it must have been quite, well, yeah, you explain.
Well, obviously, as Andy says, when you're a top fuel driver, one of the main aims is to be the first to run 300 miles an hour in Europe. I was lucky enough to be in the States to see Kenny Bernstein run the first 300 over there. And this was about, I think it was 10 years later. And both Andy and myself had been very close. We'd both run 297s and 298s and things. And it was a sort of a little bit of fate, really, because when we were lined up in the pairing lanes, I wasn't actually going to be running Andy. But word went round that both ourselves and their crew were definitely on it for 300. So for some reason, Andy pulled round and they pulled me round next to him, which was great.
It's a good job they did.
Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have been the first because Andy was actually down to run before me. Yeah, so yeah, he's not happy about it. Still not happy. 20 years later, still not happy about it. No, but yeah, and everything was good. Everything felt good. I knew that they were going to go for it. Unfortunately, I did pull a red light, a couple of thousandths of a second, got there first. I'm happy.
That's probably got to be the most gratifying red light you've ever pulled, though, because like every other time, it wouldn't have been a good thing, but that one day, it was good.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And obviously, Andy was not happy at the time, but over the years, he's sort of mellowed out a bit. And now he accepts that I was actually the first for 300. But like Andy said, you know, you can't do it without a great team behind you and great track facilities and everything else. I mean, everything was right just on that day. It all came together and off we went, and that was it.
Well, what you just said, what Andy just said as well about the brand, about Santapod as well, it firmly established, I mean, if it wasn't already firmly established, but it absolutely firmly established this place as one of the best racetracks in the world. And like you said, Andy, it's come on so far.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a worldwide facility. I've been to tracks all over the world, and this is as good as anywhere. And not only is it a worldwide facility, it's a worldwide brand, which is so important.
It's really great for you guys to be back here. One last comment.
Also, what I was going to say is, which Andy mentioned a little bit, at the time, the track was tarmac or asphalt. So at the time, it was the first 300 side-by-side in the world on an asphalt track. So we did a lot of things in a side-by-side run. You know, first to 300, first side-by-side fours, first side-by-side 300s, and yeah, everything happened all in one go.
It was excellent to see. We've just got one quick thing to do. Barry, you can have the orange one. Andy, you've got the blue one. Right. So a quick reaction time race, gentlemen. So if you'd like to go and stage up, you guys know how to do this, remember. Should we have a best of three, everybody? What do you think? Right, well, let them have a practice, all right? Well, let them have a practice. So both of you into full stage, and then, obviously, you've got to try and time it like you would have done back then. No red lights this time, Barry. No red lights. Here we go. Andy moves it forward, and... Oh, it's Mr. Carter red lighting this time round. Dearie me. Well, that was your practice. Barry with a .12. We'll try it again. So, best of 3 from now on. Away you go. Go on, chaps. So, pre-staged and staged. Oh, look at that. Only just. Round 1 goes to Andy Carter. Just. Yeah, look. You can see. Come on, your eyes aren't that bad. Look, .44 to .48. He was quicker. Right. And we go again. Ready, steady. Just flicker that stage bulb. There we go. One more time. Oh, come on, Baz. Don't hang him out. Oh, that was an O. Look at that. Life in the old dog here, everybody. 0-1-2 to a .38. It's 1-1. This is for, forget all this 300-mile-an-hour rubbish. This is the big one, folks. The last matchup between these two great racers will go to... Oh! Should we rerun that?
Yeah.
I think we need to rerun that, actually. One more time. I don't know what happened then, because it didn't actually move. So, yeah, look, still the decider. Oh, dear, he's all into full stage, and it goes to Andy Carter, 0.38 on the tree. Well done, buddy. Congratulations. You still got the quickest reaction time out of all of them. That's the most important thing. So, anyway, right, we're ready to go with FIA Top Fuel Drag. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your big appreciation, please, for these two chaps on the start line. Hopefully, we're going to see more of the same, but to 1,000 foot this time round. Underneath the tower in the Kestrel Lane, we have the Slick Strict Racing Top Fuel Drags with Suzanne Callin. Time to cue that wonderful music. And
Just before you do, just a reminder, these guys are signing autographs, 2:30 on the Motorsports UK stand in the main trade area. Thanks very much indeed.
Time to quench your blood with nitromethane, everybody. Suzanne Callin, the Slick Strict Racing and Santa Pod Raceway in the Kestrel Lane. That sounds a little off. There's a very, very odd cackle going on with the car. Gary Page gives the thumbs up to move them back. No, I think Jamie's saying we're going to click it off because that just does not quite sound well.
Yeah, you can hear it leaning out now.
Yeah, when after the burnout, Suzanne did a really, really nice, strong burnout, but unfortunately, the engine started idling very, very unusually. Most unusual cackle. So the safest thing to do, because these cars do come apart very, very quickly on their own without any help anyway. And Suzanne did bomb one yesterday. So just to make sure that everything's in one piece, they're going to take it back and try and have another go. So in the Auto Glim lane, getting ready to go, Antti Horto from Finland. What's the qualifier? I think Ida's still number one at the moment.
I mean, 4-1, 4-3 and 4-7 is where they were yesterday.
The one thing as well that obviously both Andy and Barry were just chatting away about running the first 300. The one constant in all of that, and the actual man that tuned those cars and owned those cars, is the man that owns these ones too. Mr. Runefeld, who is, you wouldn't even know it was him. Even if you introduced him to, you wouldn't know it was Runa. He just sort of hangs around and watches everything and, you know, doesn't really worry too much about life in general. But man, can that guy tune a top fuel car. So Runefeld is actually the tuner that was the, who tuned somebody to the first 300-mile-an-hour run, and he's still doing it today. Well, yeah, Suzanne's going to be going back to the pits and getting everything ready for the next run. That's a big shame. But we've got Ida Zetterstrom with the young lady from Åland. the island in the middle of the Baltic Sea, who's got the quickest run of the year so far.
Oh, well, gutted for Suzanne. Really was hoping that she would get a full run in. But we have this rather, well, remind yourselves back in the day, just jumped into the car is Gary Page. He's actually sat in Suzanne's car as it goes back to the pit. So, of course, Gary, another guy with a huge amount of history here at Santa Pod Raceway, not in just fuel cars, but funny cars and, well,
All
anything,
sorts.
all sorts of things.
Pro-con cars and all that as well. Yeah, so Gary gets to be back in his favourite place. So I'm just going to try and grab a quick word with Zidane. Everybody hates seeing me, don't they? I don't think we're going to get this far, but Suzanne... Okay, I know you're on your way out. It's all right, if you've got to go very quickly. Suzanne, it's great to see you back in Top Fuel. Actually, we got our licence the same day as well, didn't we? Can it really be 20 years ago?
I saw a post the other day, it was like 20 years ago for the license, and I couldn't believe it. I even wrote, I don't believe it.
We can't, honestly, because we're still as good looking, we're still the same, everything's the same.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there we go, I had to say that, didn't I? But are you enjoying driving this car, a modern car? How different is that one to the one you got your licence in 20 years ago?
It's not that different. It's more actually on the inside, with like the driver's compartment and all the devices and all the covering. You can't move at all now. When we drive, you were a bit freely in there, but it's a lot more secure.
Well, it's great to have you back, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Suzanne.
So Suzanne's car makes its way back to the pits. This time we got a pair. It's Ida Zetterström and Antti Horto.
And the most amazing thing always, I've got to say this about Rune, is he's down here on the start line. He's just wandering around like one of the crew, like no one would even notice it was him. And I remember seeing some footage of one of Rune's cars running at Hockenheim a few years ago. And the most amazing part of all of it for me, and it always will be, was it was a stonking run. The crew went absolutely mental, and the guy that made it all happen just walked off the start line with his hands in his pockets like nothing had happened. He's just the coolest of all cool customers, is Rune.
So somewhere north of 20,000 horsepower on the drag strip at the moment, in the shape of two Top Fuel dragsters then. Ida Zetterström, the Maistrand AX dragster, and Antti Horto, the Eagle Top Fuel machine. Forget about what they ran yesterday. They were both in the fours. They would like to be both in the threes here. At the moment, leading the way, 4.14 is Ida. So just remind everybody, this is to 1,000 feet. The two orange markers into pre-stage they go. Hold on tight. This could be outstanding. This is going to be Ida all the way. Clicks it slightly early, just misses the 3-second mark, but 4:08 at just 222.
Short numbers, Cole.
Oh, you'll like this one. Ida 0.84, but Antti 0.82.
Yeah, but he was shaking the...
He was. He was, yeah. It was just the number I liked.
Ida's half-track number?
310 at 260 miles an hour.
Okay, she was actually probably just getting off it around about that point because she's been slightly quicker than that before, and you'd expect the speed to be around 280 at least, something like that.
Yeah.
But still, so good to see side-by-side 4-second runs. Antti Horto with that tyre shake out there past 60 foot. That's a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the mstrand.ax team going up to get the young lady in the seat, and also as well the Eagle Racing Gang going to be going up to get Antti. So, what have we got next up, Cole?
It's the bikes.
I was going to say, don't go anywhere at all. We've got Top Fuel Bike, Pro Stock Bike, Super Twins coming up. Ian's just going to do a very quick track sweep just to make sure that all the black dust that you see coming out the back of those cars is the clutch disintegrating effectively, and it does need to be taken off the racetrack before anything else goes on it. So we hope you all enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got loads more. We've got all the bikes coming, so please don't go anywhere.
Okay, whilst we're doing the track prep, we're going to give our vocal cords a rest. Nitro FM 96.2, going to take the airwaves over very, very briefly, but we will be back very shortly indeed. Thank you. And it will be FIM Europe Pro Stock Bike that'll be the next class that will be taken to the drag strip, and the bike's just moving into position. So very quick preparation for those two-wheeled warriors to make their presence felt. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes from our sportsman classes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes? There's a bike fired up beneath us. That's Asmin Lenoble. Yet to put a number into the history books for this event so far, but the opportunity to do so here. Didn't get a run in at all yesterday. So literally just to get the bike qualified, this one. But if we can get it under power, A to B, be even better for the team. All the way through the gears, goes 925, 141, but the most important thing with that, the bike has now qualified and in the number 2 spot. Hi, Bertrand Maurice then, going alongside David Simon. So again, these two bikes didn't put qualifying runs in yesterday. just waiting for David to come forward. Well, issues for both bikes actually. 9.03 there for Bertrand, and David goes through with a 9.98. So they slot into number 2 and number 4. All right, 2 more Pro Stock bikes to come. And it's the 2 Martins representing the UK. Martin Bishop, he's in the Kestrel beer lane, and it is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Martin Newbury with the Cycle Works machine, 7.25 in qualifying yesterday. And all goes well for the Bish. It will be side-by-side 7s. And they should end up number 1 and number 2. No times or speeds recorded for either of them that time round, as the blocks got demolished by Martin Newbury at the stripe. So unfortunately that 7.46 that you saw appear in Martin Bishop's lane will be the moment that Martin Newbury hit the blocks. So unfortunately no numbers for that particular pain. So we're going to need to reset the blocks at the top end. But when we do, our next class coming round, it will be the Super Twins. So just a quick reset at the top end. So just whilst they're doing that.
Yeah, well, they're just replacing the blocks. We've got Super Twins underneath the tower once again, not to be followed by Top Fuel Bike. Sorry, Colin. Colin the Camel actually needs to leave the loo, unbelievably. So the blocks are going back into position, and we have all the way from Finland in the Autoglim lane, Mr. Samu Kampainen. So good to see Samu all the way back over here. It's a long old way. I can't remember exactly how long he said it took to get here, travelling, but I think it was something like 56 hours in total. 2.5 days solid all the way. Doesn't live too far from Helsinki, so it is a hell of a trip. This bike is actually Vesa Lipponen's first 5-second Super Twin with the supercharger on board. If Samu can actually get it hooked up and going, this is going to be one hell of a ride. So this may be the one time only we get to see this bike in the UK. I certainly hope not. But again, if everything goes to plan and it pulls all the way through, this bike is absolutely monstrous. Also a twin of this machine, no pun intended, recorded or still owns the world's quickest 8-mile time for us, for any motorcycle. Yes, quicker than Larry McBride, quicker than anybody. So Samu hopefully gets a bit further down the racetrack this time. Here we go. Well, he was actually leaning the bike over. From up here, in this vantage point, you can see the tyre track where he actually started leaning it, and the problem with leaning a big tyre bike like that is it starts to push back. The sidewall actually bounces, if you like. It doesn't, it flexes, and then, well, it does what rubber does. It bounces back again. 108 to 60 foot, 294 to the 3 foot, 330. Good run for Samu. There's loads in that bike, as you would expect, obviously. But it was the first 5-second Super Twin on the planet a few years ago at Tiepp Arena with Vesa Lipponen on board. The very next day, I think it wound up Jaska, who built the bike, and the very next day Jaska went even quicker with the shootout for almost like the half of the track. It was unbelievable. So we have a pair this time, Chris Van Nimmen taking on Martin de Haas. So Martin with a couple of really nice high 6-second runs yesterday. Going to be coming out in the Autoglim lane. And Chris Van Nimmen only just got his licence yesterday. And congratulations, Cole. You are now known as Colin the Camel.
Yeah, that was 5 hours.
I was just going to say, way better than me, mate. Definitely that. So Martin de Haas in the Autoglim lane. His brother bringing him forward. He's currently number 1 with a 6.95. He can go quicker than that. Chris Van Nimmen from Belgium on the Kestra side of the racetrack. His first couple of runs on the bike this weekend, handling it very, very well. Another real nice strong run for Martin all the way through with his legs hanging off the side. 6.79 at 2.08. Shoot out before the finish line as well. 8.54 for Chris, going in the right direction. Well done to the Haas brothers. For those number freaks out there listening in, 121 to 60, 445, 169 at the 8th mile. Was that a miss? Oh dear. Terrible. Top fuel bike next. That's the rattling roar you can hear behind us. Another one of our friends from the Netherlands, Mr. René van der Berg. With the Shark Attack. Now, this bike was built at the same time and kind of a twin of the Cannon racing machine. So at the moment, René is not qualified, as isn't, I've just realised as well, looking down there, Al Smith is underneath the tower. I'm not sure whether he's running side by side. Yep, he is. Al Smith with the rocket. Neither of these two have got enough time on the board. Just goes to show, no matter how well nailed you think you've got everything, it never quite works out that way when you've got nitro in the tank. So 4-cylinder supercharged machine, all taken inside the racetrack for René. The triple, the rocket for Al Smith, Phil Bainbridge. Andy Kirk says, go get him, buddy. Hopefully 6-second runs, hopefully 200 miles an hour. We shall see. Tried to keep it. That's a lovely run for René. 6.28, 214 miles an hour for Mr. Van der Berg. And Al Smith, a 7.08, even with all that problems. 4.83 at the 8th mile. René was 4.15 at 186 at half track, 107 to 60 foot. He kept that nailed all the way through like a pro. Yeah, Al Smith just sort of can actually see can you see the tyre shake mark at about 150 foot?
Yeah,
you can see the hopping going on. Yeah, no speed.
No speed.
Was it because Rene knocked the block over? I don't. Yeah, because I just seen one of the marshals nip out.
Yeah.
That could explain the lack of speed.
Can I have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes? Right, Stu Crane and Dale Leakes, teammates for Water Speed Racing. Now then, Stu Crane, 681 in qualifying yesterday, but he is the quickest of all of the Water Speed gang.
He has everything in the locker to go to the number 2 spot,
He
actually,
has, yeah.
potentially.
The traditional fist pump of Dale Leakes. He always does that when he comes up to line. The right hand comes off handlebar, punches forward. So, Stu Crane in the Castrol lane, Dale Leakes in the Autoglim lane. .103 for Stu.
That's an absolute flyer for Stu Crane. 6:33, 211 miles an hour. Once again, Europe's quickest funny bike. Dale with an 8:29 at 1:35. I think the smoke you see down there from Stu's bike was a front wheel landing.
Probably.
1-0 again for all you people listening in around the world that love your motorbikes. All the numbers from Stu Crane's one. 103 to 60 foot. 406 at 279 miles an hour to the 8th. And over the stripe. Sorry, 179. Dear me, I'm getting ahead of myself. 6:33 at 211. I was already reading the next number before I'd finished that one. Sorry, folks, just in case anyone had a heart attack. So we have side by side two of the world's quickest and fastest top fuel machines. In the Autoglim lane underneath the tower, Mr. Neil Midgley on Chris Hannam's top fuel machine. Going to be taking on Rickard Gustafsson from Falkenberg in the west coast of Sweden. With his both of these bikes are absolutely immaculate. They look like missiles, don't they?
That's because basically
they are. That's why. One thing that was really interesting that Chris said earlier, I don't know how much of that you caught, was Chris Hannam I was talking to, the owner of the bike in the Autoglim lane. I was talking to him about, racing and stuff like that, and he said that Rickard, they're trying to get Rickard to leave his bike here so he can come over and run all the time. How that will quite work out with Swedish Customs, not entirely sure. But if anyone from Sweden wants to come over here and leave their machines here and come race all year, we're very happy to have you. So, Neil Midgley's best so far, 7.41. At least a second and a half off where it would normally be. What he's going to do is take it as far down the racetrack as he feels comfortable with. He did run in the 580s back at Easter, but that was far from comfortable. Rickard Gustafsson, his first run of the season yesterday, went 583. Honestly, you folks out there, you need to know how lucky you are to see such top quality machinery. This hardly happens anywhere on the planet. And you've got two of the world's best right there on the start line. Well, Neil keeps it onto around about half-track. Rig problems for Rickard. That looked like it torched the cylinder head or something similar. Neil goes 6.63 at 1:48. He was 0.99 to 60 foot, 260 to 330, 388 to the 8th mile, around 181 miles an hour. Rickard, that was detonating quite badly once he left the start line. Big flash of flame out the right-hand side of the engine. Not kind of what we were hoping for or expecting, and it's very unusual for Rickard to have any sort of issue too.
All right, one more pair to go.
And it will be two of the funny bikes.
Yeah. Got the goose down there, Louis Davis.
Going to be taking on Mark Smith, who went into the sixes for the first time ever with a massive PB yesterday, 6.80. Sorry, just to explain.
Yeah. As I say, Louis, they've been through all of the nitrous jets in the box.
Found the biggest one.
And they found some. Well, they were already there. They found the biggest ones they could find.
Right.
And on the side of the envelope it said, "Hold on."
Well, yesterday he was oh so close to his first
He was,
six.
wasn't he? 7:05.
7:05. Very, very close indeed.
So the Goose has got to get into the sixes, basically. And it's all or nothing.
Well, this is it. He's got to do it. Like today's the day. Otherwise, because there is a cut-off for top fuel bike of 6.99. Top fuel bikes are allowed in. Funny bikes have to run 6.99 or quicker.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously we talk about junior dragster racers going into top fuel. Well, Louis done junior drag bike.
Yep. Into top fuel bike. Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And Louis is the quickest junior drag bike racer. Former junior drag bike racer, quite simply.
Wow.
Yeah. So
something to shoot for, folks. All you junior drag bike racers, we'll see in a minute, actually. We've also got the Lunatics of Super Street Bike. Can't wait to see what they can do.
Boy.
Very shortly. And just want to say, I don't know whether he'll be listening in or not, but Carl Sim, who's been helping us for the last couple of days with all the bikes, is off home for a family emergency. Carl, hope everything is well, mate. We miss you up here, but obviously completely understand why you've got to be off on your travels, and hope everything works out okay. Yeah. So there we go, tractor all done. Back to side-by-side funny bikes. They're seriously quick funny bikes as well, aren't they?
This is making me snigger in my... just had a message from a good buddy of ours, Dave Rose. Be here tomorrow, actually, with Paul Lister. A very good afternoon to you. It's raining in Norfolk. Can you keep it over there, please?
Yeah, don't give it here.
No. Don't bring it with you tomorrow either. So
well, I did get a message from Sweden as well to say it's unfortunately, I said about the race they've got at Schula this weekend and hope it's going to be okay, and it's tipping it down by the sounds of it.
So Dave Rose and Paul Lister, looking forward to seeing you. So, what can Louis Davis do then? 7:05. Is where he was yesterday. He needs to get in the sixes, as Darryl said.
Well, he's just seen one of the world's best on the top fuel bike go pop. Louis had more than his fair share of engine issues. Hopefully this won't be one of them, because obviously the problem you have is when you try and step it up, naturally everything's at its limit, apart from the rider, of course. He's perfectly cool and calm. Mark
Smith. Don't know Louis that well.
Okay, fair enough then. I will take your word for that. Yeah, Mark Smith yesterday, again, to run in top fuel bike, you have to run 6.99 or quicker if you've got a funny bike. He went 6.80 yesterday, lopped over 2/10 of his personal best. Great race for both of them. They're neck and neck at the finish line. Yes, Louis done it. 687, 188 miles an hour. I think the note on the envelope was right. Hold on, indeed. And that's another one of those, not just a tickle into the sixes, but miles in.
104 to 60 for the Goose, compared to 108 for Mark Smith. 433 to 435 at the 8th, but the Goose has done it. 687. As you say, a monumental one.
As races go, that was an outstanding race as well. Only 400ths at the stripe. That was belting. I was trying not to swear then, did you see?
Yeah, if that was a race, that would have been a whole shot win for the Goose then. Wow.
So, Super Street Bike, two guys from abroad that really should be well in the field by now and are nowhere near. They're both very good, high-class machines and riders. 2 6-second runs would be nice. Mergenslund, also Glim Lane. Daniel Lentz, Kestrel Lane. Well, they've both got past 60 this time. This should be a lot more like it. Oh, no problems for Morgans. Daniel, way too!
Oh, look at that!
A new European best. 676 at a massive 225 miles an hour. I tell you what, if you dropped a bike off a cliff, I don't think by the bottom of it it'll be doing 225 miles an hour.
Oh, my goodness me. 125 to 60 foot, that's not very good. But my goodness me. 457 at 175 at the 8th. But it's the stripe that counts.
Well, the problem is all the rest of the Super Street bikers are sitting on their bikes around the back of the tower watching that going, holy bleep, how are we going to follow that one? Problems again, sadly, for Morgan's Lund. It looked like he was going to be on a good one that time. Do you know what as well? Look at the 60, only 125.
I know, I just can't believe that.
Plenty of races have been way quicker than that. So, Daniel Letts, congratulations to the team from Hungary. I'm sure everybody out there in his home country are watching in, cheering their heads off, just like we did. What a session for the bikes this is. Steve Mead down there in the Kestrel Lane, another one of those races on the outside looking in. Well capable of running close to the 6s. Take it on Steve Wood. Come on, Steve, back in the 7s. Oh, he's not going to get a time, Steve Wood, unfortunately. Steve Mead will. And it's an 8:42 at 173. He
actually wobble off the line, actually, 135.
Creeps in at number 8.
Yeah.
I'm still getting over that from Louis and getting over that from Daniel.
Yeah, both in the 6.8s. Oh, no, 167, sorry.
Colin's pulling faces as well.
My head, I still can't believe what I just witnessed.
Just awesome. Is he now quicker than his dad? Because
yes.
Alan's
running
the 6s with the fuel bike, but I don't know whether he's run quite that quick. Anyway, Mark Dainty in the Kestrel Lane. These two aren't in. 9 and 12.
I mean, Gary's been in the 60s before. Mark's
7-1s.
Super low 7s.
Yeah, if they can do that now, it'll drop the bump like a stone. As long as they can go from start line to finish line. Mark Dainty won't get a time. He goes before the tree is activated.
Gary Bow, 119 to 60.
Oh, problems for Gary at the top end. He has to lift. 764 at 142. That was going to be a really good one.
Yeah, but for Gary to do 119 and his bike, I mean, it's normally 128, but 119, that is... Gary's a big lad as well.
Do you know something? That means Mark Dainty is going to be not qualified in the last session. Unbelievably, Morgan's Lund, previous winner of FIM Championship events, won't be.
Hold on tight.
Sorry?
Hold on tight.
Jake.
I know.
And Ben. My goodness me.
God, I was chatting to Jake at like 11 o'clock last night. My goodness me.
Excited?
Yes.
Well, the thing is, the conditions, everything about this is absolute candyland for super street bikes. A slight tailwind, the best racetrack of the year, a nice bit of warm sunshine on there. Daniel's already in the 6-7s. What can Steve and Jake do?
118 to 60 for Jake.
Spin. He spun the tyre out there, so that won't be quite as quick. Still a good run. Oh, still goes. 698 at 206.
Yeah.
Steve, 123 to 60 through the stripe at 688 at 221. I can't believe we're announcing a 221 mile an hour run like it's just one of those things.
Yeah. So, Ben goes in at number 3. Jake maintains number 2 at the moment.
So Margot Schmidt is number 11. Al Morrison Jr. is, happily for him, safe at the moment at number 5.
Well, normally that wouldn't be safe.
Hopefully Margot gets a good run this time. They've actually she had her personal best 60 foot yesterday, but there was, unfortunately, that was kind of it. After that, she's been down in the 7s plenty of times. Now would be a good time. The bump spot is 808, still comparatively very, very soft. Al Morrison went 734 yesterday. Looks a bit better for Margot this time. 784 back into the 7s, 184 miles an hour.
That's your new bump as well.
Yep, she's in at the moment.
What a session.
11.65 problems for Al Morrison Jr.
Last pair then. Mark Hope and Ross Morrison.
I did think we were...
Ross currently number 7 on a 774. Mark Hope currently number 4 on a 719. .121 for Ross, 126 for Mark.
Oh, wow! Where did that come from? 7:01 at 199. Ross Morrison cracks his PB into next year. 7:11 at 2:03. And I think that's also... Is that Mr. Hope's PB as well?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, they all look very happy indeed. Well, Ross...
I think it's still there. No, the timing crew changed that over so quick. We couldn't give you the rundown there, but nevertheless, outstanding session for Super Street Bike. Still got one more to go, and that's the bump session. Right, it's Junior Drag Bike for FIM Europe, and it's Maggie Tolbert, number 2 at the moment. She dials in 788. Holly King is your number 1 qualifier. It's going to be tough to get around a 1092. Meg goes 798, just a tenth off, solidifies number 2. Oh, Holly King, just 200ths off this time. They're working very well indeed, and going to be a threat all weekend long. Nicely done. Right, 2-seater dragster, 3rd run of the day for them. And then it will be into Pro ET, I believe.
Jet car shortly after.
Oh, Jets, sorry.
Yes, we've got Jets as well, again.
So the passenger this time is Andy Eames from Kent, and this is the guy that's celebrating his 65th birthday with a ride in the 2-seater. Been coming to Santa Pod for 47 years, and about time he went down the quarter mile. Been coming here since his 18th birthday. Wow. Well, we've got to say congratulations to Paul and, of course, Zoe, as Paul became a dad. That is the driver of the 2-seater dragster, became a dad. And we know Zoe's tuned in at home as well, so Paul Brown becomes a dad, and Zoe's now got 2 kids to look after. So around about 7.8 seconds at 170 miles an hour is where the 2-seater dragster generally runs to, plus or minus a mile an hour, or a couple of hundreds, I should say. Oh, clicked it early.
Very unusual that 2-seater have any kind of issue.
Or was that the passenger with a panic button?
Oh, God, don't give him one of those. I just realised today, I'm sure Simon and everyone's on it, but how many records have we seen today? We've seen the quickest in Europe with a blown Pro Mod. We've seen a world record for both ETN speed for an electric vehicle, whether it be bike or car. We've seen the quickest Super Street bike pass ever, and fastest,
and fastest
too. Yeah.
Quick blown Pro Mod, do you say that?
Yeah, blown Pro Mod with Jan Eriksson at 577. It's been pretty outstanding, to say the least.
And that was only their first session today. Still
yeah, we've got more to come. Yeah, I'll go up the other end and I'll be a jinx, so then no one will do it.
So we have jet cars for your entertainment, and this time it's the shape of Fire Force and number 5, the Jet Dragster, Martin Hill, and then following that it will be the Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb. So just tick these off. Yep. Don't forget, obviously, when Darryl was doing the build-up to Top Fuel, we had Barry Sheevels and Andy Carter. They will be over on the Motorsports UK stand at 2:30 this afternoon, so having a meet and greet and signing autographs. Where is that? Well, just next to the pairing lanes, actually, ahead of the pairing lanes, you'll see the blue marquee with the big Motorsports logo on it. Just pop over there. And Andy Carter, Barry Sheevels signing autographs at 2:30 this afternoon. And if you haven't already got one, good idea to get a hold of the race weekend programme, just £6 from the Santa Pod shops on site. A lot of you, I know, picked them up on your way in today. And you'll find out things like we got the Battle of Britain Memorial flight coming in today at 3:41 p.m. And it should be the Spitfire today. I'm looking forward to the day, actually, when Richie Webb has had enough runs to go side by side with Martin Hill and do some actual racing. But as I say, it's his first public or big show event, actually, for the Spider-Man jet, so obviously Julian needs to get comfortable with the car. Well, as Martin does all his afterburner pops, we're just putting everything back together in the tower as Martin gets ready to do his run. He's in stage, give Richie a big wave as Martin builds up to full thrust. Fire Force 5 blasts down the quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. Good looking run, 5:36, 232 miles an hour. He was doing 266 at 1,000 foot. Wow. But 5:36, 232 at the stripe. So give Richie and the gang a big cheer as they go and retrieve Martin from the top end. And if one jet was good, then two jets are even better, as we have another one for you. This in the shape of Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet. Julian just get into position. A lifelong dream of Julian to actually have a purpose-built quarter-mile jet car. I think that seed was initially sown when he started bringing split second here, but it was certainly extended, if you like, or planted and finished off, whatever, when Julian had to go in Fire Force 5 at that East meeting a few years ago, when basically we had more jets than drivers. So Martin said to Julian, "We have to go in Fire Force 5," and that was it. So the drawings were done, the design was made, and a new chassis was built. And Martin had sourced the engine for the jet car. Just looking at this, it's a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine. The whole vehicle weighs 1,200 pounds, and the calculated horsepower is about 10,000. Just what, you know, you sometimes get a bit worried that if either Martin or Julian or Roger to that point ever wanted to become commercial airline pilots, would they do afterburner blips before they take off on the runway, and everybody in the jets go, "What's going on?" Have a flame show before you take off. That'd be pretty cool. So the Spider-Man jet then with Julian Webb at the controls. Bringing the car up to the line. It's an absolutely beautiful machine, this. Purpose built for quarter mile compared to the split second Jagster he used to run. But here we go then. Just past half track, but that is still motoring there. 611 at 218, and you can see the jet clicking off just past half track. Very impressive machine indeed. Very impressive.
I was just going to say, we've got another 5-second jet car on our hands. Definitely,
yeah. Well, 611, 218, not under full bore at the stripe. So yeah, that's definitely going to be in the fives in the not too distant future. All right, coming up before our sportsman classes take to the track once again, it will be Jan Lars with the TCX, which is the electric car. Bearing in mind they haven't had a lot of running since 2018, can you believe, 4 years. They were last setting numbers on drag strips. But just a little bit of track prep from the tractor. Right, so Jan Lars is now going to bring the electric car around the corner. The homemade body made out of fiberglass. It's based on an Eagle SS kit car. And but it is an SFI certified 25.1 chassis built by All In Race Cars. Motors. Couple of heavily modified 11-inch motors that originally from a forklift truck. The batteries can deliver 1.6 megawatts for 5 seconds. And something that the drag racers will recognise, it's got a 9-inch Ford rear end with Moser internals. There we go. And of course they'll recognise the Simpson parachutes as well. So Jan Lars then, his bests are to the 8th 489, to the quarter 798, and his speed is 275 kilometres. So we would need to translate that into mph for you. Here he goes. .507 to the 8th. 844, 122. He was he'd flicked the switch before then. I was going to say off the throttle, but he'd cut the power by then. But well on Jan Lars. And we'll be seeing him again later on after the second close session. Right then, qualifying session number 9 for our sportsman racers, and this is Modjestang Pro ET. First up is Chris Newsom with the MG, dialing in a 9.51. Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster, 8.90. So this isn't actual racing, this is qualifying for our sportsman classes, and the numbers you see on the scoreboards that I just announced, this is what they are trying to run. So when it comes to actually racing these two together, the 9.51 would get a 0.61 of a second head start against the dragster. The idea being that they would meet at the finish line, and whoever wins would be the first to get there without going under their dial number.
Now, with the way things are going, the schedule's slightly behind. Anybody in this session wants to make sure they're nice and safe at the end of it. Chris Newsom at 965, no help, stays 29. Al Schofield, I'll put my sunglasses on again so I can't see the screen. 892.
Well, Alan Schofield was only 200ths off there, but he's already qualified very nicely indeed. As has Liz Malcolm. She's number 9. Let's have a look, see how many we have got that are perfect. 11 of them in Pro ET have run their numbers. Mark Huxley currently number 26, dialing in 9.99 for this one.
I think that's what he ran on his last run, wasn't it?
.10.05, 131, stays 26. Liz Malcolm goes 10.85 and an 82. The wind's picked up just a little bit, and of course it's now a full-on tailwind.
So Carl Goldsmith, 11. He's actually changed the dial in too. 1175.
Oh, or whatever.
It says that says wastegate.
Oh, on wastegate.
Come on, you got bionic eyes, man. You should have seen
but
that.
well, Carl's handwriting isn't the neatest, is it? I think 1175 or whatever was better.
About right, actually. Yeah, pretty close. The trouble is we don't do dial-ins like ish or whatever, which these two have been doing. Even though Royal Watts 898 with the Camaro. This is going to be the run where Carl runs all the way through and it runs a 10.6.
9:20 and 11:64 breakout.
Breaks that by a 10. Well, the thing is Cole Goldsmith still isn't qualified. It all depends whether we get. I mean, at the moment nothing's changed, so don't all be panicking.
Yeah.
But depending on any sort of delays or anything we might get, this might be the last session.
Yeah, that could be.
Hopefully not. Obviously, hopefully we finish on time, on schedule, and everything else as well. But as it stands at the moment, we're a bit behind. We only have a certain amount of time we can run for. Thomas Bublitz and Bob Molden. Is that how you spell Bob Molden? It's not, is it? No. Well, Bob's dialing the 9:38 again. He went 9:39 with a 5 earlier, and he broke out this time. Oh, well, he's got a consistent race car. 9:39 with a 6. The quickest that little Peugeot's ever been.
How about Thomas, though? He hits his number again. 10:17 with an 8 on a 10:17 dial, but doesn't move anywhere.
Andy Garnett taking on Jeff Cowley. Andy Garnett's 24. So what did we say for the bomb spot? I said 06 off, you said 04, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we're both going to be a fair old distance. I'm interested to see how the Super Street Bike bump works, because the last session, I think everybody's gone quite brave.
Yep.
We shall see.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of riders that haven't run to what they would normally do.
Oh, nice flat launch there for Jeff Cowley.
920 is his chosen number. 919 with a 2 is what he gets. Andy Garnett, 11. I'd love to know how you dial in an electric car. 88.
Probably on the volume control, myself, no? But 300's off.
Very good point. Dave Fulton taking on John Bean. Dave's not in.
He's not in the show. No,
wow,
he's not.
That's a shocker.
988. Needs to get within 0.08 to get into the show. John Bean is comfortably in. He's one of the cool kids in the OO club.
He needs a 996 or quicker without going quicker than 988.
Otherwise, you can hit him on social media and ask him if it's for sale.
It might be after this weekend. 48, 990, he's done it. He's in at 21, so that moves the bump too. You've got the button, come. 948 there for John Bean. Where are we? 30. So John Turner is on the bump.
Ooh.
That's right, because Neil Watkins is outside now.
Yes.
So that we haven't got one to take out. So 30, look at that. Dave Rudd is 31 and he's 06 off. I said 06. I said 06. Anyway. Another one. Well, John Turner is on the bump. He needs to get closer. God, blimey, Johnny. 993. Did I hear you say he went 89 in gas a little while ago? I think you did.
He did break out, yeah.
Yeah, Marie Mills, 1047. Well, with a very big wiggle off the line. This is where it goes 980 again for John. Oh, Johnny boy! Why has that not changed the order?
I don't know.
That's bang on.
Both of them.
Marie up to number 5. Wow, 1047 with a 3. Yeah.
Well, John Turner is definitely moved up
a long way. So. Yeah, according to
corrected.
That's got to be corrected. So Dave
that's
Rudd.
Dave Rudd on the bump
with an 06.
Wow.
Unreal. And Marie, nice and safely inside now. That wiggle off the line was deliberate to rub off a bit of time. So Simon Goff, Bailey Ashdown's not in. Bailey's the next one not in the show. She's in the Kestrel lane at 928. Cy with an 850. Bailey goes red.
So Bailey needs to go between line 34, doesn't she? 28 to 34. Oh, she's in! 929 on a 28. Simon Goff goes 855. Bailey Ashdown is in 18th spot. She was 100th off.
So the bump spot is 06, and it's now John. No, John Turner didn't get bumped out. He's incorrect. We know that.
We know he's
so
in.
it's going to be Dave.
Chris
no,
Newsom's
Chris
on
Newsom,
the bump.
06 off.
Yeah.
Loads of shuffling. Depending on whether we get the final session, this could be crucial.
Oh, boy.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, 15 minutes time over there in the Motorsport UK marquee. Mr. Barry Sheevels and Andy Carr are signing stuff. Whatever you want to sign, take it over there. Checks, probably, knowing Baz. Gary Carr is still number 1.
Yeah, he's going to be tough to get around. And he's had 2 perfect runs so far this weekend as Gary. Just needs to work on the reaction times.
Yeah.
Wayne goes 27.
Whoa.
Gary,
so
200s off again. Oh, he's
2,000?
897.
It's 97 with a 8.
Yeah,
no, he dialed. I think he dialed 898. So he was only 2,000 off that time,
right.
Gary Carr. Very, very close indeed. So Dan Holloway, number 13. John Dalrymple with the Willis in the Kestrel lane, number 20.
.019. John Dalrymple and he's 20th.
Keep going. Go on. So, show us the lower end. There we go. Look, .22 will get you number 26. Andy Garn at 035 is 27. So 9:15 and 9:49. Breakout for John Dalrymple. No,
I don't think
you'll
you'd be minding that one, seeing a 9:49 timing slip.
That'd be good.
Wow.
Another one who keeps breaking out by miles is Dave Rudd. It's very
on the
nice.
bump.
It's always, I've got to take some advice from him because it's always nice that a dad can shock his girls, and I'd really like to know how to do it for future reference because he's done it every time. He's number 32. He is on the bump. That means that must have been corrected then, I think. Where's John Turner? Let's have a look. You see him? Oh. There we go.
No, he hasn't been corrected yet.
Okay. So Dave actually, Dave, anyway, we know Dave Rudd's on the bump. He goes 002 on the tree as well. Just for good measure. Looking for 9:48. 8:86.
Oh, look at Ronnie Mercer's breakout there.
Well, Dave Rudd actually made a big move back into the show with that one. I say big. 400ths off. He's now in 30th spot.
He's
so
not,
Al
because
Medley.
Chris Newsom's gone up. John Turner's gone up. That's bumped Al Medley out.
Unreal.
Dave Rudd is on the bump at 04.
You were right. There we go. Look at that. A lot of wiggling around in this session. Lee Morris taking on Will Clark. Just for public information as well, the next pro session will start with Nitro Funny Car again at 3:30 this afternoon. So 3:30 this afternoon, we've got all the pro stuff coming back down once again.
So Will looking for 9:69. Wow. 10:12 is the target for Lee Morris. 9:67. Will breaks out unbelievably. So does Lee Morris. He goes 10:07 on a 10:11. Right, Mason Griffiths then 9.10 with the dragster. Brett 9:52 with the Nova Scotia.
I don't know whether you call that, Julian. 3:30, we'll need to be up the top end if that's all right. If he's no worries. I can't hear a thing.
So Mason's in pre-stage. There goes Brett. Off they go. 06 a pair on reaction times. Let's have a look. 9:10 with a 7. Mason Griffiths. He joins the club now. He's another one that's run perfectly. So how many is that now? 13 of them. A 00.
Matching Super Pro for all the double O's. Sorry.
Tom Kay and Tom Watkins, your next pair.
So Tom Kay and Tom Watkins. Oh look, it is Tom Watkins. The real Tom Watkins. Tom Kay with what junior dragsters are when they grow up, I think. Yeah. That's what that is.
So then 10, 12 and 11, 22, the respective targets for these two.
003 red, oh so close for Tom Watkins.
10, 11 with a 9. Oh. Good one for Tom. 23 and a 22.
My tuning advice is another 2 chips for lunch, and that would have been bang
talk
on.
about nail biter. Guy King not qualified at the moment, and he's got to get between 10-12 and 10-16 to get into the show.
And then even then, he's not necessarily guaranteed. That's the thing as well. Yeah, that's what we've got to say is that it's no guarantee whatsoever that will be enough.
9:51 for Keith Herbert is the target.
$47.20.
Well, Guy King goes to 33 with that one.
In a better place if somebody breaks.
Yeah, but
still not comfy.
No, not.
Is that one of Keith's quickest ever runs? I don't think I've seen that car go under 9.5 before that. Possibly.
We need to check on that.
Yeah. Amy Watkins going to be taken on. Go on, Cole. So the bump, he's not 33rd though,
No,
actually,
he's not.
is he?
He's 34th.
At least.
Yeah, 34th. Al Medley still on the bump. Oh, Amy. A good bet on race day, that's for sure. See how she gets on here. 45 breaks out by 400. But look at the breakout for Nick Munkridge. You won't mind that. 10.17 on a 20. If you're going to break out big.
In style. So Al Medley, although not according to our screen, but we're pretty damn sure he's
on the bump.
On the outside now. Oh, on the bump, sorry.
Yeah.
10.59 with the odds timer. And Daniel Fulton quite comfy at number 20.
Well, if Dan's number 20, he's like 01 off his dial.
Oh, mental.
Oh, look at the reaction time for Dan Fulton.
Wow.
Look at that. You don't see that very often. Oh, but problems for Al Medley.
Hopefully that's only a split hose. Too quick on the quarter mile for Daniel Fulton, but he wants to frame that reaction time.
It's all the zeros.
So basically, he's better than James Bond, that man.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Not sure what the problem is for others, just lots of smoke. There doesn't appear to even be anything on the racetrack, but he's done the decent thing and pulled over towards the finish line.
Yeah, I think your shout was good, actually, a hose coming off.
Something like that, because that's the only thing that looked like steam. It didn't look like... and it's also subsided rather quickly, which is a good thing.
Yeah. All right, pin your ears back, folks. If your name is Hadis... I can't quite read that. Merame. Hadis Merame. We have something of yours up in the tower here, so if you can come up via Bankside, the steps there. Oh, and actually, no, what we'll do is we'll get it down to security down the bottom there. Hadis Merame. We have something of yours. We'll get it down to security in just a moment.
That we need the PIN number for?
Well, yeah, we're not going to try. You bad lad.
That's all right. I'll be the one standing down there at the cash point trying different numbers. Just kidding. So yeah, it looks like we may have a record bump for Pro ET in this session. There is a little bit. Oh no, I beg your pardon. My mistake. Dave's out there with his shoe already. So we're going to have, unless you need to do anything, we're going.
Yeah, I just want to say, Ian Gray, if you're listening, if you can make your way to the bottom of the tower as well. That would be really handy as well. So, Ian Gray, if you can make your way there. And Mr. Madis, Miami. We have something yours. We'll get that down to security at the bottom of the steps as well. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves over, we're going to have a little bit of downtime for the time being, as a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel Beer Lane. So the airwaves, for the time being, are Nitro FM's. Right, just a very quick one. A gentleman from Newark has lost something. And if you want to check your pockets, and I've forgotten his name already, Robert. And if you're from Newark and been on the grandstands, if you check your pockets, you realise you're missing something that has been handed in and is at the bottom of the stairs, bankside. So if you pop over there and explain what you've lost, and you'll be reunited with it. Thank you. Yeah, hello. Sorry, what was that? Yeah, my one, I think. Okay, thanks, mate. I'm just going to go crowd surfing in a moment. No, I'm not. I'm not going to get out there that quick. Okay. Cheers, buddy. If I can, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. First up to our sportsman teams. Can I please have Super Comp in to the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp. I think they're probably already there because I think that message came through a little while ago. But if you're not already there, Super Comp, we need you into the lanes, please. Also, a shout out, please, for Robert Willis from Nottinghamshire. If you can make your way over to Bankside VIP, the reception desk there. That's Robert Willis from Nottinghamshire. If you can make your way over to Bankside VIP reception desk, please, and have a word with a chap that's on the desk there. Thanks very much indeed. Right, we're back to racing. Oh, sorry, qualifying. Session number 9 for Modusang Pro ET.
So, hopefully the list should have been updated, so we should have a nose, mate. There you go. It has been updated because the correct bump spot is out. Al Medley's still on the bump, actually, look. 0.59. Dave Rudd improved. It was 0.4 off, and he's only moved himself to number 31.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Al Medley. Not quite sure what's happened, but this is a man on the outside looking in at the moment. Dave Cherritt. He's not in the show at the moment, and bizarrely, Josh Duncan isn't either. So these two could find their way in.
Josh Duncan can be forgiven. He only got his licence yesterday.
Well,
however,
true.
Dave Cherritt has been at this. He didn't qualify at Easteroo, did he? Junior Dragster into the lanes, please. Could we have JD into the lanes for your next qualifying session, please?
Just a little reset on the timing system. Oh, or are we on the wrong screen?
You're on the wrong screen.
So Dave Cherritt looking for a 9.90. Josh looking for 11.23. Dave gets 10.25. No good. Oh, breakout by less than 100th.
That would have been so ironic if Josh had done that.
Yeah.
And he would have made sure Dave was even further. So, Dave Cherritt down to one last gasp.
If he gets it.
He missed at Easter as well, didn't he? Unbelievably.
If he gets no issues for Pete Dodd, who's celebrating his wedding anniversary this weekend. Congratulations to Pete. Thanks for Karen for letting us know that one. So, yeah, and 9.10 on a 9.10 dial-in earlier on. He's repeating the dial-in. Can he repeat the run?
Super Pro under the tower.
Well, 0.2 off the line. That's good. But it's more important the number at the stripe. 9-1 over the 6. He did repeat it.
Awesome stuff.
Oh dear, Mike Lacey's going to be insufferable tonight.
What? How does that make it different to any other night?
Oh, that's true. That is very true.
Sorry. Right. We love you,
set
Mike.
up you knocking down, mate.
That's
that
all
was
right.
a good T-Mac, that one.
No bother. Kestrel Lane for John Tebenham with an 892 with the crew killer pop. That was relatively straight for JT, that was. Taking on Mr. Morris. 885. One of the things as well, thank you very much, Steve, for Simon for mentioning this to me as well earlier. One of the big differences between last week at the Door Slammers and this week is the air density, the altitude is way better this weekend. That's one of the reasons you're seeing so many good runs. Well, Colin left him for dead on the tree, 013. JT slowing down. 881 with a 9. Huge breakout by their standards anyway. For Mr. Morris, JT rolls through 1173. No help for either, obviously. Great matchup this one. It's going to be Christoph Burfeld, one of our poster boys for the Door Slammers in previous years, with that gorgeous Rusty Nova. Going to be taking on Steve Johnson. He's going for a bit of a wander round, actually, on the way back. Yeah, over that way, Jim. Go on, that way, that way, that way. There we go. And now get it back. Bang into, almost into the tyre tracks. No, he's off them again. Never mind. Well, Steve Johnson doing his own thing in the end. Putting it where he wants to. Dials a 7:00 with the Motor Mouse. He's had 1 6-second run, which is the one run he got cleanly from the start line to the finish line. I think it was back at Easter, wasn't it? Is that right?
Yep.
Christoph Burvelt looking for an 8:56. He's 24. Can Steve Johnson run 7 flat, or will he run 6.9? He's got to get off the line
Depends
first.
how the launch goes. That's the deciding factor. Drives through the shake.
Thought he did well. Christoph Burfeld gets out the way. Did you notice that? Clicks it off to a 9:59, 9:20. Unfortunately for Steve. Well, Mark Flavel having a great weekend with the funny car, which normally means only one thing: it's about to go wrong. I'm not being rude, it's just sort of like the way drag racing works, isn't it? Just when you think everything's going smoothly, it reminds you that it's never smooth. So, supercharged Chevy dragster taking on the supercharged Hemi funny car. A couple of blown methanol machines going at it this time. Still to their dial-in. I always wonder with Mark, actually I'm going to say this out loud, wonder with Mark's funny car if he was to enter into Comp Eliminator, what class he would be in.
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because he's got quite a small engine in there in reality.
Yeah,
I know he is supercharged that, but only a 426. So
no, over the years in Sweden I've seen quite a few AD dragsters basically, which is obviously that's a funny car, but I'm pretty sure there'd be a class for it. It just depends on what the weight would be and everything compared to cubic inch size and all the rest of it.
Number 1 takes on number 21 then.
That won't be a low 7 for Mark. My fault for saying he's having a good weekend. Just kind of stutters off the start line.
7:49 with a 9. Breaks out by less than 200ths of a second.
Still very, very close indeed. Not sure what happened with Mark. It's almost like he left in 3rd gear and it just didn't move. That could always be the case actually, because they always do the burnout in high gear so they don't over rev it.
You just reminded me, I'm so looking forward to doing the burnout again.
Is that right?
Yeah. Just reminded myself of
well,
it.
we've done it differently, obviously, because I did rolling ones with the dragster, and you do.
Oh, I've done rolling burnouts.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Just
Okay, I said that then.
Just not here. Oh dear.
Yeah, just the when part, mate. Come on.
Right, Kieran Ashley and Jens Konecki. Now, Kieran looking to try and get as close to 8.99 as he possibly can. Hampered by the fact that he hasn't got the turbo on the car anymore. That was giving him huge grief. So they elected to run without it.
No, they didn't. You told them to.
Well, it was already part of the
It's their
discussion.
decision.
I just confirmed it for them, basically. And but it was the right way to go. Jens Konecki looking for an 8.05 with the Oldsmobile rocket.
This will be the time where Jens goes back into the 7s. There you go.
Does.
7.99.
Oh, look at Kieran! 8.99 with a 6. Hey, well done.
Colin, you absolutely legendary tuner. 147 miles an hour. Well, I think Mrs. Konecki is still happy with another 7.99. Top 13?
Yeah, top
That's
13.
actually, I don't want to say this out loud, I think that's better than Pro ET.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Only by 1 or 2, is it? Yeah. And by better, I just mean there's more cars in the double O's.
Amazing.
Yeah, we do have plans for one more session. So Dave Russell with the supercharged Blancmange in Auto Glen Lane, 872. Against, oh no.
Well, it's going to be a solo for Thomas. Problems for Dave Russell. We can hear that the engine's no longer running.
Well, I think actually Ian just told him to shut off because I think Ian must have spotted something out there that needs clearing up. So it can't be done before Dave takes the tree. But obviously Thomas is in the other lane, so no problem with that.
That's looking good.
Oh,
too good.
Whoa! Nudging the sevens again. I think that surprised Natalie, to be honest. 168 miles an hour. Yeah, it's because we needed to do a bit of a check in the Auto Glen Lane. No, everyone's being shut off this time because we're obviously going to need to get the tractor out and do a little bit of a clean-up on the Auto Glen side of the racetrack. Okay, so hopefully we won't be long. We've still got lots and lots of cars to come around in Super Pro. Around about half an hour away, I think, from our next session of Pro Cars. I think I can see, if my eyes don't deceive me, yep. Mr. Barry Sheebles and Andy Carter still over there signing stuff at the Motorsport UK stand over there in the trader area behind the start line. So if you fancy going and saying hi to them, asking them what it feels like to go 300 miles an hour, now's your chance. So there's all of our track crew out all the way past the finish line, right up the top end as well, out there doing a bit of check-in. So we're going to be a couple of moments again. So guys in the radio station, if you wouldn't mind, please. Hopefully we won't be too long this time because that is only a sweep. It's not really a clean.
Okay, can we please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, so it is going to be for the second time of asking Dave Russell with... And just getting himself mic'd up is somebody that really should be down there but isn't, but is up here instead. Just come to have a chat with us.
Yeah, sadly.
During Super Pro.
Well, all of a sudden the tower just got better looking.
Hey!
Because I look that way.
Oh, but not cooler.
And a lot cooler
already
as well.
cool without him in here.
There we go.
Who did this?
Boom, boom. Thank you very much indeed. It's just terrific.
So, Dave Russell going through, and we are joined by the one and only Andy Hadfield. We'll have a chat with him in a moment. Let's see how Dave Russell gets on. Looking at 872.
Bit of a wiggle towards the centre line.
Whoa, 865, big breakout.
Bit too quick. Street Eliminator into the lanes, please. Street Eliminator. Into the pairing lanes, please. So, Andy, one of them weekends, I think, really. My goodness me.
Yeah, we've chased it too much. It's just been from
exhausting
the moment,
by the sound of it.
Yeah, from the moment that we turned up, it's just been horrible.
Okay.
Everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong, and we've repaired and spent 7 hours. Tony Underhill was underneath the car for 7 hours welding it up.
Wow.
And then after the big wheelie on Thursday, we didn't realise that all the bolts that hold the gearbox to the engine had all shared.
Oh, goodness me. Was that when it landed,
yes.
I guess, yeah?
Yeah, and it squashed the sump a bit. That's okay. But it's done so much damage that, really and truthfully, we just can't repair it at the track.
So you need to go through it at home properly,
Yes.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I told
So-
you before, haven't I? You're as close to a professional sportsman team as I've ever seen. I think you probably spend more hours in the garage than you do anywhere else.
It might be a professional sportsman team, but I suspect it's from the Demolition Derby.
Unfortunately for you, yeah. Rob Brown, Joe Kellett, your next pair, 869 and 753. What they're looking for. Way steady on Rob. He's still got his foot in it though.
Good lad.
Absolutely. What a run. 877 at 152. Rob Brown stays 14. So 2 blown cars, I'm sure very close to your own heart, sir. So you've got the Nostalgia Nationals next weekend, obviously. Hopefully, possibly, yeah?
Well, I'm very much hoping so. We're still here because Purdy's still doing Junior Dragster, isn't she? So otherwise I'd be...
Home with it in bits.
Yeah, with it all in bits. So tomorrow night, get home tomorrow, take the engine out, do the repairs on the engine, put a new sump on it and fix the bits and pieces. And then Nick Evans of Edge Transmissions.
Yeah.
He's taking the gearbox with him tomorrow. He's going to try and fix it on Monday. I'll drive down to Swansea on Tuesday, collect it, and then put Humpty back together again, and
hopefully,
and try and get here. You see, I mean, if we're not here on Thursday for Friday, getting here on Friday is no big drama. You know, we'll still have the weekend, but I don't want to miss the nostalgias because I haven't missed it in 18 years. So that would be heartbreak.
Well, yeah. We've got these two on the start line right now. Phil Topping is number 5, Jack Brewster number 26. Jack's car does tend to launch left. Let's see if it goes straight this time. That's a lot more like it for Jack. Until he had a big wiggle just before half track. That was a 103 to 60 foot. Still goes 813 backing off. And a 912 at 121 for Mr. Topping. So, anyway, coming on.
I love that team. Billy Gaines team.
Why do they give you alcohol?
No, but they give me laughs.
They give you laughs, which is always good.
Had Dave round last night and loads of stories. And
I was going to ask that, obviously, because you're used to racing with your bunch, the Supercharged Outlaws, which I know are a great bunch of guys and girls. Different crowd in Super Pro, but still a lot of fun.
Love them. love them. Been made to feel very, very welcome, and they know that, you know, I'm cannon fodder really. I'm just first round fodder, or comic relief. But you know, the encouragement, and you know, they've been lovely. Really,
well, the
really.
fact that you get to race with it against a different bunch of people and all that kind of thing as well. Yeah, drag racing is a drag racing family is a family, whether it's a sportsman event, whether it's a pro event, whether it's a nostalgia event or anything like that, isn't it? It's not really any different.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is just another bunch of people that can raid my truck for parts.
That's a really nice outlook on life. I like it. So Billy Gain, 850, 890 for Brian Pateman. Brian Pateman with a bit of a wiggle, but again, he's still got his foot in it, and so has Billy. 27.52 for Billy Gain. Only a couple of hundredths off. Mark Turner against Bob Dorr. First time we've seen Bob today, actually, I think.
When did the Juniors go on? Are they after Super Pro?
Let's have a quick look at the run order, Cole, if you don't mind. Sorry, mate. Thank you very much indeed. Where are we? No, we've got Super Comp, then Junior Dragster. So is that all right? Yeah, obviously, because you've got Purdy back down there as well.
Absolutely.
So, first of all, thank you for being one of, along with Mark Flavel, being the only two members of the Supercharged Outlaws to come on and play in Super Pro. Just a bit about the group, obviously. All the cars are supercharged. You do a number of events throughout the season, and with the emphasis on obviously fun, but a hell of a lot of hard work too.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of hard work, but all the guys, all the teams are really dedicated. You know, they've all had the cars a long time. You know, they're not chopping and changing them, sort of married to them, and you know, we try and have the best possible time that we can, but give the people in the stands a good time as well.
So Mark Dar's an 840 and 851 for Bob. $837 with an 8 for Mark Turner.
Oh, another perfect one. Oh no, it's a second off. So just saw the 51 on a 51 there, but didn't look at the first.
Right, don't take paying attention to the new boy over here. It's just like
the novice.
Deary me. Yeah, so obviously, like you said, Supercharged Outlaws, you've got a number of events through the season. You don't run at the big pro events like the main event European finals, which is why you're in Super Pro. Next outing is next week for the Nostalgia Nationals. Yeah.
First outing for the
and I think after that is the banner one at Dragstalgia, which should be fun as always. Is that right? Is there nothing? There's nothing in between, is there? I don't think for everybody. You might.
Don't think so.
No,
it depends whether you run anything else or not. That's the only thing. But yeah.
I haven't got my social secretary with me, so I wouldn't.
Well,
know.
I mean, you'll be here for the Summer Nationals the weekend before.
Yes.
But that's for Purdy.
Yeah, I'm not entered in the Summer Nationals. I'm doing the finals, national finals.
National European finals, one of the two.
Yeah, well, European finals. Yeah.
That'll be awesome to see. Just very quickly about Purdy. Obviously, we've lumped you into doing this, but we've got Barry Giles on the start line in the Kestrel lane, and Scotty Hauser, almost identical dial-ins as well. Purdy's doing great in Junior Dragster. It won't be long before she's out of Junior Dragster and potentially joining you in Supercharged Outlaws too.
We've just got a chassis back.
Okay.
Had a brand new body made by Pat Cuss.
Is that the Pat Cuss? The Pat Cuss. Wow.
77-year-old Pat Cuss.
Top band.
Has just made us a brand new body, which he said he hasn't made one for quite a while, but I think Anthony Culliver was the last one to have it.
So a 37 and a 36, Barry Giles broke out, but only just. Scotty Hauser, 200 second off, will not improve on second. That's Nick Good, and I can't see who's underneath the tab. It sounds like Mark Todd. It is. Right, anyway, yeah, so you have, you've got the chassis being done as well by Roy Wilding. Yeah,
that's done.
Yeah.
Finished.
That's done, is it? Yeah, okay. Just how excited is your little girl about getting in a blown alcohol?
Oh, she's all over it like a bad smell. She's absolutely all over it like a bad smell. She's so excited.
She's going to be, being a graduate of the, as we call it, Junior Dragster School of Drag Racing. she's going to be killer, I think.
She drills the tree, doesn't she?
Exactly that.
Well, she drills it that well that the only 2 qualifiers that she's done at the moment have both been red.
But you haven't mentioned that.
Don't say
Till
that to
then.
her.
Okay, no, I didn't. We didn't say that out loud, Bertie, don't worry.
No.
So Mark Todd with the freight train. This time Dial's in the 7s, a 795 with the slicks on. Taking on... I was going to say Scott Hauser. It's not Scott Hauser. It's Nick Good. Right, Mark with a bit of a pop before the finish line. Goes 8.06. 7.51 for Nick Good. He's still he's still 7.
Yeah, and the thing with that was no improvement either.
Yeah. Just a quick word as well, Andy, but I mean, like you said about... I don't like the phrase cannon fodder because there's no such thing in round 1, but 13 of them have run perfectly in qualifying. That's just outstanding, isn't it?
With the best one in the world, I can't dial into within a second. So
that's only this weekend. You normally can. Come on. You know, if everything went. But anyway, going back to what Purdy's doing as well. Yeah, she's doing great in the Junior Dragster Championship. Obviously not having a great weekend so far, but that could well change very shortly.
Change on the next one.
Exactly that. And she's done her exams this week. Yep. So she's finished school.
Yeah, well, she's done the last of this week's exams, so she's got next week off,
Yep.
and then the following week she's back in for more. Because these days they do 21 exams.
My goodness, but it's good we didn't do that when we were little because we wouldn't have done it, I don't think.
I didn't do half of mine anyway.
There we go.
I bunked off.
It doesn't show, does it, either, for any of us?
Yeah, our attention span is not so good.
No. Yeah, well, that's why our career choice was limited to talking out loud about cars. That's it. There we go.
You're trying to make people cool.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So Mark Bailey looking for 871, Callum 878. Callum goes 882 and Mark Bailey 874. They stay put 13 and 18. A-line, please have super gas into the pairing lanes, please. We have super gas into the lanes.
Okay, we've got Street Eliminator not far away. I think this could be the last pair. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. Ron Bartlett's down here again as well. Yeah, Ashley Bell. I'm not sure who's supposed to be next to him.
Ron Bartlett.
Sorry?
Ron Bartlett.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, Ron's coming behind Ashley Bell.
Coming in behind him. So, yeah, this is the last pair. Anyway, Andy, your company, obviously, AVH Air Conditioning, thank you very much indeed for our wonderful cooling device.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, honestly, Ashley Bell with a buy run with the Pontiac looking for 873. Where is he at the moment? He's number 16 at the minute. Goes 836. Where did that come from? My goodness me, that's a breakout they don't mind.
They know something. They're hiding something like that. But 836.
The only thing is, because we're now nice and cool in the tower with the air conditioning, it used to be really hot and stuffy in here all the time. Without being able to sweat it off, we're just going to put on loads of weight, which is what I'm really worried about.
I hope you're not looking for any form of compensation from my company.
Well, I mean, it's going to be your fault, isn't it? Because Colin, being the racing snake that he is, he's just going to balloon, isn't he? You know.
Well, I hope it pops. That's all I can say.
I don't, because I'm sat next to you. Thank you very much.
That's a sight I don't want to see.
No, that's very true.
Oh, yeah, he's had some brilliant ones as well, especially with shirts. Right? When did you do your Hulk Hogan impression? I can't remember.
No, I caught it on the banister going
like
down
that, and he just went. Like his shirt just went. His shirt went in 5 different directions, and well, let's just say,
yeah, the handrail.
There was
it was a genuine handrail incident.
There was a bit too much flesh in the fresh air that time. It was not good.
Real incident.
So 8:16 for Ron Bartlett. Andy, I know you've got to go back to see Purdy, so I didn't mean to keep you that long. Thank you very much indeed for coming up to see us. Sorry you're not going to be out anymore this weekend. Good luck getting it together for next week. I know you do your utmost.
I'll see you there.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers, Andy.
Thank you.
Right, Rocket Ron then, dialing in at 8.16. Getting there eventually. Goes 819 at 165. Right, we move on to Supercomp then. Qualifying session number 9. right, Steve Field with a black pig going along. I'm sorry, pig 2, I should say. And it's Richard Tunstall, the #1 qualifier.
He's been deadly consistent as well, hasn't he? I just wonder out loud now. Is that the first time you've ever been called a racing snake live on air?
No.
Okay. No?
No, because you've called me that before.
Sorry. I don't know why that made me laugh like that. Yeah, okay. Obviously save it for the right moments. There we are. So the Roadster that Richard Tunstall is driving, I think he's going to have to go back. He may not have all of his restraints on. I think that might be what Dave was checking. Anyway, Steve Field is #8 with an 8.99.
.923.
Backed off just that little bit too much that time. Andy Clifford with the 4-powered Snake Eyes. That car's just so right about all of it, isn't it? Everything about it. So 2 slingshots side by side.
It could be something as simple as maybe the hands device wasn't clipped on one side, or...
Yeah, actually, you're, right, you're looking at that, you're right, mate. Yeah, so Richard Tunstall just connecting the rest of the safety devices. So the 2 slingshots. This is what next weekend is all about. It's a nostalgia event, Nostalgia Nationals here at Santa Pod for, is it 3-day event?
Yep,
is it
3-day.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with all about the way it used to be. Darrell Howell's Kestrel Lane. And Andy Clifford. Andy's run, his best run is a 9.30. You could do with a bit more than that. Darrell long gone too. 8.88 and 9.44 for Andy Clifford. Andy Clifford's car does run the mile an hour. It's not quite the Leah Kellett, Kestrel Lane, is #3, unusually for her.
Yeah, he
at
just
the
got
moment.
those 2 pesky roadsters in front of her. She just can't get round them at the moment. She went 8.89 with a 7 on the previous run, I think, and that's one of the big wobble.
Okay.
And so...
So is
she
that
get
like
it right this time?
his twin roadsters at
Yeah.
#1 and 2?
Yeah, we got Richard #1 and Martin Kirbishley #2.
Outstanding. So Paul Hudson with what his last car was called the Money Pit. This one is the Pension Pot. The next one will be called I'm Skint, I think.
Yeah. That'll be Care Home Cash, won't it, or something like that?
That's it. So Leah Kellett with Dolly Jadrin wearing the #1. Sorry. Throttle stops, going to come back in. Oh, the big weave for Paul Hudson.
One way of scrubbing off speed, around 8.93. Yeah, 8 nice along with a 2.
You look at the speeds though for both of them. 164 for Leah, 161 for Paul Hudson, and he was mostly sideways doing that as well. So one of those pesky roadsters out there for Fix Auto Penzance. Beautiful machine. Thank you very much indeed again for the merch that you dropped off this weekend.
Yeah, that's
fantastic.
Really like that.
Kept me warm last night. Kestrel Lane for Martin Kirbishley. He's #2, just. Well, they're both going to get elapsed times, but that was a little bit of weirdness with the tree.
Well, this is because Steve went deep.
Oh.
9 flat for Martin Kirbishley, 9.39.
Oh, of course, with the super classes, it turns on the red light,
Yeah, it does,
doesn't it?
yeah.
Yep.
So you still get the run, but if it was a race, it's DQ.
I think it's because last weekend we're in the bracket races and stuff. So many. It's because I forgot. Last weekend in the bracket races, so many of them were going in deep. But because it's no rules,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, does
Yeah.
it? Obviously.
And what was catching them out was the random top bulb. He was getting quite a few reds as well, weren't we? Right, the Scud Dragster of Alan Schofield going alongside Richard Tunstall, number 1 qualifier in his roadster. 04 light. Can he do it again? Oh, A79.
He backed off
but
that
look
as
at
well.
Alan Schofield. He is your new number 1 qualifier. Al Schofield
Yeah,
knocks the pesky roadsters off the top spot, and he takes it instead. 8.905. Well done, Alan.
Last car in Supercomp before we go into Junior Dragster. Have a quick look at the run order, Colin, just to let everybody know where we are. Go on.
Junior Dragster, Street Eliminator and Super Gas. And then it's our last pro session.
Well, I was just going to say, because obviously we've got on the schedule, Nitro Funny Cars should be about now. There'll probably be about another 10 minutes or so, something like that. It's not going to take long to get through everything. Is Marcus looking in the mirror? I certainly hope he is, because his crew, probably because his crew guy's standing too far off to the side, he can't see him. So the last car in Supercomp before we get to Junior Dragster. And then we're about to go with all the big stuff once again.
Right, half on the racing line, half off it. In other words, he's quite a way over to the right of the launch pad. But no issue.
Made no difference at all.
898.
Yeah, into the 8s for Marcus. 148 miles an hour. Maybe that was the secret, eh? So, Lucas Oil Junior Dragster.
Right, 025 will get you onto the front page. You need an 01 to get into the top 12. Wow. Damien Redshaw and Lola Bell Kent, the first pair then.
So, for VP Racing Fuels and Odyssey Batteries in the Kestrel Lane, West End Motorsport for Lola Bell Kent. .065 for Damien. That's not going to improve actually either of them. Lola Bell with a .15. Well, we can always take bets and do it on the VA if you want. No. That would be a great way of handing in your notice. So, Chevy Checkett. Exactly. And Chevy Checkett and Jack Taylor up next. Chevy, again, one of those staging off to the side quite a bit. Not that that's a problem with Junior Dragsters. They've got more than enough grip out there. Hi, Emma. Is Letty with you? Oh, she's down there. Hi, Letty. Give us a wave, Let. Go on. Thank you, darling. Hope you're having a lovely time up there with your mum. And hopefully Big Sis is going to do you proud again.
.06 for Jack,
That might help.
07 for Chev. Well, Jack's going to move up, but I think he's probably about 23, 24, something like that. 25. Wow. 06 light, 25th spot in Junior Dragster.
Up 3 spots, yeah. So, Richard.
Oh, I'm so chuffed that Richard Wilcox has made it back out. Brilliant news.
Yeah, he's not got a number. He doesn't have...
They've had carburettor problems, they've had engine problems, and all manner of things going on, but...
hopefully this will be the one.
Yeah.
Well, it's an 01 red, but
doesn't matter.
I don't think they really care at the moment. He's going to be in the show when he takes the strike, which is about now.
Yeah.
Well done, Richard.
Well done, Rich. Neve Deavy and Freddie Taylor, your next pair.
With Big Sister out front. who knows how to win in junior dragster, does Caitlin. With Dan Richard, who knows how to ride a quad bike. Taking on Freddie Taylor with the Out Your Junior. Okay, so Freddie Taylor and Neve Deavy, your next pair.
Oh, 0008 for Freddie Taylor, but it was a red, unfortunately. He was trying. He was certainly trying. Neve a 0.19.
Yeah, still no help, but Neve is actually still in there at number 19, doing real good.
Yeah.
So Tom Peters down there on the start line.
He's doing rather well. Going alongside Luke Fulton. Good afternoon, Simon. Just watching Luke down there. So Harry Peters, 0007. One of two perfect lights this weekend. Another one went to Dave Cherrett. And Luke has had a 005. Oh, Luke trying. 0 for the red. And Harry Peters a 06 the right side. He's got birthday sash on now.
Nice.
Oh dear,
it's a good look.
Oh dear. Oh, I missed it that time, Nicky. Right, so Josh out front there of Mackenzie Love, the birthday boy today. It's actually one of those banners that you put up, you just staple it around.
Oh, nice.
Oh dear.
Well, that bit of rod that I was given down on the start line that Dave's just given to Matt Peters. Not the sort of souvenir you want from your racing weekend.
Right, Ellie Mae Brown and Mackenzie Love. Ooh, actually, no help, actually. 06 for Mackenzie, he's already gone 02. Ellie Mae, 08. I think she's already done better than that. She has indeed. Right, Daniel Weir. Let's see how he gets on. Currently the number 27 spot, but just got to be qualified, really. Well, we are having a bit of fun with the reaction times. I mean, 025.
Just to give everybody, sorry mate, just to give everybody a quick heads up. Just been told that Eric Taball will be running after the juniors.
Wow.
So only a couple of minutes away. We've then got Street Eliminator, Super Gas, and then we're on to all the pro stuff once again. So we will be running Eric Taball after this session. All of them collected up there, going to get a bird's eye view. So if you want to get yourself back in a viewing area, if you're not there already, now is the time.
032 for Daniel Weir. It's going to move him up, but it might still have a 2 in front. It has, yeah, he's into the number 20 spot there. Jess Bishop just drops 1 position. But they're all qualified. That's the main thing. They're all going to be here on race day, which is tomorrow.
And you just need to be in it to win it, because racing is totally different to qualifying.
Teddy Sullivan and Harley Courcell. Harley number 21. And he's been cutting out lights.
Teddy's 25.
Whoa, Harley Courcell goes up to number 9 with that one. A 009 reaction time. Nicely done, Harley. Teddy also moves up as well. An 047 puts you in number 22. So 022 to get onto the front page now. Ada Cassisi has an 022. She's number 15. Purdy Hadfield sitting in the number 30 spot at the moment. But this is only her third run of the weekend. Right, getting to the tail end of Junior Dragster now. Both in pre-stage, both right to the left-hand side of their respective lanes. .022 for Purdy Hadfield. That's going to move her up to number 17. Ada's going to stay 15. So well done, Purdy. Got one on the right side. Up to number 17 with a 022. Finley Fag, currently number 14 with an 020. And it's Liam McDonald, 014. And is only in the 11th spot. You need 00 to get into the top 10 now. So Liam gets an 02, Finley gets a 15, no help for either, so Liam stays 11, Finley stays 14. Luke Mugridge, as the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfire flies overhead. Bang on time, as you would expect from the Memorial Flight. So eyes down to see the Junior Dragsters and eyes in the sky as the Spitfire banks right and will be coming back up the quarter mile from behind Nitro FM. Right, Junior Dragster is going to race the Spitfire now. Spitfire coming in. Junior Dragster saves. I think the Spitfire's going to win this one. .04 for Luke Mugridge. Jake Cooper goes red. As the Memorial Flight Spitfire backs left once again. And hopefully be coming straight back up the drag strip once again. Still banking left.
Coming round behind the main grandstand.
Main grandstand, yeah. And if he continues that trajectory, coming over the grandstand.
Coming right at us.
Oh no, the guns are blazing. Kai Cooper then, let's see if he can improve on an 013. So goes 026. So no improvement there as the Spitfire disappears into the distance. We've got Battle of Britain Memorial Flight again tomorrow. If you've got your race weekend programme, you can check on the times. Next up, Jacqueline Bartlett, currently number 19. Casey Ellis, number 12. 9ROO. Well, one of them needs to go in. And it is Jacqueline. And it's Jacqueline that gets the green, an 04. Katie Ellis really trying hard there, but goes 010 red. Net end result of that is no help for either. Katie stays 12, Jacqueline stays 19. Teddy Howe and Lara Bartlett. Lara doing very well indeed. She's currently number 3. Teddy Howe will cut 0 lights and will still be in the top 20 odd. So tight, junior dragster. .05 red for Teddy, 09 green for Lara, no help for either. So Teddy and Lara will stay put. All right, Grace Smith and Daniel Todd, your next pair. Grace with the Boost Monkey Junior Dragster, and it's Daniel Todd with Dan VFT Racing Machine. And don't forget, after Junior Dragster, it will be Eric Tabul on the rocket bike.
Yeah, just a couple of moments away, I think.
Yeah. So 022 or better to get onto the front page for these two. Daniel Todd currently 20, Grace currently 26. Well, Grace tried, went red. Daniel the other side. As good as he'd previously been. So Grace will stay 26, Daniel will stay 20.
So Ellie down there for Elf Motorsport in the Auto Glim Lane, currently number 29. Got the most to gain in this pairing. Harry Redshaw is already one of the 00 Cool Kids.
Yeah, he only did that in the last session, though.
He went red this time with an 02.66 for Ellie, that which won't help at all. Okay, we got the last junior under the tower, then we have the fastest machine on 2 wheels on planet Earth coming next.
And it's chilled to the Max machine, I think. Max Taylor, is it?
Looks like it. Can we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please, for your last qualifying session of the weekend? Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please, for your last session of the weekend. Oh, 35 for Max. He hasn't gotten. If you look at the score, the qualifying list, he's not actually in yet. He is now with. Ah, that'll be why. Fair enough then.
Oh, he's let that one go.
He doesn't mind, no. Excellent. Well done.
Dear.
Well done to the Taylor family. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, out there on the banking and in the grandstands, You're in for a treat. Bet you thought Eric Taball didn't wear a Dakota jacket and have long hair, but I'm just kidding. Eric's the one in front of the bike, not on it, obviously. Could we please give a big Santa Bob welcome for one of the most intrepid racers we have ever seen. From France, everybody, Mr. Eric Taball. Do you think he practices that wave by washing windows? Do you reckon? Certainly looks like it. Anyway, it's always good to have Eric back. This is his last season. It's his fond farewell, or bon voyage, if you prefer. He ran a 5.4 second elapsed time yesterday. And in the great spirit of drag racing full stop, he's going to be trying to go quicker, obviously. He just wanted to test everybody. Yeah, just wanted to test everything. Make sure it was all working right. All the fuel was working right. The fueling was working right. And this machine is powered by a rocket, which is sort of similar. It's not like the big ones that build up thrust on the pad at Cape Canaveral. This bike actually uses a rocket like they use, or similar design anyway, just a much smaller one, to what they use to land on the moon with, believe it or not. Eric's never landed on the moon, fortunately. But he is one very, very accomplished rocket pilot. The quickest elapsed time for this ever is down in the 5.1s over the quarter mile, over 280 miles an hour. Now, I'm not sure whether you're going to see quite that quick or fast from Eric this weekend, because he normally builds up to it over the course of an event. And what happens, or about to happen, is Eric will start the chain reaction in the tanks that are underneath him. It's when all the chemicals are correctly mixed and then they are pushed out at very, very high thrust from those twin thrusters which are either side of the rear tyre. One of the things that there's lots of things that make this bike completely unique. There is not another one of these on the planet. There's the odd jet motorbike. Well, not motorbike, are they? There's the odd jet bike, believe it or not. But there is only one person on the planet crazy enough to attempt to run a rocket bike. So what he's going to do, he's just going to start the chemical reaction. Dave's going to push him back into the water box because it's quite volatile stuff. It's hydrogen peroxide, kind of like Colin uses to bleach his hair. However, kind of like you use to bleach your hair with, however, much more highly concentrated. If you used this concentrate on it, you wouldn't have any hair left, or a head left, probably. So that's what Eric's doing. You'll hear, or you'll see a few puffs of smoke and a few pops and bangs as Eric checks everything out. We get the wonderfully atmospheric music, and then we give Eric the traditional rocket countdown from 5 to 1. We all do that together, by the way, so you all have to join in. We go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and boy, does he go. So the first couple of thrust noises. The thing with this is obviously unlike a jet turbine, it actually is completely silent until he presses the go button, which he's going to be doing soon. I didn't know any better. I think that bit of music was just written for Eric exactly for this moment. He's checking the gauges in front of his crash helmet there just to make sure the pressure is at the right level. When it is, he will give us the thumbs up and we will be on with it. Don't forget to cover your ears, folks. This is completely silent now, but it's about to be one incredibly, incredibly loud noise. So only when Eric's happy does he flip his visor down and put his hand up on the throttle, or the button if you like, and then we're all ready to go for one of the most amazing sights in all of motorsport. There's nothing else like you won't see anything else like this anywhere on the planet. So Eric is almost at that point where he's going to launch himself off into the distance, and it won't be much longer. Here we go, folks, all together now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Storming run for Eric with a 5:29. 246 miles an hour. You could actually see the vapor trail going up there. He was drifting a little bit left. That doesn't matter at all. He's come to a very safe stop right up the top end. Just to give all you number fans some numbers on that, 0.94 to 60 foot, 330, 2.41, half track, 3.51, 227 miles an hour. And that's what you call a back half through the finish line. 5:29, 246. So, yeah, absolutely outstanding. Well done, Eric. I think he's got another run tomorrow. And if conditions allow, he may be even trying to improve on that. Did you all enjoy that, everybody? Something definitely different. If you go home and say that you've seen a motorbike, or not motorbike, sorry, you've seen a bike run a quarter mile in 5.2 seconds at 246 miles an hour, all your friends are going to look at you like you're bonkers. And possibly rightly so. I can also see Hans Herink Thompson down here for one more attempt with the electric bike. We're doing a little bit of track prep, and then we're going to be on with Street Eliminator, Super Gas, and Fuel Funny Car. So Nitro FM, just for a couple of moments while the Gluebird's out there. We won't be long at all.
As we get ready now for Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. The ugly team are making their way out into the apron area of the Auto Glim Lane. That means Andy Bond will be coming round with the ugly sister, going alongside Ash Cooper. And he's setting new personal best this weekend. 6.98 over 200 miles an hour for Andy Bond earlier on today. And Ash Cooper, 9.51 over 140 miles an hour for a transit van. That's why Darrell calls him the transit god. Don't forget, Street Eliminator will be going out on a cruise this evening. 26 miles around the local countryside just to prove their street worthiness. Very good looking run indeed for Andy Bond. 7 flat, 210, 954, 146 for Ash Cooper. Street legal on street tyres, 210 miles an hour, and he got there in 7 seconds. Outstanding. Yeah, the supercars do 0 to 60 in 5 seconds. This does 0 to 210 in 7. Put that up your pipe and smoke it, Mr. Hypercar driver. Right, Nigel Hale with the Chevy Twin Cab, going alongside the newest member of the Street Eliminator 7-second club, Tony Higgs. Has had 2 runs in the 7s now, and he's just gone over 180 miles an hour as well with the Capri. Oh, a little bit of a loss of traction off the line, so you'll still get good speed, but the ET will be wounded a bit. Yep, 848, but still 180 miles an hour at the stripe once again. Just a shame, lost traction off the line. Nigel Hale goes 1360 at 98. The Willis Coupe of Elliot Day, so far on a 922. And how about Al Mack with the Evolvolution Volvo 162. Al Mack would love to get into the 7s here, and if possible would like to get in front of 7.85, the number set by Tony Higgs. That puts him the other side of the ladder to Andy Bond. Once again, Al Mack losing traction, but still piling it on at the top end. Goes 7.92 at 182 miles an hour. Elliott with his best run of the weekend, though, 9.21 at 153. So Al Mack stays 3, Elliott stays 4. Paul Morton then, the mortified Zodiac, in the number 5 spot with a 9.22, and Butch with the Chevy 210, 12.6 in the number 9 spot. First meeting for Butch in this car. Well, nice looking run here for Paul Morton. Is this going to be another PB? Oh, nearly 9.25, 147. And a 12.70 for Butch there at 106. So Paul stays 5, Butch stays 9. Right, move on then to Supergas for Tony Morris Carburettors. A very good afternoon to Tony, heading to Branderton, probably there by now, or not, as the case may be. Don't know how long it takes to get there from Florida. 988 is what Dave Fulton would dial if he was running in Pro ET. Just 200ths under what the class index is for Supergas, 9.90. Going alongside Stefan Reffeltra. Now, he's already gone at 9.90, but with a 6. Dave Fulton at 9.94. $9.93 for Dave Fulton, moves up from number 9 to number 7. $9.94 there for Stefan. He's already got a $9.90, so he'll stay number 2. Tim Moore and Andy Dibley, your next pair. Tim currently number 8, the 9.93. Andy Dibley number 5 with a 9.91. All of the cars that are running are in the 9.9 bracket. It's just a case of whereabouts they're going to end up now. Up to the stripe they head. 981 breakout for Andy Dibley. 987 breakout for Tim Moore. No help for either. Mark White with the FX Vega going alongside the champ from last year, Andy Harrison with the Brute Force Sierra. Andy currently number 11, Mark number 9. O lights a pair. And it's a 982 breakout against a 988 breakout. So a lot of them just going that little bit too quick in this session. Could be this pair then. Pete Cresswell. He's in the Kestrel Beer lane. Going alongside John Morton, the No Hair Racing Camaro. He's in the Autoglim lane. Mort's currently number 3, Pete Cresswell currently number 10. Zero lights as you'd expect from Supergas racers here for Tony Morris carburetors, and it is a 987 and a 987, and you know the score now. Double breakouts. We've had more breakouts than runs on the right side in this session. How about Bob Molden taking on Colin Morris? Cole's currently number 4. Bob, number 12. Well, 10th difference on reaction times there. Colin Morris with the Camaro doing the work. And goes 998. Bob Molden 999. Well, yes, they're 99, so at least they didn't break out, but no help to either. They actually stayed where they were. All right, Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger going alongside the number 1 qualifier, John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. And this, our last pair in Supergas. Oh, Dave Cherritt moves up to number 3 with that one. A great move in the session there. 9.909. Moved up from number 3. Sorry, up to number 3 from 13. But John Turner remains your number 1 qualifier. Right, well, we're just getting ourselves set. As the next class we're going to see round is Nitro Funny Car for their last session. We've got to wait for them to move forward in the lanes. Daryl's made his way up to the top end of the racetrack, so he'll be getting instant feedback from the drivers having just completed their run. So we look forward to seeing or hearing how they get on. But yeah, the fuel cars are just moving forward towards the head of the lanes right now. And it's going to take them a couple of moments to get round and get into position. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take over the airwaves just for a moment, we'll take it back when we start our last pro session of the day. And of course, it's bump session for some of our classes. I was just going to say, can I please have FIA Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Modified, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Thanks very much indeed. Well, we've got the Nitro Funny Cars just coming round the corner. Massive thanks, actually. First of all, Ian Blackett Photography, has just messaged us to say that the electric bike is now going to be on full power for its next run. So, Blackett Photography, many thanks indeed. And this is actually a shout out for Blackett Photography because they have their unit next to the pairing lanes, and Santa Bod have been really kind and actually put some railing so you can actually walk round to Blackett Photography. So when you go over the crossroads by the pairing lanes, you'll see a sign that says BP, Blackett Photography. Just follow your way around there and you will get a chance to see some absolutely amazing photographs that have been taken over the course of the weekend of literally everybody that's been up the quarter mile. And or if you're a racer that's been here at a former event, have a word with them. You never know, might be able to find those as well. So yeah, I can hear a tap. I can hear Darryl Bradford's at the top end.
That wasn't me. That was Ange tapping my mic.
Was it?
I'm telling on her. Yeah, no, we're just up the top end having a chat. I found out something really interesting. Officially, a piece of equipment called a fart box. Is that right? Right. Now, it's not rude. It's abbreviated to found at racetrack.
Ah.
Right, there we go. So it's all bits and pieces that people may leave behind, and Ange very kindly goes around and distributes them back to their rightful owners. So if you see Ange come in with a fart box, don't run away. You know what it's about. It's all about bits and pieces you might have left behind. So are we ready to go with Fuel Funny Car, Colin?
Funny Car's just coming into position. It's going to be the Gladiator, Mark Hawkins' car, piloted by Jason Phelps, going alongside Kevin Kent with the GSI Insurance Monte Carlo for West End Motorsport. They will be your first pair. And then we do have the other two cars in the lanes as well. Of course, Kevin Chapman with the Thermareg car, and Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. So all four Fuel Funny cars have made their way down to the last session. 4.91 is where the number one man is at the moment. They're all obviously looking to go quicker. But it is Kevin Kent that is leading the way at the moment. Just give you a rundown, ladies and gentlemen, of our afternoon pro session. It's going to be started with Nitro Funny Car. Then we'll have Fire Force 3 versus Firestorm, the two jets. Then the electric bike. As Ian Blackett was telling us, they are at 100% power. They'll be going for it on this one. Followed by Comp Eliminator, Top Methanol, the bumps. Sorry, no, it is the bump session as such, but we've got enough cars to fill all the spots. That'll be Pro Modified. And then FIA Top Fuel. And then it gets interesting because we go into the bikes where we have Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike. And then we're going to have a proper gunfight at the OK Corral with Super Street Bike. Only 8 spots available and 12 bikes here. So that should be very, very interesting indeed.
Sorry, mate, that's just me testing. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you dropped the mic in the
No. Julian has very kindly put us receivers at both of the exits. So if someone comes off a little bit early as opposed to right down the end, I'm going to be peddling between the pair of them. So we won't be missing anyone at all this time.
Well, that mic didn't sound as good as the other one, but we can still hear you. Right. Nitro Funny cars have started up behind us then. And both coming forward. Well, Jason moving forward then for his burnout then with the Gladiator. Just getting a little bit out of shape as car across the start line. And Kevin Kent then with the Monte Carlo. So the burnout part of the run is completed. The bodies come up, they just do their final checks, final settings on timers and things. So for Hawk Racing then, Jason Phelps. It's the Gladiator up to the night. Mark Hawkins stood out in front saying, yeah, just hang on a moment. Kevin Kent, the West End Motorsports team, drop the body. And Kevin is now good to go. So bring the cars up to the start line then. Jason Phelps to the Gladiator. Kevin Kent with the GSI Insurance Monte Carlo. The last qualifying session for Nitro Funny Car. About to come right at you. Well, Kevin's parachute came out about 300 foot and he was towing it all the way up. And eventually 642 at 95 miles an hour. Jason Phelps, though, stood up on the tyres right away. Hourglass tyre marks on the track from about 20 feet out. So Kevin Kent stays number 1, 642. Jason coasts to an 843, and he's going to stay at number 4.
Well, they're actually coming towards me for once. I've not been bad luck. I've got Kevin Kent coming round at the second turn-off with the Monte Carlo. Presumably that was quite a strong run until that point, Cole.
It was a .97, 60 foot. But after that, not really worth writing home about, to be honest. 253 at 330. But the chute was already out.
So, well, when the chute actually fell out, did it, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough then, no problem. Jason's gone off at the first exit. Might have a chance to have a word with Kev very shortly. So, Steve Ashdown and presumably Kevin Chapman coming up next.
It is indeed, yes it is.
Both made it down for this round at the moment. Who's still number 1? Is it still Kevin number 1?
It's still Kevin with the 491, but these two guys behind, 536, 537, are going to try and get under that 491, take number 1 away.
Just a little bit unfortunate that time round for Jason Phelps, Mark and Jackie Hawkins. That's the 4th run in a row, I think. The car's unfortunately stood up on the tyres as soon as he's nailed it. So Kevin just rolling out between the wall. I'm sure he's unbuckled in the car, and I'll get to chat with him in just a second.
Well, the track is clear. And the team's just about to start up then. The Undertaker and the Thermarec Mustang. Well, it's going to be Steve Ashdown leading the motor. They went for the burnout and literally went for the loud pedal. Fluid started to appear from underneath the car. It's nothing major, but there is a trickle of fluid. So Steve Ashdown engine already stopped. So they'll try and push it back as quickly as they can. Or has it stopped, actually? But certainly no burnout. They're trying to rock the car, actually, to get it into reverse. Or push the car back, I should say. So no, engine certainly not running for Kev. So it's going to be Kev Chapman then. No, apologies. Although we couldn't see it, the engine is still running for Steve Ashton. It's just no burnout. But now they're telling him to shut it off. Well, they're trying everything they could to get a run in there. But the team eventually said, no, not worth it. Save it for tomorrow. So, Steve Ashdown being pushed back. So, Kev Chapman has the track to himself. He's in the number 3 spot. If he can find 100th, he's going to go into number 2. And if he can go under 4.91, he will be your number 1 qualifier for the main event. Well, obviously a very big incident there. Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take it over. And we will be back with you with a full update. Thank you very much indeed.
be back later, Colin. I'll be back later.
Well, normally I'm confined to the live action arena, but it's an absolute pleasure to be on the start line. And I know for reasons that unfortunately we've got some downtime here, but it's nice to be able to bring some entertainment that we have in the live action arena for the guys and girls that maybe can't get round there. And of course, you've just seen a bit of Terry Grubb, and now they've got Lee
Do I have to?
Oh, he's gone now. You're all right. I think you're safe.
Yeah, let's have a chat for a sec. We've got quite a while, so we'll just have a chat, have a little play about, have a laugh, do some two-up stuff. Obviously, you'll explain some stuff to people. Some of the people haven't seen the live show and bike and car action, so it's good to come over this side. And
Now, while we're doing that, just having a chat, waiting for Terry to come back, I did tell everybody, you probably couldn't hear with the engine running, that you actually entered and won the European Stunt Riding Championships here at Santa Pod Raceway. What really impresses the judges that makes you stand out from everyone else that's entering the competition, in your view?
It's not one single thing, but it's just linking everything together. It's called flow. So we've got different variations of stoppies, drifting, squeaking tyres. Drifting, yeah, acrobats, stoppies, and you've got flow, which actually you connect everything together. And I've always, luckily, do a good flow, basically. Just from practicing live arenas and all that, I'll just non-stop into one trick, next trick, forward, backwards. And basically, that's how you score higher. So you can do the separate tricks, but flowing it all together is what it counts, and style as well. You get a little bit of style the longer you ride, and you just develop flowing and a style on the bike, and fortunately the judges like that.
Fantastic stuff. Well, he can flow a little bit now with Terry, and a lot of people probably won't realise as well that Terry has been here for a long, long time, but over the years he's gained more and more world records. He's now got more stunt driving world records than anyone else on the planet. How many at last count, Terry?
20-something, 24?
23, 24 world records. Your favourite one that you did?
Eating baked beans with a cocktail stick.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I'm not having that. Now, my favourite, I'm going to tell you my favourite, the barrel roll, which was a recreation of something out of a Bond movie.
Yeah, barrel roll was a great one. We recreated the famous car jump across the river where the car spins in the air and lands. Everybody thought that it was a camera trick. It wasn't. It was done for real. The car in the original movie was built just for that, so it was purpose-built with a driver in the middle and quite a few tricks.
And nobody had ever done it since the movie until you recreated it.
Yeah, it wasn't... Well, it kind of was my idea. I went into Jaguar Land Rover. I'd done a few car launches for them, and they wanted something exciting again for a new vehicle they were bringing out. So I suggested it, and they went, oh, yeah, we love it. We'll fund that. So that's what we've done.
And the other one, of course, which another one of my favourites, which I've seen numerous times on YouTube, was the Loop, and you did one that was absolutely huge. I know in the interview afterwards you said people didn't realise that loop was 7 stories high.
Yeah, 7 stories high. It was 20 metres, so what's that, 75 foot, something like that?
But this was in a normal road car.
Well, yeah, I mean, we made it as safe as we possibly could in case something went wrong. We had to modify the suspension because of the G-forces. Modern cars are made to brake under a certain G-load, and we were going way beyond that, so we had to modify all of the suspension parts.
But of course there's no safety net. Once you go for it, there's no way out. You hit the loop at what speed, 40, 50 miles an hour. You've got to do it or nothing.
Well, it was kind of 70.
Was it?
Yeah, and if all the kids put their fingers in their ears very, very quickly, you have to suck your balls in and just go for it.
Of course you do, of course you do. But talking of which, we're hoping we're going to do some with Lee. Don't forget, we need Lee in the live action arena tomorrow. We've got 2 shows tomorrow, so we don't really want to hurt him. What can he do in such a confined space here?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, this is the spare run up and down area. It's not smooth. There's lots of potholes and lumps, and it's quite thin as well. And Lee's panicking already. But I know that we can do some stuff together in this bit or that bit over there for sure. And then if there's time and the guys are still working on the track, which I believe they are, if I get a thumbs up from Darren down the other end, yeah, Donna's saying yes, we'll try and 2-wheel the track as well.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Look forward to it. I was saying we're normally confined over to the other side. It's actually a pleasure to be out here in front of all these people as well, isn't it?
I said that. I said, Russell, love it. Send him to come over here. Give him a mic.
I'll talk forever. You know me, Donna. No problem. Guys, jump over the barrier. Get stuck in. Are you happy to do this, Lee?
Yeah, it gets a bit tight, like Tel says, and we have to pick certain areas, but we do it for these guys. Obviously, they want to see entertainment, and we're in to entertain. With the 2-wheeling, might get in the car as well, depending. It might be the slowest one of the day, but it'll be on 2 wheels.
Absolutely doesn't matter, does it? It's entertainment.
Yeah, it's good fun, and obviously you don't normally see a car doing 2 wheels down the track, so it should be good. It's actually really, really sticky, so we tend to go to the middle a little bit because the tyres just stick. It's made for racing, this track, not for 2-wheeling, but we give it a go. Terry's half decent driver. I wouldn't say good. He's average, so...
He said, come on, we can talk about that in a minute.
It's all right, him talking about his 26 records, but then when I talk, he don't want to listen.
Can you hear what he's saying here, Tel?
I can, but it's because it hurts my ears, because he talks like that.
Get your helmet on, jump over the barrier, and let's see some action. Now, a lot of people will take Terry for granted here, having seen him here for years and years and years. Let me tell you that in the movie scene as well, Terry is absolutely huge. He is the sole stunt driver now, the main stunt driver for the Bond movies. He has just won the award of Stunt Driver of the Year for the Bond movies. But what they don't teach him is how to put a decent battery in his car. Has he got it? He's done it, he's done it, he's done it. He's also the official stunt driver for Tom Cruise and has done most of the Mission Impossible movies. And now we've got a bit of rain. Oh, no. It won't stop you guys, you carry on. Now, of course, as we do over the other side, we don't have a script. It's all freestyle. I don't know what they're going to do. I, like you, just love watching them and love being entertained by them. We'll have a chat with Gary Anderson in a minute as well. So, when you're ready, guys, get those engines revved and let's get going. It's not very often you'll see a motorcycle and a car right next to each other doing some crazy, crazy things. And like I said, the space is minimal, but we're going to give it a go. Here we go. So into a donut with Lee Bowers, and we're going to try and get Terry Grant doing exactly the same on 4 wheels around the outside. Here we go. Leaning on the bonnet of this car. Of course, the legend is Terry Grant's signature car. He used to race these in the Legend Racing Series and found that he could do far more than just race them down a track. Right, we've moved up a little bit. Here we go. Look at that. You've got to have so much trust in your fellow performer. Absolutely brilliant. So now we go into a circle wheelie on 2 wheels. We did one earlier on, but now he's going to try and actually get a foot on the bonnet of this Legend race car. He's got to get right in the center of this fire-up lane. Here we go. Oh, steady, Terry. Now, this is something that was recreated from some filming that they did about 8 or 10 weeks ago for a movie that I'm not allowed to tell you exactly what the title of the movie is. It's out later in the year. And the 2 of them were the official stunt riders and drivers. And Lee Bowers was playing a good guy who was being chased by a car. And, of course, the driver of the car was Terry Grant. That'll be coming out on your big screens very, very soon. So we've moved up a little bit, give you a little bit of a close-up right in front of the grandstand. And when Terry's ready, we're going to do it again. He's got to get his foot on the bonnet of this car. Here we go. Thanks for that, Darren. Darren Prentice just trying to finish me off. And look at this. Superb stuff. Did you like it? Show your appreciation. Wow. See, there's one thing doing this in that huge space. I mean, we've got an extended live action arena this year. We've changed things around a little bit. Gives us a lot of space and manoeuvrability to get things a little bit wrong. Here, there's no margin for error. And if you've got your smartphones or your cameras, that's going to make a terrific camera shot. Terry Grant there just inches away from the base of that grandstand. And Lee Bowers finishing off with a spectacular stop. He drops it down. Boom. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. And now Lee Bowers just showing us some more manoeuvres, stood on the tank. Again, it's not all about speed, it's about control, balance and stability. And kids, if you're watching, please don't try and do this on your crossbar, on your push bike when you get home. It'll end in tears, it'll end in grazed kneecaps and bruised chins. Just leave it to the professionals. Well, how far is he going? We've lost him. Right, while he's going there, where's Gary Anderson gone? Let me tell you that we've also got somebody here who a lot of you won't know, and it's a pleasure to introduce him. It's the man who drives Santa Pod's very own monster truck, Podzilla, that this weekend is celebrating 15 years at Santa Pod Raceway, and you've got the fun of being behind the wheel, Gary.
That's right, yeah. I've only been driving the truck the last 5 years. My colleague here, Drew Thornton, drove it 10 years prior to me. But yeah, Podzilla's, you know, like we say, these vehicles are the same as everything that goes down here. Podzilla, when it come here, is a completely different truck to the one that I now drive. It's evolved, it's got better, it's got faster, it can jump higher. Yeah, love it.
Well, you were doing some huge jumps today over there, and we were worried that there's going to be some serious damage, but I think you got away with it.
Yeah, we're fine. Tony, unfortunately, with Swamp Thing, suffered a broken half shaft in his rear axle, but he's busy fixing that at the moment, so we'll be back in action for tomorrow. Podzilla's good. We're ready to go.
Absolutely, and we've got Drew Thornton, who used to be the driver of Podzilla, not driving it anymore, but his crew chief. Come on, don't be shy. Let's have a quick chat with you as well. It's a special weekend with it being 15 years. Who would have thought that when you first drove it, and I was the person that picked up the phone and said, hey, we need a driver for Santa Pod's monster truck. Are you up for it? You'd actually been a driver and retired.
Yeah, I mean, the monster trucks fly through the air and my back had taken its toll on me. I came for one event and I've been here, the truck's been here 15 years, but as Gary said, I drove it for 10.
So why did you get back in the seat?
Because you, Russ, you know, our friendship, you dragged me out.
Well, that's true. But you had how many years?
Well, 10 years with Podzilla, but I've been involved with monster trucks for about 23 years now.
Well, we're in safe hands, and certainly Gary in safe hands, and we're all ready to go tomorrow across there, aren't we?
Oh yeah, Podzilla's ready to go and Swamp Thing will be sorted shortly.
Great stuff, and now we're looking at what Lee's up to, doing some acrobatics down there, a little bit of a burnout. He's not going to do a handstand on there as well, is it? Yes, he is. I thought he might. Smoke it, Lee, come on. He just loves it, doesn't he?
Can't stop him, can you? He'll be finished in a second.
There we go. Now, Terry, we always see you on four wheels. We never see you on a motorcycle. Have you ever been interested in doing stuff on bikes?
No, I can do stuff on bikes, yeah. I just don't do it very often in case I hurt myself. But
absolutely. Oh, wait. Is that enough now? Have you had enough?
I think we ought to get either Gary or Drew, as they're both standing here, involved a little bit in some danger.
And now they didn't expect that. No, Gary's saying, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not interested. Oh, look who else we got here. Steve Colley is here. What a pleasure to see you as well. You knew the track was down. You thought you'd come out and have a little bit of fun with us. Hey, great to see you. How's it been going all weekend?
Yeah, really good. Today's been fantastic. The crowds have been mega, and these four-stroke Hondas having a lot of fun on them. They're just bomb-proof. The typical Honda, you just scrape the absolute pants out of them and they just never break.
Right, are you all right to stay here for a few minutes and give us a little bit of entertainment? I love watching you on this machine.
We'll do our best. I don't wear Lycra now, so the show's not as good as it used to be, but yeah, that comes with age.
Steve, pleasure to see you. And we're going to do that in a second, Steve, but Gary's coming out. What are you going to do with him, Terry? You're not doing a brake test, are you? You're not. Right. Well, I can tell you that over there we've had problems with the brakes on the Nissan 350Z all day. And he said, I'm going to tweak them a little bit, and we've got to test them later. Now he decided to test them with somebody stood in the way. So we're going to stand Gary Anderson, who we need desperately tomorrow, may I remind you. We can't hurt Gary. Gary, apparently, if you move, you lose, right? Is he, you know, if anything happens to him, are you all right to drive tomorrow?
Yeah, that's about to say then. That's going to be one of the shortest retirements going.
No, that's put a worried look on his face. So Terry, I do need him tomorrow. And Terry shrugs his shoulders and said, it's really not my problem. So, taking a run up, we're going to do a brake test. If that man moves, you've got to tell me. Because apparently you've got to have nerves of steel. Are you ready, Terry? Yep, the lights are going. If you're all ready, here's the brake test of the 350Z. Brave man. Here we go. 30, 40. Brake, 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 brake. Did he move? Of course he did. You would have killed him.
What do you mean, did he move? Did he stop?
No, you would have killed him. Terry, a bit spongy.
A little bit. I was just trying to get my eye in.
Yeah, I think you would have had broken legs. Let's try it again. Stand there. Here we go. Brake test. And it looks like the track's coming on nicely as well. Here we go. Is he going the opposite direction this way? No, you can't go there. Come on. Right, here we go. A little bit spongy. He needs a bigger run up. Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Brake test number 2. You move, you lose. Is he going to move? Is he going to move? Oh! Did you see that? Give him a round of applause for the driving skills, first of all, because that was superb. Do we give Gary a round of applause, or did he move? He did, yeah. Do you know, he actually stopped at about 5 centimetres away. He would not have hit you.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
We do it again.
We'll do it again. Right, you see, we're going to keep going. Well, can I make a suggestion? No, hang on a second. Let me just make a suggestion. It might be an advantage if he can't see you coming. Right, turn him round. There we go. Now, again, if you move, you look. Terry, just hang on a second. Is that a big enough target? Yeah? Okay. He's looking at me thinking, why on earth am I stood here in front of Terry Grant? You see what I mean? I don't think that's a big enough target. My suggestion, no, stand there, feet together. There you go. Now we've got a big enough target. Yep. Pull his shirt down, bricklayer. We don't want that. Thank you. Ugh. Wipe your hands. Okay. Again, I'll tell you, Gary, if you move, you lose. They're all watching, everybody, all the way. They'll know. The only way of getting your big cheer and your big crowd support is not to move. Here we go. So spin it round, Tel. Line it up. And Gary's thinking, I really, really don't need this. Steady, 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 steady. Oh. I've got to give it to him that time. He didn't move. Give them both a round of applause. Well done, Terry Grant, and of course, Gary Anderson, driver of Podzilla, just having a little bit of fun down here on the start line, which is what it's all about. And I'm hoping as well we've still got time to fit a little bit of two-wheeling in as well. Yeah, and we've got Steve down here to fill in a little bit as well. Right, what we're going to do, Steve, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to need about 5 minutes to set our two-wheel ramp up. on the track to get some two-wheel action. I wondered if you'd mind just entertaining us here. Give us 5 minutes. It would be absolutely lovely to see you. And here we go. Oh, look at this. He climbs all over this machine, does the side kickers, all sorts of stuff. And do you know anything about this particular bike? Because he's actually from the Isle of Man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's from Isle of Man. Steve's been doing it a long time. I've been working with him over the years. Obviously, he's a biker, mate, as well. It's nice to have another biker in action here. Look, doing some wheelies, showing you behind the balance point. It's just using the clutch there, so as he goes behind the point, pulls in the clutch, actually called a coaster, and then the bike goes light, and then he's just feathering the rear brake on the side of the bike here. Trials bike's totally different to the super bike. They look actually easy to ride and light, but that bike is quite heavy. Obviously, it's still an engine, and they're not easy to ride, to be honest with you.
It actually looks as though he's got a puncture in the rear tyre, but he hasn't. He keeps it just at a low pressure, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm actually running 60 PSI on my tyres. They're cool to do, a little whip. Yeah, I run 60 PSI. I don't know what Steve's running, but probably about 15 PSI or something, just to do tricks like this, all the hops, pops and flicks. 30 PSI. 3 PSI.
3 PSI in the rear. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so I didn't actually know.
I told you it looked flat.
So I know about motorbikes, but trials is a different game altogether. The clutch and brake control is unbelievable, what Steve's got there. As I said, he makes it look easy, but it's definitely not easy. And obviously, he can go over things, up things, round things. He can ride on grass.
But I know you've had the freestyle record for the stunt bike that you ride, but he's got a few records himself as well.
Yeah, Steve's been around for a long time. He's a very, very good rider. And obviously, competition, and here we go.
Oh my goodness me, what's the Titanic move?
My bike actually runs at 4,000 revs. For those that see when I come off the throttle, it still pulls forward. Steve's got a lot of engine braking on this, so as soon as he does that, obviously it goes back, so he has to pick up some speed, then comes off the gas, and then it engine brakes back down to speed, so I can go a lot longer, but it's pretty cool on the trials bike. He's only just had them pegs put on. It's one of his new tricks. Not anyone on the trials bike does that, I don't think. Steve's the only one.
You tried riding the gas?
Yeah, I've rid the bikes, rid trials. I actually really enjoy it. It's a lot more different than super bikes, but all styles of bikes are good. Motocross, trials bikes, super bikes. I just love them all, to be honest with you. But he makes it look easy.
He certainly does. Pleasure to watch, Terry.
Steve, yeah, I've known Steve since many years, 25 years, I guess. Yeah, it's always great watching him.
He's one of the big entertainers over at the TT races as well. He's usually there for that whole period, entertaining crowds all around the track. So, of course, being from the island himself, nearly trimming up. Did he get you? Did he get you? No, he didn't. Is your ramp on the way round, Terry?
Well, the ramp's here, the car's here, but there's still quite a few oil drops over the track. And the last thing I want to do is go and screw things up for all the racing.
That's true.
So, we'll have a little chat. We'll have a little chat with the clerk of the course, see if he wants to do it or not. If he doesn't want to, it's no problem. We'll have a go tomorrow.
Right, absolutely. It's not just the one vehicle. Yeah, of course we have. It's not just the one car that you've had here this weekend that's been on two wheels, though, Terry. I noticed today, and you shocked me, I thought it was the Nissan Duke going on two wheels. You ended up doing it in a Range Rover Sport?
Yeah, I've got my lovely Range Rover SVR Sport that I also two-wheel. But I think I'd two-wheel more cars than... There's quite a few guys around the world that can drive cars on two wheels, but I drive lots of things on two wheels.
Absolutely. What the others don't do either is have Lee Bowers at the side of you climbing out the window.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, and sometimes I make him do a headstand and stuff like that, depending where we are and, and how much room we've got. But he always enjoys it. Lee's Lee, and he loves getting involved.
Of course he does, of course he does. And it's nice to see the two of these guys riding side by side, because either side of the track, never the twain shall meet usually, and it's just an absolute pleasure to see them both. Right, let's see what Lee's going to do. You'll probably get some standing action. Look at this. Give them a round of applause and a cheer as they come past the grandstand. Oh, steady. He nearly pulled Steve off the bike. Here we go. Oh, they're trying to get side by side. It's so difficult. Completely different machines. There we go. Oh, perfection. It was like a move from the ballet, wasn't it? Tremendous stuff. So some more action then with Lee Bowers. Here we go. Doing a bunny hop, round he goes, yep. And a bunny hop to match. Oh, perfect. I bet these guys are absolutely loving this. What's he going to do? There we go. Steve Colley's got to copy it. And jump. Almost trying to outdo each other now, I think. So while they're entertaining up there, another little chat with you, if you don't mind, Terry. What's coming up in the film calendar? Are you allowed to tell us anything in the world of Terry Grant?
Yeah, the filming world is obviously very active at the moment with COVID and everything else. So it's still very, very busy for me, for Lee as well, and some of the other guys. So yeah, I've got lots of stuff coming up. Obviously, I can't tell you what I'm going to be doing, but it'll be driving a car in a movie, obviously.
Of course, yeah. But one thing we can say, and I told the audience earlier on while you were in the car about the James Bond movie, and I found out only last week that you surprisingly got an award. You didn't expect to get it as Stunt Driver of the Year for the Bond movies.
Yeah, I was actually honoured by SAG, which is the industry. You know, they're the people that look after Hollywood and everything, and you get a certificate just for being nominated. And I was nominated, and then actually I got another certificate and was honoured by them. So I don't know.
You had no idea it was coming?
No, I didn't have a clue. So I don't know if I got the free key to Hollywood now or something. I don't know.
So how's it going, Steve? You got some problems with the rear tyre? Oh my goodness me. Was that from yesterday and today, or just from around here?
No, just now. I put this on for tomorrow in Sherborne.
Oh, you're joking?
It's gone already.
Oh my goodness. Right, I think you might need a replacement.
That'll do it the world of good then.
Well, that's sorted the job out, Steve.
That's mended it.
Yeah, that's sorted it.
Yeah, that's definitely mended it. Not.
There we go. Right, Lee Bowers as well, up there with the circle wheelies, slowing it right down. Look at that. Lee Bowers holding the bike up in the air, and then Steve Colley doing the circle wheelie. Oh, hits the barrier. The thing that amazes me as well, these guys permanently have a smile on their face. It's not just about entertainment. They absolutely love doing it. Yes, it's their job, it's their living, but what a way to make a living when you absolutely thoroughly enjoy it. And Lee Bowers gets asked to do so many different movies, not just in this country, but around the world. In fact, Lee and Terry, you were over in, was it Dubai just a couple of weeks ago?
I've got a show running out in Saudi Arabia. So I did have a show running in Dubai in a theme park, and we've removed it all down with Hot Wheels and set it all up in Saudi Arabia, and it's now up and running and running for the next few months out there.
Have they got one of the loops out there then, Terry?
Yeah, they got one of the smaller loops, which is still the size of a house, but yeah, I've trained 2 drivers to do it. They worked for me for a good few years now. They've been doing it. So.
And how many times do they have to do it a day?
Yeah, they're doing it. There's 2 drivers and they alternate. So 2 shows a day, and one does it one and one does it the other. The G-forces on the small one are quite high, so that's why they switch the drivers.
Do you ever do a guest appearance to go out and have a go yourself?
Yeah, well, me and Lee went out and built the loop, and then I have to test all the cars and test the loop and sign it off. So, yeah, I have to jump in and do it first.
And how long's the show running for out there, did you say?
It's running now for the next 2 months.
Wow.
So, yeah, and they're now on about extending it for another 60 days, so that will be another 2 months on top. So another 4 months.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, Lee's still enjoying himself, getting on that rear wheel. And Steve just doing even more damage to his rear tyre. He just put it on. So we're still waiting for news on whether or not we can do the two-wheeling. Like Terry said, the last thing we want to do is put any oil down when they're just cleaning it all up. But it's certainly looking a bit tidier down the track at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking way better, isn't it? And, you know, it's nice to not see a car upside down the track. I know it's spectacular and everything, but, you know, there's somebody in there and they've spent a lot of time and a lot of money getting that race car ready. So it's always a little upsetting when you see that.
You know, it's nice for us actually to come out here and have a chat like this, because normally we just do a show, we come to the end, and we don't. Yeah, let's go into the middle a little bit. And we actually don't get to talk. We were saying a minute ago that we're celebrating 15 years of monster trucking. Can you remember the first time that you came to Santa Pod?
I can't remember what year it was, but I can remember what it looked like. Certainly not what it looks like now. They've done, you know, over the years, they've done a fantastic job here, but there was lots of gravel. There was no tarmac over that side anywhere. There was definitely no tarmac, no arena over here. We had a bit of tarmac at the back and a wooden barn. That's where I used to do all my shows, there in front of the barn. Unfortunately, health and safety took over, and that disappeared quite a few years ago, and it's turned into the facility it is now, which obviously houses all of the equipment. Looks fantastic, but there was something special about that barn.
That's true.
It really was. The people have been coming here for years. There was, you know, a little gang of people that would stand in there, especially when the jet car was...
Me included.
Yeah, you know, and put their gas masks on and stand there and fully get engulfed in everything. So it's a shame those days are gone, but look what we have now. I mean...
It's a hell of a facility now.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, there's grandstand. The grandstands here were wooden back in the day, and, you know, none of this stuff was here. So... yeah, it's a mega facility now. The track's amazing. We have the best cars in the world coming here and doing amazing times. As you can see by today, it's one of the safest tracks in the world as well, with the best guys working here. So hats off to Santa Pod. Let's hope it all continues.
Absolutely, I totally agree. It's a wonderful facility, and the team here, best in the world, most definitely. And look at these guys still enjoying themselves down here. Are you going to get another car out, Terry? Are you going to do a bit more for us?
It depends how they're getting on with the track clearing. If they've got a little while, maybe I'll do something down the back and I can reminisce about the barn not being there.
Oh, it looks like we're only about 10 minutes or so away, so fingers crossed. We may not need to do the two-wheel driving. That'll be, I know, disappointing for us because I wanted to see it, but great for the crowd that want to see the racing back on the track.
Yeah, I mean, if we got another 10 minutes or so, then for sure we should do some more stuff. There is a lot more room there. Unfortunately, everybody can't see around the corner, but maybe I'll do something down there. I'll go and have a quick word with Darren and see what the state of the track is and what he wants me to do and not do. If not, we'll just leave Lee and Steed riding up and down again.
Definitely. Thanks a lot. Terry Grant, give him a round of applause. Been with us many, many years here at Santa Pod Raceway, and it's always a pleasure to have him back. And Lee Bowers still entertaining the crowd in front of the grandstand, doing a terrific job on this Kawasaki. I don't know how much fuel he's got left. I hope he fueled up before he brought it over. And another great stoppie. Look at the height he's getting with that rear wheel. Drop it down. Oh! We're just going to check with Darren Prentice if we can maybe do a little bit. Right, let's get a little bit of an update. How's things going, Sal?
As you can see, they're doing a fantastic job. We will do some two-wheeling. I'm not going to go all the way down because I don't want to interfere on what they're cleaning up. So Darren's going to walk down, I believe, to somewhere around near the first sponge there. It'll hang about there. I won't go beyond that because I don't want to disturb what they're doing at the moment. So for sure, we'll two-wheel the first half of the track.
And what we're going to be using, the Duke?
Yeah, we've got the Duke here. I'll see if I can get Lee in there as well. And yeah, it might take a few goes. It's a little bit awkward for me to sort of get on the track. The worst thing about the two-wheeling here on this track, it is amazing for drag cars. It's been prepped, it's got glue, it's got everything. it's horrendous for me.
I can imagine. But if anybody can do it, you can. The team are already bringing out your ramp. Is this the ramp you used at the Goodwood Festival of Speed as well?
Probably not. Look at the state of it. No, this is my Santa Pod ramp. This one lives here.
But you did get a record at Goodwood, didn't you?
Yeah, I've had a few records at Goodwood over the years for two-wheeling. Back in 2010, I was the first person to ever do the whole of the hill climb on two.
From bottom to top?
From bottom to top, yep. That was great. Then, obviously, they wanted me to change it up a little bit and make it better. So then I decided to go for the fastest mile on two wheels, which, again, I set that a few years back. And then
Go on, what speed did you get up to on two wheels?
Well, it was the time of the whole thing, which was like 2 minutes or something. And then I beat that again 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, in a Range Rover Sport. And they actually clocked me on the speed gun in front of the house at 90.
On two wheels?
Yeah, on two wheels, yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. Right, so the good news is we are not far off, apparently, the track being open. We've probably got maybe 4 or 5 minutes left. We're going to do a very, very quick ramp setup, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we can see Terry going on two wheels down this track. Lee Bowers is back with me here. I think he may need you in the passenger seat just to level things off.
I don't know, this crowd's probably bored of me now.
No, but they've seen you on a bike. They haven't seen you in a car yet.
It depends. Do you guys want to see me get out of the car? Why it's on two wheels?
Yes, of course they do.
Or can I go and have a beer?
No, you can't.
No, look, they want me to get in the car, of course.
Right, the ramp set up. Go and join Terry, because if this works right and Terry just gives him the signal, we might see Lee Bowers appearing out of the passenger window of this car. It's pretty spectacular. So if you haven't seen it across the other side, get your cameras ready. It's something to watch out for. The ramp nearly in position. We've got the Nissan Juke, which is the vehicle that he actually did the first world record in at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. He's moved on since then, but kept the vehicle. And I'm pleased to say, luckily, had it here at Santa Pod this weekend. We've used it once or twice over on the far side. Didn't expect to be seeing it actually on the famous strip. So we'll see. Are you going in it? Come on, Lee. Don't bottle it.
Yeah, look at the crowd on the bank here and in the grandstand. These guys are sat here throughout the downtime and not left, so they deserve to see us get in the car and do a bit two-wheeling. And obviously, if the wind's not too high and the rain holds off, I'll get out, I think.
Trust me, if you come out of that side window, there'll be a big cheer, I promise you.
Yeah, better be, because I'm not doing it again.
Right, so here we go. He's here, by the way. Don't let him get away. Don't let him bottle it. Come on in. We've only got about 3 minutes, so we're going to have to go. Here we go. Right, so what we're doing is trying to get on two wheels and then get Lee Bowers out of the passenger window and give everybody a wave. It can go horribly wrong. I'm assured that it won't, and I'm hoping it won't. Fingers crossed. They've disappeared around the corner. He's going to do the approach, get it on two wheels, come straight down the track. And as he appears, all I ask, he's just doing a little bit of a speed test. All I ask is, please, when you see it come round the corner on two wheels, show some appreciation and enthusiasm. Get behind these guys and give them a big cheer. Are you ready to see some two wheels? Yeah? Give us a cheer. Right, here we go. If you're ready, Terry. Two-wheel driving. Here they go. No. Didn't quite hold it. That was try number one. We're going to go again. Just wasn't quite enough speed. He's got to get the speed absolutely perfect. The approach was just a little bit too slow. We'll try again. Here he goes. He's on two wheels. He's got to turn it. He's got to turn it. Now, big cheer, please. The Santa Pod crowd have got to get behind these guys. And if you see Lee Bowers get out of the window, that's when you need to start cheering. Look at that. Absolutely brilliant. Wow. I'll get back in, Lee, before we drop it back down onto four. What's he going to do? How far is he going? Darren Prentice is saying, that's enough. No further, please. We've just prepped the track. And I think that deserves a huge round of applause for these guys who have held it together for the last 10 or 15 minutes just to bring you some added extra entertainment while the track has been closed. Thank you, Colin, for allowing us down here with some of the live action arena stuff. It's been a pleasure for me, but it looks like things are nearly ready to hand back to you.
Okay, thanks ever so much indeed. Let's hear it for Russ then. Very busy man indeed. He's been doing live action arena and he's come over to entertain us with all of the acts that put on a cracking show over in live action arena. So many thanks indeed to Russ, to Terry, to Lee, and everybody. Of course, a Podzilla team as well. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, as they were saying, we are not far away at all from getting things ready to go once again on the Santa Pod quarter mile. Track crew doing a sterling job getting everything set. Daryl's headed back up to the top end as we prepare to continue with our on-track action. I believe, well, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe it will be the Jets next, so we'll see what comes around the corner. But yeah, we are literally just a few moments away from getting everything ready. But the pairing lanes are chock-a-block with our pro-session vehicles. We have Jets down there, we have Comp Eliminator, Top Methanol, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Drags, and of course all of our bike classes still to come at you this afternoon for FIM Europe. They of course are Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Junior Drag Bike Cup. And then of course we've still got more Jets after that, Fire Force 5 and the Spider-Man jet. So going to be pretty much full on for the pro session this afternoon, and really do look forward to our sessions coming up, especially in Super Street Bike where we do actually have a bump session. Pro Modified really trying to run some numbers. There's been some amazing runs so far, but not everybody's happy with their performances at the moment, and they all want to improve. So just having a look to see who's coming round.
It may well actually be the electric bike, Colin, because Hans Henrik's been waiting round the back there, and I'm not entirely sure what goes on with the batteries, but it's something to do with the temperature of them. They're very temperature sensitive, so he needs to get it done within a certain period of time.
Yep, but what we're going to do first, and in actual fact Dave Warren has just given me the signal to advise, we're not going straight onto track action yet, but we did have to clear the track. The Bluebird is the next vehicle that's going to be going onto the quarter mile, so that'll be putting all this extra grip down, and then we'll be getting into our show. So for the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2, they're going to take the airwaves back, but when we're getting ready to go, once again, we'll be taking it back in the tower here at the main event. Okay, well, we have our jet cars in position and they have just been given the signal to fire up. And also, can I please have FIA Top Fuel Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Well, all of it comes at once there. Right, so we have jet car match racing to 1,000 feet, and it is the jet funny car of Fire Force 3. That is Martin Hill. Going to be going alongside Roger Goring with Firestorm. And you can hear them starting up below us. So once the jets are up and running, the teams and the course of safety crew have a good look around both the cars just to make sure nothing untoward, nothing leaking out the bottom of them at all. Just making sure that absolutely everything is A-OK. Then you'll see Helen, who comes out in front of a Firestorm, and of course Richie moves forward in front of the Fire Force, and they conduct their own little afterburner pop show of flames and just generally make a nuisance of themselves. Once they've done that, the signal is given to wind those turbines up for more power, and then the tower really does start to rock when the afterburner pops become a lot more fierce, a lot louder. And as Fire Force 3 has had a new tailpipe fitted, it tends to screech a lot, makes a totally different noise. But I'm sure once that's settled in, that noise will calm down just that little bit. There we go then, afterburner show between Fire Force and Firestorm. So the signal is given to wind it up even more. So as the jets move up to the start line then, visors down, give them a wave. Here they go then, Fire Force and Firestorm, match racing to 1,000 feet. Good looking race, that one. 5:21 for Rog, Martin Hill 4:94. Rog got the drop on the start line, but Martin took the win. 4:94 at 246 miles an hour. Rog went through 5:21 at 236. As the jet cars head right down to the far end and we turn in the corner. Well, here comes Richie and, of course, Firestorm team as well, going up to the top end to collect their respective drivers.
Well, Roger's just come round the corner here at the top end. It's so cool to be here, especially as well when the jets come round with them. You can see Roger's actually going to get, unbelievably, Roger gets out of the front of the jet funny car.
It's like it comes out the window, doesn't he?
He does. He's actually getting out the roof. How you doing, Roger? Very nice to see you. We'll have a word with him in a minute anyway. So what's coming next, Carl?
That's a good question. Comp Eliminator, I think. Oh, it's the electric bike, actually. No, it's the electric bike.
Okay, superb. Actually, I might go around, stand back around the back of Roger's car. It looks quite warm. That'd be nice. So the only thing is, normally I know when to talk because I can hear things running, and I don't at the moment. So you can be my ears and eyes if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem at all. Well, it is going to be Hans.
Is he coming for? Have I got time to talk to Roger, or is he there?
Yes, you might have.
Okay, I might have. No problem. Very quickly, Roger Goring, sir. Well, how much fun is this match racing?
Absolutely brilliant. We've been denied it for so long. It says drag racing over the door. Let's get on with it.
Well, it's great to see both of you guys going at it every time, and every race is real close.
Yeah, sure. We're both trying. Man, we both want to be there.
Now, is there anybody in this country that has a jet that isn't from Yorkshire?
I don't think so.
I don't think... That's got to be...
I don't think so.
That's got to be the most Yorkshire answer I've ever heard. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's about it.
Something like that. Roger, it's great to see you, mate. And, yeah, we love the show. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Thank you to all the fans, all the jet fans, all the drag race fans. You just make us feel so welcome. Absolutely fantastic. Many thanks.
Roger, it's our pleasure and absolutely lovely to see you. And Helen and everybody else too. So, back up to you, Colin.
Well, whilst that was going on, the burnout has just taken place for Hans-Henrik Thomsen as he about to bring the bike up to the line. Now then, former world record was 674. That's been knocked out the window. 661 with a 9, 206.24. But this time, we know they have got 100% power. They're going to give the bike absolutely everything it's got for this one. Let's hope that new slick holds. It's either going to break another world record or the back tyre's going to go up in smoke. It's going to be one or the other. But Hans-Henrik Thomsen then, he's into pre-stage. Just going to roll that further forward. He's in stage. Here we go. And it's gone up in smoke. Oh, well, they gave it all the power it had, but it just overpowered the track. So, yeah. Well, we know they now know what the track can't hold, and that's 100% power, so they'll just take a little bit out of it for tomorrow, and let's see how they get on then. But great to have a world record here this weekend. Due back out again tomorrow, of course. All right, we move on. The last session for Comp Eliminator. First up then, Nick Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing Camaro. Dan Williams down on the start line help his brother Nick, so we know that Dan won't be taking part in this session. He is your number one qualifier, and quite comfortably so. And going alongside Nick will be Jordan Payne with the sticky situation Corvette. Jordan is in the number 2 spot, currently with a 740. So look at the scoreboards at the end. That's the indexes that these cars to run to. It's not a dial-in or anything like that. They can go as far under as possible. So Jordan Payne at the moment is 0.54 under. Nick Williams is 0.32 under. For Nick to improve, he needs to go 0.03 of a second quicker to get in front of Kev Perkins, and he's going to have to go 0.06 quicker to get in front of Robin Orthodox, who's 0.07 quicker to get in front of Kev Jenkins. That's how tight it is in Comp Eliminator this weekend. So if Nick can go 11.0, he's going to move up a bunch of places here, but let's just see how he gets on there. Nick Williams and Jordan Payne. Well, it's going to be Jordan to the stripe first. He's already got a 744 in the bag. And it's a 742 this time. Nick Williams goes. Whoa, 1088. Outstanding from Nick. Moves up to number 4 with that one.
1088 was that, and 742 for Jordan.
Yep, spot on.
Fantastic stuff. So where does that put Nick 4, did you say, yeah?
Number 4 for Nick.
And who's still... Dan's still number 1, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, Jordan 2, Spencer... Spencer 3, and now Nick is number 4.
So Jordan's trying to be a complete thorn in the side of all the Williams boys' cars, yeah?
Well, we got the Fraudster coming up next, and Spencer Tram. Burnout's already completed. And Kev Jenkins, my word, 7:39 for a new PB on their previous run. What else have they got in the tank? Kev Jenkins is going to have to go 7:28 to get in front of Nick. Oh, this one's all Kev Jenkins. He's on one here, a 109 to 60 foot. But unfortunately coasting at the top end, 8:37 at 119. But let's see how Spencer gets on. Well, he might just reach the finish line at about 50 mile an hour by the looks of things. 41 mile an hour, but it's all yours, Nick. Sorry, it's all yours, Darren.
Well, hopefully, yeah, the Mikey's still in range. Just up here with a very happy Jordan Payne. He's going to be even happier with a 7:42.
Yeah, really happy with that. We've been struggling a bit with tyre shake earlier on in the week, but we've made a few changes on this pass, and it seems to have cured that. At 7:42, I'm not sure on the mile an hour of that. And I just want to say a big Freddie Terza from VP Racing Fuels. He's here from North Carolina this weekend, and it's just lovely to have him here.
Well, you're going to say great representative. You're number 2 qualifier at the moment as well, which is real good.
Very.
And back to Colin in the tower. Thank you very much.
Right on the limit of the microphones. Just to let everybody know, in our sportsman teams qualifying session number 10 won't be taking place this evening, so it will just be the pro session. Our sportsman racers can relax and get the barbecues out, get the beers out, and get yourselves ready for eliminations tomorrow. Next up, Kev Perkins, the Soul Man. So Kev, at the moment, he's in the number 7 spot with 7:63. Was due to be alongside Simon Crowley, but just been pushed back. But just going to wait there because the tractor is actually in front of Simon at the moment. So, the Soul Man, Kev Perkins, the Oldsmobile Cutlass, running to the Sumo Index of 799. He's currently in the number 7 spot, 763. The chassis really does twist on the launch on this car, tries to corkscrew in a clockwise rotation. Oh, quite settled this time actually, not hard off the line as it normally is. 782, 179. Parachute out and
okay, I've got the other Kev up the top end. The better looking one, apparently, he said that, and so did I, actually. Kev Jenkins. So I said to you earlier, was that 7.3 a bit of a surprise? And you said?
No, we knew it editing it, but it's all come together on that run, so it was good.
It was just after all the grief you've had in the last week as well. It's been hard work, hasn't it?
It has been very hard work, very, very trying. I mean, we've been here since last Thursday, so it's been a long time here.
Well, the good thing is you're actually now under your index, so you've got a better chance on race day too.
Yeah, keep them on their toes, hopefully. So they still don't know what it's going to run yet.
I was just going to say, is there still more in it? I mean, that 60 foot was a 109, which was pretty much where you want to be.
Yeah, no, there's a bit more in it. As on the tune we've got still, it's just the fine tuning part, so it's good.
Yeah. It does feel like it's a never-ending project, but I'm sure it's worth it when you run that quick.
It's an obsession.
Is the best way of putting it. Thank you, Kevin. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
No problem, Colin. Back to you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, the track crew just having a little wander around the Kestrel beer lane just past the 330 foot mark. I wonder if they've spotted something. But yeah, the tractor just going out on track. Yep, just to repeat that announcement that was just made, Q10 for our sportsman teams will not be happening now. So although you've probably brought yourselves ready to do it, Q10 now cancelled, so it'll be into eliminations for our sportsman teams tomorrow. So basically we're just going to run the pro session now, but by goodness me, we have a lot of stuff to still come. We've got the rest of Comp Eliminator. Then we have Top Methanol, Pro Modified, Top Fuel. And then on to the bikes for Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, the Junior Drag Bike Cup. And then the day will be rounded off with our Jet Dragsters. So good news.
You bet it is. It's actually quite nice hanging out here up at the top end as well. We've got a nice little tailwind. The only thing is, obviously, the temperature is starting to drop now, and obviously it will drop even more. The good news is, if you look where the wind is coming from, there's nice blue sky over there, so that should be with us soon, which is going to help too. We've got a few more cars to go in comp, if that's right, Colin, and then it's Pro Mod, the last session, to sort out the ladders for tomorrow.
Right, sorry about the radio silence, but just had a message flash up on our screen, and Simon Groves from Eurodragster can listen to this one. There's a bloke called Kev, and he's out of the med centre now, so well, holding back on that one, but everybody that witnessed the Fuel Funny Car crash at the top end knew that Kev got out of the car on his own steam and was A-OK. But we did have to keep everything quiet until we get official word. And basically, Kev went over to the med centre, being checked out, and he is now being released. So all good, and thank goodness for that. So Kev Chapman, the driver of the Thermo Red car, A-OK.
Good stuff. Have we got a minute? Have I got a quick moment? Yeah, that's all right, no problem. Well, I'm going to go annoy the other Kev in Comp Eliminator. I'm going to try and start an argument as well, because Kev Jenkins actually said he was the better looking Kev with no hair in he just heard me say that. In Comp Eliminator, yeah, exactly. That's fighting talk, isn't it? How you doing, Kevin? It's really, really good to see you up the top with Kev Perkins. How's it going this weekend? A few good runs. I think that was about a 7-8 that time.
Yeah, we're having trouble finding the start line. It's a bit changeable for us. I think a few other people are having a problem, but it's because it's changeable. It's hard to keep grips of it, but we got to get our own work, do our own work, and get it right, haven't we?
Well, I was just going to say, because obviously those who've got it right fly. It's just, but it's not that straightforward, is it?
No. You start changing things, and you lose your way a little bit, and then come back to the beginning again and see where you are, you know. And it's tough, but that's why we do it.
You got it. And this car as well, I mean, this car's been around in European drag racing a long time. It is Europe's first 6-second door car as well. I bet we drove it when it was a 6-second door car too.
Yeah, well, yeah, it would have been fun. Obviously, I had something to do with that right back in the beginning anyway. So, Tony Rose, bless him. Yeah, it's got a good pedigree, and it makes a good driver out of you, or it appears to, you know, make you a hero.
Well, it's still a great car. I mean, it still goes down the racetrack no trouble whatsoever, and still looks as good as ever.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good car. It's like 1989 this was built. Jerry Bickle car. So Mr. Wallace has got some years to come.
Yeah, I was just going to say his car maybe around that long anyway. But good luck for eliminations tomorrow, and it's always fun to see the Supermod guys mixing it up in comp.
Thanks, mate.
No problem at all, Kev Perkins. Thank you, sir, very much.
Is anybody else you're going to accuse of being ugly or not as good looking as the other one?
That was Kev's. Kev Jenkins actually said that, not me. It was not me that said. I just repeated what he said. That's all.
Yeah, right. That was a good duck and dive, wasn't it?
Hey, yeah, it's all right. I just planted the seed and he came out with it. That's all it was.
I don't know.
So who we got next?
Ian Master in the tractor.
Oh, okay. How's it run?
He's going back. Well, he's coming towards the start line at the moment.
Okay. It's actually Farmer Marshal to you if he's out there in the tractor. That's what it is.
Just a little bit of work in the Kestrel Beer Lane at the moment. But tucked around the corner, we've still got some more Comp Eliminator cars in the form of Robin Orthodoxou and Dave Smith.
Yeah,
come round.
I would interview people. I'm out of people to interview at the top end. We've run out of cars. Everyone's gone back. So otherwise, I would be seeing what people think. But we do that again in just a couple of moments.
We've got both of the methanol funny cars that have made it down for this one. So that's good news. Thank you very much indeed. We've got pictures coming from the pairing lanes. And then it will be FIA Pro Modified. Dick Costa is already here, ready to call that one with us. And a few of the cars that were missing. Round to the fence to take a picture, because that is so cool. Right, well, tractor heading back towards the start line. And I think we're pretty much there. Well, I say, don't forget, folks, I mean, the time now, let's have a quick look, 6:20 in the evening. We've got a little bit to go yet, to be honest with you. But do not go anywhere. This is a massive highlight of any race meeting. The last qualifying session, it's the do or die efforts for some of them. It could be weekend over for some, you never know. But that will certainly be the case in Super Street Bike, as we've got more bikes than available spots in eliminations. So, comp eliminator then. Dave Smith coming round the corner. And Robin Orthodoxu with the Chaos Brothers Altered. He's going around the corner and he is going into the Castrol Beer lane. So let's have a look to see where these two are at the moment. Robin is currently number 6. Her best this weekend of 7:05, and we know he can go into the 6s when all the stars align and the run is good. Going alongside Dave Smith, he's having a great weekend actually. Loads of races or runs down the quarter mile here. He's been running in the Comp Eliminator, also running in Super Pro as well to get track time, and it's all about data, learning what the car will do. They keep stepping it up. See if we can go quicker than 763.
Well, both of these two cars are actually aorteds. If you've got the screen in front of you, I think they both got 632 big block Chevys in them. By the way that comp works, it's engine size and weight, so there's a very good chance they weigh the same as well. It's just obviously Robin and the team have run quicker than Dave. I'm sure Dave would give something definitely, or donate something definitely, if he could run as quick as Robin does. Yeah. But yeah, they're both aorteds. If this was a race in eliminations, it would be heads up first.
It certainly would, yeah. So the Chaos Brothers in the Castrol Beer lane. Dave Smith is in the automotive lane. Robin is pre-staged, as now is Dave. They're both in. And they both click it early. 8:14 Dave Smith, 8:40 for Robin. But Robin didn't get off the line properly that time. It was only 1:25.60 compared to Dave's 1:10.
Yeah, it looks like the sun's going to turn up soon. It just can't turn up quick enough for him, I think, to be honest with you, because the track temp is going to be dropping quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means you've got to get it right. Which I'm sure something will.
FIM Pro Stock Bike into the pairing lanes now, please. And right, this is Dave Swift with the AMX, going alongside Simon Crowley with the Trailer Queen Golf Mark 1. Now, bearing in mind that Simon's only got a 2-litre 4-pot in there. Mixing it up with the the rest of Comp Eliminator. Looks like Dave has left. That's right, that nitrous bottle looks like it's emptying itself. There actually is a massive purge, and the engine has been shut down. So it's going to be a solo then for Simon Crowley. And once again, can I have FIM Pro Stock Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Simon looking to beat a 10:37, where he's been so far. Bearing in mind that's front-wheel drive as well. A good-looking run there for Simon. 11:02, 130 miles an hour at the stripe. And boy, oh boy, if we want a car to get a run in, it is now. The engine has started and coming around the corner, finally. It's Chris Orthodoxou with the Viper.
Is that right? Seriously?
Yep. He's coming round.
He must have had a hell of a weekend, Chris, because, well, he's running the door slammers last week consistently in the 60s.
Yeah.
He hasn't got an ET on the board yet, has he? Is that right?
Correct. This will get him qualified.
I think he burned more fuel in the pits than on the track. He has been trying and trying and trying all weekend to get it to get the car running properly, but now again it's still.
He's not even going to attempt to burn out. He is literally driving up to the start line
to get a time.
Just to get a time, get it qualified for tomorrow. Chris Orthodoxou then.
There's raw fuel coming out of the exhaust.
Yeah.
And even red lit.
Well, Dick, you know that somebody put a mountain in the pits for Chris to climb, but he's managed to climb it. My goodness me, he's had some issues, hasn't he?
Yeah, yes, yeah. And what the actual issues are, I don't really know, but it's something with adjusting the injection and ignition system. That didn't sound right, and still doesn't.
Well, he's qualified. That's the most important thing. Yep. He's not going to reach Darrell.
Yes,
he's gone through the first exit.
Yeah. Did that deliberately so he couldn't swear at me. That's what he did.
Yeah, 19.75. But the important part there for Chris, he's in the show.
Yeah, well, he gets another night to try and fix it and come out again tomorrow and have a go at it. So I think that's, is that the last car for Comp?
It is. It's Top Methanol Funny Car up next.
Well, hopefully I'll get to have a word with both of these two this time around as well, especially Lynn, who we haven't had a chance to chat to at all yet. Sandro a number of times.
Well, it's going to be side by side.
Fantastic. I think they've also got on the order, qualified order, they've got another run first thing tomorrow morning, or thereabouts anyway, which will be their last qualifying run, and then obviously it'll be a race for the event win.
Yep, you're absolutely right, mate. Here we go then, Top Methanol Funny Cars onto the quarter mile for their burnouts. Well, Lynn not really striking the tyres on that one at all, just limped over the line and went to about 150 foot out. Meanwhile, Sandro approaching the 8th mile with his one.
So Lynn's one and only run on the quarter mile earlier on today was a 5.9. Sandro's had two 5.54s, I think it was, wasn't it, Cole?
55 with a 0.
Beg your pardon, yeah, very close. And
I'll let you have that.
That's all right, cheers. He shook yesterday and pedalled and ran 55 or 54, I think it was yesterday. And earlier on today, he did run and clicked it off early. That was a stormer, that one. No problems whatsoever. Let's see how the methanol cars deal with the track temp. If they can get it right, these are absolute Candyland conditions. It's beautiful. Probably about 16, 17 degrees still out here. It's just how much heat is still left in the racetrack. The air conditions are perfect. The sun is coming. I keep saying that, don't I?
Yeah.
But it's only because I'm looking in the direction standing up here that the windmills are going. So, Lynn and Sandro, one last time today.
Sandro all the way to a 5.48 at 265 miles an hour. Lynn limps across the line at 11.32 at 55 miles an hour. She got very close to the centre line, having left the line, and actually did lose the block somewhere along the line. But Sandro, 5.48, 265, and all the way down to the bottom of the shutdown area.
That's what happens when he keeps his foot in all the way to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. So just waiting for him to come around the turn-off at the top end. I don't think Lynn's going to make it this far, is she, Carl?
She's already taken the first exit.
Oh. They do it deliberately, see, don't they? Don't come talk to me. That's what it is.
I understand them.
No, well, you know, you've avoided us for 2 years, COVID or not.
The thing is, I try and avoid him, and then he's still in my ear, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's 3/4 of a mile away from me, and he's still yabbing in my ear.
Still annoying.
It's what I was born to do, gents.
Well, you're damn good at
And
it.
I've perfected it, yeah, exactly. I was just going to say the same thing. So, great run for Sandro that time. 5.48 at 2.65 is pretty much world class for top methanol funny cars. Sadly, we've got no dragsters here with us. However, they'd have a pretty hard job keeping up with that one. So I'll take a word with him in a minute. We've got Pro Mod rolling under the tower now.
Now, obviously, I've got Dick Costa with me in the tower. Once again, good afternoon, Dick.
Good afternoon.
And let's have a look what we got in store.
Norbert Kuno first. Norbert had to, to abort the run because he had no brakes.
Oh.
So he destroyed the master cylinder. So he found a new one. David had a new one in stock. So we mounted it, and now he can try to run again.
So Norbert Kuno at the moment has run a best this weekend of 13.05.
Wow.
He's been way quicker than that before. Way quicker.
But also quicker than the other two, number 15 and 16.
Yeah, well, there is that. Just having a look at the PB sheet, actually. Norbert Kuno set his best numbers back in 2018 at Tieup with a 6.03 at 236 miles an hour. Now, obviously, we haven't had a lot of new personal bests since 2019 for obvious reasons.
Doesn't sound very happy.
once again, the most critical part of the launch procedure, bizarrely, is setting the wheelie bar, just making sure that everything is A-OK with regards to ride height of the wheelie bar. Very important tuning aid, and obviously does prevent the car from flipping over. Right, so then Norbert Kuno with the Avenger in the number 14 spot. Last bit of de-icing going into the bug catcher. And it's all over to Norbert now. Very, very soft launch.
Yeah, not even in the two-step.
Yeah.
And no idea what's up with Norbert, but he's not in his...
He's not his usual self,
No.
is he? Something like that.
No.
Although with Norbert, that normally changes in first round because he suddenly hits his backside with both hands. Very quickly up the top end with, if it's okay, with Sandro, 548, 265. I did say that's what you were looking for, and you said?
Looking for 270.
But that was the first full run as well, wasn't it?
Yes, after a lot of changes and troubles, it's the first full pass. So we will see next pass.
Yeah, and you just said something to me very interesting. You said that obviously where you are in Belgium, you don't get to race very often. We've still been racing the last couple of years, but you can get here.
No, the closest is Centerpot or Hockenheim, and both are out of competition. So we're not allowed to come over due to the pandemic.
Well, we're very glad to have you back, and good luck tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Back to you, chaps, in the tower. Norbert's just come round the corner. He's actually made it all the way down to the top end, believe it or not.
Yeah. Well, it's David Vector up against Bruno Bader.
Yeah, this is a monster matchup if you ever want one. These two have got a history against each other.
Yeah.
So did you get a chance to find out from David what actually happened earlier?
Yes.
Was it the two-step?
No, it was a brain fart.
Say that again, if it was what I thought it was.
Yes, it was a brain fart.
Really?
Yeah, a driver error.
He's been racing for years.
Yeah. Well, he had this the trans brake in and full throttle, and then he released the trans brake and the throttle. So that was all.
He
did it twice.
He's going to have a whole line of T-shirts now. I think I saved it,
Yeah.
and I think I screwed it up,
Yeah.
and I think I won it, and I think I lost it. Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be a lot. So that was really what it was.
Yeah,
It was,
that was it.
Well, we were defending you. We were saying it can't be driver error. Dave's been driving for 15 years.
Yeah, what it was, and he admitted. So.
FIM Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please. FIM Top Fuel Bike. Can we have you into the lanes, please?
Well, the good news that we found out is with a methanol car, or an alcohol car or whatever, if you hit it right, the racetrack is still really, really good. Sandro was, they're all very, very happy with that 548 at 265. So,
Yeah, if it hooks and it stays, then it will be flyers.
The thing for David as well is that where is he on the qualified list?
He's number 16.
Oh my goodness me! So he'd have, as it stands, if he doesn't run quick this time, he'd have Jan Eriksson in round one.
Yeah.
My goodness me! What a matchup in round one, potentially. Anyway.
Oh, but
potentially.
let's wait a minute.
Bruno currently number 11 on a 667.
Yeah, this was kind of Bruno last week.
Oh,
David Vector's flying. He's flying.
16th.
Oh,
wow.
588 a pair.
Both.
588.01 for David, 588.05 for Bruno.
I want to see that video up from front. Did you see how high the wheelie?
And how close to the wall he was getting.
Oh, yeah.
And the speeds as well, gentlemen.
231 for David, 227 for Bruno, but a new PB for Bruno.
It's like they shut it off early as well, to be honest with you. But there we go. From the outhouse, well, I was going to say outhouse to penthouse. He was number 16, but he was never going to stay there, was he? No. They've just coming around the corner at the top end. I've got a feeling we're going to have two very happy Pro Mod drivers. That's what I was just saying as well, though, is obviously the track temp is dropping, so it makes things a little difficult. But if you hit it right, if you get it right, it's that good. That's Bruno's first ever 5.8 second run as well.
All happy bunnies here at the start line, I can tell you.
Yeah, I think they're all just looking at their weather stations and going, oh boy.
Oh, so it won't be Jan Eriksson and David Vector in round 1 tomorrow unless something really freaky happens, like everyone else runs quicker than 5.88.
No.
That's a shame.
But you really have to see the replay of this run, Daryl.
It was that, what? Were
Yeah,
they close or close together?
Very close. No, close to the wall. And an enormous wheelie from David.
Oh, massive. Bruno, actually, 60 foot for Bruno was 0.95, and at the 8th he was 382. He was quicker than David. David was, 200ths slower than Bruno at those 2 markers.
Yeah, but David went over the 60 foot with his front wheels
He
off.
did.
So.
Oh, yeah, that's the point. Revs very high once again for Wayne Nicholson after the burnout.
Stuck.
And John Webster, he's now on the number 16 spot. So the Fast Company Mustang, turbo power in the Castrol Beer Lane, and it's Wayne Nicholson. You can hear it. The supercharged car in the Autoglim lane. He's currently on a 6:45, looking to go quicker. Both representing the UK. Wayne.
Driving too big, tire shake, Wayne. Again, 641. Oh, John Webster, 620, with quite of a pop at the end.
Did you just say 620 for John Webster?
PB for John Webster,
That
620.
Is, mile an hour?
229.
That's not bad at all for Johnny. He'll be riding around the corner in just a minute. I'm up at the top end with a very, very happy Bruno Barder. Couldn't believe he ran 5.88. That's terrific.
Yes, it's great after a bad weekend. Always go up and shake or spin the tires on the line. And now we get a good run in the baddest condition. I don't understand this.
Maybe you were just waiting for the right moment to do it.
Yeah, we hope so that it goes better the weekend, the rest from the weekend.
But it's great. Personal bests are always a good thing, but 5 in the 580s is terrific.
Yeah, it's unbelievable with this old car.
Oh. Old car, young driver.
Yeah, sure.
Something like that. Thank you very much indeed, Bruno. So,
Well,
yeah, go on, sorry, chaps.
Yeah, I was going to say, John Webster, 6.20, but there was a very large plume of either steam or smoke as the car went through the traps, and our track crew out there just checking everything over.
Well, it's actually just, the car's off at the top end, John's out of the car, and they're just checking it over. There is a bit of steam coming up from underneath it. That is a real big shame as well for John, because that is... you're right, Johnny. Yeah, well... the good news is that was a new personal best, 620.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah.
The rest of it, obviously, not so.
Yeah, we were hung out on the start line and done the transmission basically. So.
Oh, is that what you think's happened?
Yeah, yeah. So I saw the temperature rising as I was staging, and then I had to get off it, and then obviously get back on it. We needed a run, so the car was hauling great, and it let go about 1,000 foot. So.
That would have been, I mean, I think the speed was about 229, so yeah, you were, I mean, that was a personal best anyway, but could have been that bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to get a good run. It was a clean run, the car worked good, it's just that top end bit and a bit of a drama on the start line, but yeah, we've got to come away with the positives sort of thing.
I'm really sorry to talk to you at moments like this, because obviously, yeah, it's good because it's a PB, but yeah, you'd rather not have that happen, obviously.
No, I mean, we've been struggling with technical issues over the weekend with a new config, so the last run we did was just get up the track, get a number aboard, make sure we qualify, and then it gave us the rest of the day to fix the car for tomorrow if we needed it. But fortunately, we found it shortly after that, so it was great to get that attempt at this on this run. So, but I'm not sure we'll be ready for tomorrow. So.
Well, I certainly hope you can. I know you try. You always do. But I really wanted to come over and give you some good news other than, just that.
Yeah, no, it is what it is, that's racing, as I say.
Yeah, it's good. Well, good luck. I do hope you get it back together, Johnny. I hope I don't have to interview you on the start line again tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
No bother. John Webster. And I guess we've got a bit of a clean-up to do at the top end.
Is David with you, Daryl?
He is, yeah.
Oh.
Well, he can be. I can go and run after him.
Yeah.
Right, what do you want to ask him? Go and tell me.
Just ask him how he's feeling and how the ride was.
He said it was fun, a little bit close to the wall, but yeah, it's all right. David, we're very quickly down here. Dick wants to know, how was the ride? It looked like fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, dude. It went left, it went wheels up, it was all good.
But you had hold of it anyway. I mean, you've had all sorts of silly issues the last couple of days, and that's how it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, probably. We did this more, I think. Last run we qualified back into the field. But yeah, we're happy now.
Very happy indeed. You're going in... Where is he at the moment? I'm just going to ask him. Is he number 2?
Yep.
He's number 2 at the moment.
Am I number 2? Or Bruno, maybe?
No. David is number 2.
You're number 2 by a couple of thousandths.
Okay, that's good.
That is rather good. So you get whoever might be number 15 in the morning.
Cool. Very good.
And how are you going to...
We have a few more cars to come.
With a few more cars to come, yeah, of course. It might change around a little bit.
Yep.
It will. We don't know where it's going to be, but I think this will be sort of where we'll stand for tomorrow.
But at least you're in a show. You're number 2. You'd have probably taken that at the start of the day anyway.
Absolutely.
Certainly. It's always good to see you, buddy, and good luck in the morning.
Thank you very much, guys.
No problem at all. Back to you.
Okay, well, they're just having a look on both sides of the racetrack, actually. In the autogym lane towards the finish line, our track crew are having a good look between 1,000 foot and the 1320. And the shutdown area, the Berrymans is out between the first and second exits. So, yeah, a little bit of track attention at the top end. And looking around the corner next up, and it looks like to be Jean Delemont, who can be taking on the Lightning McQueen car of John Tebenham.
And is that with his spare engine in there?
Oh, in
Bruno's
John's car, yeah.
John's car. So tell us again, Dick, what did they do and what did they have to do to fix it all?
You mean Jean or John? Jean.
Jean.
Oh, yeah. Well, they melted 2 pistons and they burned the sleeve, and all the aluminum dust was on the crank. So they could clean it, but they didn't have the right pistons. So they had to pull out the engine and put in the spare engine. And that's about it.
Simple answer.
It's a lot quicker to sum it up than it is to actually do, isn't it?
Yeah, it took them a long time. They started yesterday early after that run, and they had to finish it in the morning, and so missed the first round today.
Well, at least they were able to fix it and keep going. I mean, it is a spare engine, like you said. Everything else on the car was usable. Was that right?
Yeah. All the injection system and intake, exhaust. All this car has vacuum pumps on it to suck the how you call it, the band pressure out of the valve covers, and mechanical fuel pump, I think, mechanical oil pumps to suck the oil out of the pan and back in the engine on the other side. So there's a lot of stuff around the engine, way more than a regular heavy or regular.
Yeah, nitrous.
Oh, we lost
like nitrous cars, by comparison to blown cars, look like a lot of plumbing. I think is the way to put it, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot more to them. So we do have a bit of a clean up, I guess, out on the racetrack. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
the
tractor's coming back to base.
That's good. It's only because the sweeper had moved from up here. Where I'm stood the other side of the bank, so I can't see. I just listen to you guys for what's going on, which is probably a stupid idea. But
sorry about that.
It's all right, no problem. I might do it anyway. Well, they've all gone now. I've spoken to everybody up here. I need to send someone else down. But so far in this session, so Jan Eriksson's still number 1. Now David's number 2. Bruno's 3. I'm guessing that
Nick Davis is 4.
Number 5 will be
Andy.
That's it. Number 6 is Kev.
And those 6 are all in the 5-second zone, don't forget.
Potentially with a few more. There's more 5-second cars around the back of the tower waiting to go, aren't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Quite a lot more.
Mark Harteveld. Well, John, of course. Andreas, but Andreas won't come.
I didn't think he would be.
No.
What, do you know what? Again, what? Obviously, he went in the field, but I guess it's more than that.
Yeah, the valve cover wasn't tight enough, so it leaked oil, and the chutes didn't deploy, so it was all full of oil, and he damaged the front end. So
Right.
he's fixing it now with carbon and polyester stuff.
Do you know what's unbelievably ironic about that?
No.
His company out in Estonia builds fiberglass boats.
That's what he said. I just don't have the stuff with me. So John Webster gave him the stuff to repair it, and well, he's working on it.
He should be. He's the guy to do it, though, isn't he? So
Yeah,
he's the company that you see on the side of the car is actually Andres. His company out there in Estonia, and he's got a bit of glassing to do on his own car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, well, at least the engine's, by the sound of it, it's not hurt. It was just one of those things, and fiberglass front ends can be fixed. We had a really. You weren't here then, Dick, but last month back at Easter, we had a really weird incident in the pairing lanes where I'm not entirely sure how it worked, but one car with some wheelie bars backed into another car.
Yeah, I know.
And that was Dave Smith, and I couldn't believe it. It was only a day later. It had a big hole in the front of it. It was only a day later. Dave Smith was out, and it looked perfect. They even sprayed it, so you could, if you look closely, you could see it. But yeah,
No, we have another professor at it,
another one.
Jean Doulemont.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. How many times did he pop off the?
That's a very good point. Yeah, and the funny thing is that the amount of times it came back, and every time he brought it back again, like a month later, it looked exactly the same. It looked like
new.
Yeah, it looked no different at all, did it? So.
No.
There we go. It's a shame not to see Andres Arnover for this qualifying session. He did need the run. The next run is going to be round 1 tomorrow. He is qualified.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Most importantly, everybody's qualified.
Of course, we only have 16. Well, we have 16 promos.
So is it Norbert who's down at the bottom?
He is, yes.
Hanging about, yeah. And then above him.
Right, let's do it the reserve way. Reverse order. 15th is Marcus Hilt on an 850. Bobby Wallace is 14th on a 669. Wayne on a 641 is 13. John Webster, we just saw go through there, 620 in 12th. Jean Doulemont, 611 in 11th. And then it's the 60 Club. 604, Michel Turenne in 10. Mr. Arnover, we've already been chatting about 603 is 9th. John Tebbenham, 602 is 8th. And Mark Hartfeld, 6 flat is 7. And then, as you say, with the 5 second club, the 6 people in there. But still could change around.
There's room for more.
There is certainly room. Also, just a random fact for you, just going through social media, Keith Lee, he's always with us at Dragstalgia, and a huge font of knowledge that he is. 50 years ago today, we were talking about Barry and Andy Carter doing that first side-by-side 4 and 300 miles an hour. 50 years ago today, Dennis Priddle clocked the first 6-second run outside of North America here at Santa Pod Raceway. So,
and now we have door cars in the 5s. That's just outstanding,
that's
isn't
mental, isn't it? But a huge memory, and that's when Dennis became Mr. 6. And
Okay. Well,
what an ambassador of the sport Dennis was.
Sean is ordered to fire up the car so we can go again.
Well, we're getting towards 7 p.m. in the evening. We still have a few more classes to run.
Oh, it's Marcus Hilt, actually. It's not John Tebbenham. Still going alongside Jean Doulemont there. Jean coming round into the Auto Glim lane. And it will be Marcus Hilt in the Kestrel Beer lane. Yeah, a pair actually. You're absolutely spot on. I was thinking exactly the same thing. No dramas, no issues, no deviation. Both arrows straight. Pretty much perfect burnouts.
Yep. No crazy RPMs.
Are you sure we're watching Pro Mod?
Yeah, that's just super gas.
Oh, okay, of course. We'll see from the ETs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super calm, Dave. Are allowed to go over the line.
Yeah, it's a good point actually.
Brought a new backup girl, I think.
So Marcus Hill then, he's the man that is residing in the number 15 spot at the moment, 8.50. And Jean de Le Mans, obviously with engine number 2 in the car at the moment, went 6.11 with the previous power plant. They both launched hard, but 105 for Marcus, 103 for Jean to the 60 foot, but they were both off the gas before they reached the 330. And in the end there, Marcus Hill coasting across the finish line at 9.75. Jean went 12.46.
So was that shake or spin, fellas?
Shake, certainly for Jean.
Yeah.
Not quite sure for Marcus, actually. He did get a little bit further.
Doesn't look like shake.
Yeah.
The marks.
That's a little bit of a shame for Marcus. I know, obviously, talking to Camp earlier, they did have high hopes of the weekend. That has the engine in it that used to be in the Caddy, which is the world's fastest blown Pro Mod.
Yeah.
Not the top end, obviously,
No,
but still,
no.
you know.
No, and different cylinder heads, because they're not allowed to run the big intake valves here in Pro Mod.
Right, UK against UK. This time it is the Lightning McQueen. Fabulous version, of course. Going alongside for Wallace Motorsports, it's Bobby Wallace. There's one thing that you just cannot take away from John Tebbenham. He is the burnout king. In the pop, he just goes for it all the time. And if he could, he would just do 8 mile burnouts in the Pro Mod car as well.
It would be nice to have Freddie here again, and they meet in a round.
Yeah, you just know. John Tebbenham would literally love to do side-by-side 8 mile burnout with Fast Freddy.
Did you? I don't know whether you saw. You probably didn't see his run earlier, Dick. What he made in the pop. You couldn't see the start line. There were 2 cars in there somewhere, but it was quite an epic. My good mate Simon's put a picture up of it on Facebook. And yeah, there's 2 cars hiding in there somewhere.
Right
I'm surprised he hasn't actually put a line lock on the Pro Mod just to white out the start line.
JT oh so close to the 5s. He went 6.02 earlier on. Bobby Wallace 6.69. I think they're both up for this one for sure. This is beautiful. Well. This is beautiful. Oh, yeah. Bobby Wallace is in the 5s. 5.95 at 245. And I tell you what, John Tebbenham was almost in the 5s as well. 6 flat.
Oh, wow.
At 237.
That looked cool.
So that was 5.95 for Bobby, did you say?
Yeah.
What was the speed as well?
2.45.
Woohoo! He's going to be one happy boy when he gets out the car up top end. He's already round the top end. and waving at me too, so he must be happy. Well, when it all goes to plan, it's so much nicer, isn't it? You know, he's had a lot of grief over the last, like everybody's had a lot of grief getting hold of the racetrack. The funny thing is, though, is obviously the track's the coldest it's been all weekend.
Yeah,
yet
then
everyone seems to be hooking up.
Forget it. Look at Sunday morning every time. The best time to be run on a colder track with cold air, a lot of horsepower, and the track is so good.
Yeah, one very interesting thing, chaps. I've just come round the corner. You know the spray bar in the middle of that Mike Janis injector?
Yeah.
It's frozen.
Oh.
John Sevenham round here, the whole injector's absolutely frozen.
One thing I forgot to add to that, obviously with Bobby Wallace's run there, new PB on speed and ET. Congratulations, Bob.
And quite possibly excitement when he gets out the car too.
Yeah. Right, next up then, and these guys have been licking their lips for the conditions. It is, of course, the Blown Bird, Kev Slyfield, and it's Michel Turenne. Going to be the next pair. Seven cars in the 5-second zone already. I think our record is 9 at a European event. Can you imagine if we had our Swedes here?
Yeah.
What the bump would have been. So Michel Turenne at the moment, he's on a 6:04. He's on course for a 5 if everything goes right. Kev Slyfield, well, to hang on tight. He would love to get in the 5.8s here. Tell you what, they're both good.
Yeah. I think both are very capable of doing it.
Right, this is all Kev Slyfield. Come on, Kev, all the way.
Oh, he left again.
Well, in actual fact, it wasn't the quickest 8th he's ever done, 4:01. But nevertheless, 6:62 at 1:62. But look at Michel's 60-foot, 0.94.
Told you it wasn't impossible.
Oh,
too quick, I think that was again. I guess he shook after that, didn't he? Right, very quickly, I'm going to have a quick chat with Bobby Wallace, our newest member of the 5-second club this weekend. You've been there before, I know, but that was your quickest and fastest run ever.
Yeah, we've finally done it in competition, which is great. So that ups the competition personal best, which is brilliant. And then after the run earlier today, it's good to be back in a straight line.
Yeah, back in the game as well. I mean, you're really flying the flag for the nitrous cars now. I mean, there's only sort of 3 of you, I think, in Europe that have been in the 5s now, and you're getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, there's not that many of us now. It's sort of a dying breed. So it'd be nice to see a few of the old school faces back, which it might happen eventually. Who knows? Yeah.
But it must feel real good going into tomorrow, going into race day as well. You're going to be in well, it looks like you're going to be in the top half of the field.
Yeah, it's always good to be in the top half of the field. I mean, who knows? It's race day. Anyone knows what could happen.
Go and do it for England. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, Darryl. Thank you.
No problem. That's Bobby Wallace. Family, all looking incredibly happy up the top end.
Bet they are.
Yeah, and he's going to kneecap him now because she wants to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Right, so let's have a quick look then. No movement there from Michel Turenne, so he stays 11. No movement from Kev, he stays 6.
Sorry, mate, just very quickly, because I've got JT before he gets towed away. I'm not going to say what you said when it was a 6 flat, but I know you wanted another 5.
Well, I think they got the numbers in the wrong lane, so I wanted a 5. But yeah, we were trying hard. I pressed every button, every lever. I could catch him, and I couldn't catch him.
Well, the good thing is as well that the car's running. I mean, you're going down the racetrack every time. I think you're the only car in every session that's made it from start line to finish line with no problem.
Yeah, you know that. That's why we're the best.
Well, something. You certainly got the shiniest car. Yeah, I'm only joking, Johnny. It's really good to see you, mate. Good luck in the morning.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much, and I hope everybody enjoyed it.
We certainly did. Thank you, chap.
Forever the entertainer. Gotta love him.
Forever,
really gotta love him.
Forever the wind-up merchant. Oh.
Yeah, true. Right, well, a little bit of grooming in the auto glim lane. Dave's just jumped into the tractor, so there's just that little bit of sledding at the moment. And this is where the top end goes quiet because everybody's making their way back to the pits. But just having a look in the lanes to see. It is Nick Davis and possibly the Voodoo Hemi of Mark Hardfeld, your next pair. But they're the two that are at the front of the lanes.
And we have Jan Eriksson.
And, of course, Andy Robinson. Yeah, we got 2 pairs to go. And then that will be a wrap for Pro Modified. But, as I say, 7 of the cars are in the 5s. You got the next 2 are 6-0-0. So, yeah, outstanding performances from our Pro Mods today.
Well, I've got a couple more up the top end as well.
Oh, you have? Ah.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Michelle and Kev are just getting packed up. The only thing is I'm sort of at the limit of where the mic will work. But, Michelle, you had a good day yesterday. Today's been a little bit more hard work.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we changed some stuff from Easter to now, to trying to get more wheel speed, but it's still difficult to get the right numbers to get. So we changed the gear for the last run, but no.
I think it was still like 94, 95 to 60 foot. Is that kind of where you want to be, or do you think you need to slow it up a little bit?
That's where we want. Yeah, but now in top of first gear, it's shaking real hard. So that's what we have to solve to get it from A to B.
Well, tomorrow morning, everybody starts with the blank page because it's eliminations. So I'm not sure who you've got at the moment. We've got 7 or 8 cars in the 5s. So it's going to be tough, whoever you get.
Yes, it's real nice to see everybody picking up speed. So that's going to be exciting tomorrow.
Well, it's what you come for, isn't it, the competition?
Yes, that's what we do it for. So we will see tomorrow. We will make a new plan tonight.
That would be good. Good luck tomorrow, and it's good to see you as always.
Thank you very much.
Well, if the qualified order doesn't change, it will be Kev Slyfield. He's got,
oh, is that right? So if it doesn't
doesn't
change. So who have you got left to come round, though?
We've got 4 cars left. We've got Mark Hartfeld and Nick Davis, to be followed by Andy Robinson and Jan Eriksson.
So I think all of them have actually run quicker than these two.
That's true.
So that won't change the order. It's you two in the morning.
No, Mark Hartfeld is currently 8th. So, yeah, if Mark could go quicker than Kev, so, yeah, it could actually change around, actually. That just makes it more interesting. Yeah, at the moment, Nick Davis, 592, he's in the number 4 spot. And Mark Hardfeld, he's currently number 8, 6-0-0.
Well, it was nice to see Kevin and Michelle laughing as soon as I said they've got each other in round 1.
Well, might do.
They might do. I don't think the order can change.
It can, because if Mark Hartfeld goes quicker than Kev, then it will change that around.
Yeah, Kev, by the sounds of it, got a lot of work to do. That run where he had the storm in 8th mile earlier, he lost 3rd gear at the top end, and the blower belt went, and it looks like they've lost 3rd gear again. I think that could have been why the blower belt went, because it freewheeled when he hit 3rd gear. Lots of work to do. So Mark Hartfeld, if he sets a personal best, will change the order.
Oh, look at Nick Davis, though. Look at Nick Davis. 587 for Nick Davis. Oh, Mark Hartfeld goes into the 5s with a 597, but Nick Davis has just moved up to number 2.
Woohoo! Right, so 587. What was the speed, chaps?
247.85.
Man.
Sorry?
247.85.
Wow. And Mark Hartfeld with a 597, yeah?
Yeah, at 237.
Wow.
Actually, Mark doesn't move. He stays 8, so it will... it will be Kev and Michelle after all.
Wow, and we've still got 2 more cars. This is the session of promo we've been waiting for all weekend, isn't it, chaps?
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic.
5 seconds.
Yeah, so Nick
That's not
Davis
gonna change
getting
anymore,
pushed off. He'll be calm and collected as always, but I'm sure underneath that he's going to be really
it's
excited.
a new PB by, it's only 100th, but it's a new PB for Nick Davis. Congratulations
Well,
to
I
him.
think the thing is, Rob Loring was talking about earlier, they got to pick up the 60 foot. What did he run to 60 that time?
0.96.
That, what?
No, that was Mark.
Oh, sorry, that was Mark. Sorry, 104.
Oh, okay. There's still more to be had in the 60, to be honest with you. I know they've been trying to go quicker than that anyway, but yeah, absolutely outstanding stuff. A 97 with Mark Hartwell and an 87.
197 back half for Nick Davis there, Darryl. 197 back half.
197 back half?
Yep.
Outstanding numbers. Well, Mr. Nick Davis, I'll tell him in a minute anyway,
Okay.
but I think Andy's going to beat me too, aren't you? No, he's not going to say a word. All right.
Right, last pair of pro mods then, just on their burnouts in. It is Andy Robinson and Jan Eriksson.
269 Camaros, I guess. But Jan has a 68 Camaro.
Andy's a 69.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but Jan's... Can't see it from up here.
So Andy Robinson being bumped back to number 5 now.
With a 590.
I know, it's insane, isn't it? Well, 577 from Jan Eriksson earlier. Just blew them all away.
Here we go.
Wow. Oh, my God, sorry. Get this one, 572. At 250 miles an hour for Jan Eriksson. The quickest run in Europe ever. Wow, 572 with a 4.
250 miles per hour.
Whoa. Andy Robinson goes 589 at 246. But ladies and gentlemen, the quickest Pro Mod run ever in Europe. 572, 250. Our jaws just fell on the floor then.
Yeah,
wow. 0.94 to 60 foot at the 8th, 375 at 198 for Jan Eriksson. Andy Robinson, 0.98 to 60 and 389 to the 8th. Whoa, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Darryl, I don't know if you caught those numbers, mate, but you've gone quiet on us at the top end. Yeah, give him a huge round of applause, folks. That, ladies and gentlemen, I've said it once, I'm never going to get bored of saying it, but the quickest Pro Mod run in Europe ever. 572 at 250 miles an hour.
Amazing. Well, thanks for having me over.
Yeah, what a bad show, was it?
No, I'm not too bad.
Oh,
looking forward to tomorrow.
Outstanding. Oh, Dick Costa, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I so much hope that Darryl
I have
can
the best
get
seat
some
in the
interviews
house
at the
here.
top end.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Right, well, no missing about. We're going straight into FIA Top Fuel. The last session then is going to be Suzanne Colleen on her own in this one. So the last session then for FIA Top Fuel. Still, I'm looking for my jaw. It fell on the floor somewhere in here. But Jan Eriksson went 577 this morning and then 5:72 this afternoon. I think that 5:72 isn't actually a record because it's backed up. I don't know what the thing is with records now. Oh, it doesn't need a backup, does it? Oh, but nevertheless. So, Suzanne Cullen then for Slick Tricks, Santa Pod Raceway and Draper Tools in FIA Top Fuel. Now will be the time to go quicker than 4:08 to take the #1 spot. The crew have done absolutely everything they can now. It's down to Suzanne in the Autoglim lane here at Santa Pod Raceway. The main event, the last qualifying session. It was an 84 60 foot, but was off the gas there. Tyre shake once again off the line. But the good news is that car looks like it could be a straightforward service and into eliminations tomorrow for Suzanne. So she's going to race somebody in the round 1 matchup to determine the final. But who is it going to be? Current #1 qualifier is Ida Zetterström. Current #3 is Antti Horto. One of those two will get a bye into the final. The other will be racing Suzanne. As it stands at the moment, it's going to be Antti Horto going to be racing Suzanne, unless Antti can go quicker than 4:08. He will then take the #1 spot. But let's not forget, Ida is in the other lane. If she can go quicker than whatever Antti runs, she will be #1 qualifier going into eliminations tomorrow. Top end is already cleared. This, the last pair in qualifying for FIA Top Fuel. After this, it's the turn of the bikes. And of course, the vital bump session in Super Street Bike. We expect that to be outstanding. So the crews nod at each other. They're both ready. Starters are attached, fuel bottles in hand. Here we go. So who is going to be your #1 qualifier then for the first round of the FIA European Championship here at Santa Pod Raceway at the main event? Is it going to be Ida Zetterström? She's currently on that #1 spot with a 4:08. Or is it going to be Antti Horto? Both of these drivers have got 3.8 second form. Both of these cars have been over 300 miles an hour. All the pre-run checks done now, just over to the crew chiefs and have a look at each other, just the final holes to be blocked, final adjustments. And it's now down to the driver's end. Ida Zetterström, Antti Horto, your final pair. And it's going to be Ida Zetterström that is going to be taking the #1 into eliminations tomorrow. .8460 for Anti, but then the tyre shake. Well, actually, the tyres were paddling before the rears actually crossed the start line. Ida, 1.1660 foot, and basically she had straight into wheel spin off the line. So top fuel tomorrow. Ida Zetterstrom is your number 1 qualifier, Suzanne number 2, and Anti Horto number 3. So that's the four-wheel qualifying finished. It's down to the bikes now, and then of course we do have jets to round the day off with. But the crew's now going to pick up their top fuel cars from the top end, and they have been working their socks off this weekend. Well done to all of the teams in all the classes. To be honest, a very busy weekend for everybody to put on a show for you. Let's just not forget, a lot of our pro teams haven't really been racing much in the last couple of years, and to come back out and expect to perform and be absolutely perfect straight away is a big ask, and with the shortage of parts and everything. But they've managed to get the cars all qualified. Racing tomorrow is a whole different ball game. Right, so next up then it is Pro Stock Bike, to be followed by the Super Twins, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Junior Drag Bike Cup. And the day will be rounded out by Fire Force 5, our jet dragster, and of course the Spider-Man jet as well. Time now 7:20 in the evening, and I can't think of anything I'd rather do on a Saturday night than watch drag racing here at Sandbod Raceway, especially when you get a pro mod session like that with Europe's quickest ever pro mod run, 5:72. Never forget that. Pro Stock Bike, 5 bikes have put qualifying runs in so far. And I think most of them are back down. Just a tiny bit of track prep. I'm just seeing where the track goes. Is it parking? Or is it going up for another one? It's parking. That's good news. So just having a good look in the lanes. Just seeing a lot of the bike riders, those that aren't down to run instantly, looking rather chilled out, and looking forward to put in their final qualifiers. There's a few nervous people in Super Street Bike, that's for sure. And whilst the glue bird goes out, I'll tell you what, I'm going to rest the vocal cords for just for a moment, but when we take it back from Nitro FM, it will be the continuation, and it'll be the last round of qualifying for our bike classes here at the main event. So Nitro FM 96.2, just for the time being, the airwaves are yours. Okay, we are back, and it is FIM Pro Stock Bike, the last qualifying session for everybody on 2 wheels. Aswin Noble is down there on his GS 1100. Right, currently on a 9.25. We can know, well, we know for sure it's going to go way quicker than that. Can it do it now? .907 at 144. The testing and development continues for Aswin. Next pair underneath the tower. So it's going to be the 2 Martins then, actually, to round off Pro Stock Bike qualifying. Then they are 1 and 2 on the qualified order. Martin Newbury is your #1 man at the moment on the Cycleworks machine. 7.25 going alongside Martin Bishop. 7.46. So the 2 Martins moving forward into pre-stage. Here we go then, the last pair. Bucking Bronco and a shake of the fist for Martin Bishop. So it's Martin Newbury that's going to be taking the #1 spot. Whoa, 7.09 at 187. He saved the best till last. More than cements that #1 spot for him there. 7.09 at 187. And Martin Bishop might be timed out out here, actually. He hasn't reached the finish line yet. Yeah, across the line at 30 mile an hour. Oh, sorry, 16 miles an hour. Got there in 30.92. Okay, we move on to FIM Super Twins. Just going to get Martin Bishop through the first exit. Whole gaggle of bikes lined up behind the tower. Got Top Fuel bike round there, Super Street bike. And of course the junior bikes, and then the jets. Oh, that's interesting. Looking at the live feed, the quad has come out to aid Martin Bishop to get off the track. They've got this little trailer on the back of it, which they just put the front wheel in, and the rider stays on the bike, and they then move forward and be through the first exit. That's cool. Very clever piece of equipment, that. as we now look at Samu with a hammer. Samu Kepäinen. What an absolute monster of a machine this is. Forget about the 992 that is his qualifying marker. That doesn't really mean anything at all. The bike is in test and development mode at the moment, but if Samu can get a pretty decent run in here, it will just make life so much more interesting for the team. Incredible piece of engineering. .101 to the 60 foot there, but the bike drifting towards the centre line, and Samu deciding that, yeah, maybe I don't want to cross that, so backed out of the run. But yeah, the bike was moving and literally just coasts across the line in 15 seconds, but showing some immense potential already, with especially with 101 to 60. Martin de Haas and Chris van Nimmen, your next pair. Martin currently in the #1 spot with a 679. Chris, licensed this weekend, and congratulations on achieving that. He's on an 854, but now he's a licensed Super Twin pilot. He can really start moving on up and get used to riding this immense bike. So your last pair then in the Super Twins. Chris van Nimmen in the Autoglim lane. And it's Martin de Haas, your #1 man, likely to stay there, to be honest, with the Haas brothers machine. Late sunshine here at Sandsport Raceway for the main event. Oh, great looking runs for both of them here. Martin de Haas goes 667, but how about Chris van Nimmen? 725 at 173 miles an hour. Oh, team extremely happy with that one. Even Jub Hazen was celebrating with them. But good show then, guys. Well done. 667 for Martin de Haas at 206. And Chris goes through with 725 at 173. Right, folks, on tight. This is Top Fuel Bike, the last qualifying session for them. And I think it's just 3 bikes that have made it down. But one of them is Neil Midgley. It's interesting listening to the bike start up on, well, not with nitro, obviously, but then the bike moves over to nitro and the cackle comes into full effect. So here comes Neil Midgley then. So what has Chris got in store for us? And he's in the number 4 spot with a 6.63. Number 1 is Rickard Gustafsson on a 5.83. Rene van der Berg, he's in the lanes to run actually, and he is next one up. He's number 2 on a 6.28. Then Stu Crane 6.33. Neil Midgley number 4 6.63. But he's the man on track at the moment. Still 6.64. It's only 100th difference to what you ran earlier, but you could see Neil was trying to wrestle the bike all the way through. They're trying to keep it all lit, but in the end clicked it slightly early. Still doing 192 at the 8th mile in 4.11. So Neil Midgley stays in the number 4 spot. Next up then, Rene van der Berg. Going alongside the Goose, actually. Louis Davis is underneath the tower. A phenomenal run for Louis earlier on today. Went 6.87, and he didn't just sort of have a look in the 6 seconds only, as we say, barged his way in. A monstrous personal best for Louis. So Louis waits patiently before he does his burnout. Rene van der Berg now being pushed back. Louis doesn't do big burnouts across the start line. Doesn't need to. So the Goose put the biggest nitrous jets that he could find into the bike for this last run, and the net end result was that stout 6.87. Can he repeat it? Can he go quicker? Let's wait and see then. Your last pair in Top Fuel bike then. Rene van der Berg, currently number 2. Louis Davis, currently number 6. This one's all Rene van der Berg. 6.23 at 2.28. Unbelievable. They both had exactly the same 60-foot times of 1.08. But unfortunately for the Goose, it didn't go quite to plan for that one. 14.27, but outstanding 6.8 in Q3. So that's a wrap for Top Fuel bike. Now the fun really starts. This is the bump session for Super Street bike. Number 1 qualifier, 6.76. Absolutely incredible. But then you got these two on the outside looking in. Morgan's Lund is not qualified at the moment. Mark Dainty is not qualified. They've got to get from A to B. They've got to go quick to get into this field. At the moment, the bump is 7.84. That's going to tumble if these two guys run as quick as they should. We know the track's fast. We've seen some epic runs this evening, but now, Super Street bike, you've got to perform, or you can just park it for the rest of the weekend. Here we go then, first pair. And Morgan's Lund is not going to qualify. Let's see how Mark Dainty gets on. 7.55, 198. Well, he's in the show at number 7, but Morgan's Lund is a DNQ. went through with an 11.44. Next up, Steve Wood, Steve Mead. They've got to get in the field here. Steve Mead has not had a copybook weekend by a long shot. 8.42 is where he is at the moment. He needs to find at least a second, at least. Steve Wood, he'd be happy just to get into the sevens here.
He certainly would. Yeah. Yeah, Steve Wood, currently number 10, is going to take 7.64 to get in the show. The bump spot predictions have all gone out the window. However,
Totally.
Steve Mead could do something about that right there. Paul Morgan's Lindo had a horrible weekend. As the sun comes out, just on time. Steve Mead probably won't get in the show. Steve Wood definitely won't. He won't go 7.64.
No, not now.
Well, shock after shock, to be honest. 10.27, 88 miles an hour. Yeah, sorry, we had all sorts of technical stuff.
Obviously. Gary Bowe and Margot Smith. Now, bizarrely, Gary is on the bump spot with a 7.64. Margot running great, 7.84.
First alternate.
First alternate at the moment.
There's so much room for improvement in all of this. But it's either been sort of like outstanding or outhouse, I think. So Gary Bowe is number 8. He's the one in the precarious position on the bump spot at the moment. Anyone who can knock him out. Can Margot do it?
That's more like it for Gary.
Margot as well, apart from the wheelie. Gary's going to get there first with a 7.18 at 2.01. An 8.60 at 1.45. Margot, unfortunately, will not improve. She had a really good 60-foot, 1.24 for Margot. That's her quickest ever, I think, actually. But Gary Bowe improves to a 7.18. He's up to the number 6 spot.
Bump spot moves to 7.55. These two are already in.
Well, strangely, it's normally, correct me if I'm wrong, it's normally the other way around. It's Al Morrison who's knocking on the door of the 6s, if not in the 6s, and Ross Morrison about the 7.5, 7.6s. This time, Ross Morrison, 7.01 earlier on today. And Al Morrison Jr. Yeah, so Steve Wood, Steve Mead and Morgan's Lynn won't make it.
No. So the bump is, well, that's it, 7.55.
Because Mark Dainty's run?
Yeah.
Well, someone... obviously, Gary Bowe, when he came around the very, very top end, must have had a bit of a leak or something like that, because the track crew out there doing a quick check, and they have been told to shut them off. Unfortunately, what a shame. So they're going to have to sit and stew for a little bit longer. We haven't got many more to go. Is that a spacesuit?
That's fine. The only other choice is throwing two together.
I'm glad everybody heard that, Caroline. That's brilliant. I think that went straight in there. Yeah, so obviously Gary Bowe's bike had something leaking on it when it went round the top end, and the guys and girls at the top end radioed down to the start line saying, check out the racetrack, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. So I think as well, we were just having a conversation, or just saying, Goldman, about up at the top end. Where the hell did a 572 come from? Jan didn't know. Jan Eriksson didn't know. I mean, the half-track numbers, everything must have been out of this world.
Just staggering.
Well, that is sort of bordering on as quick, if not quicker, than an HRA Pro mod time, that is. And the big difference is, as Jan said to me when he got out of the set, there's two big differences between the rules in Pro Modified in Europe and the US. Now, they run incredibly quick in the States. Yes, they do. But they have two major advantages, apart from lots of money and track time. One of them is that they almost all run converters.
Right.
The second, so the cars are real consistent every single time. Secondly, is they're allowed to run autos, right?
Okay.
So they run auto transmissions. They're not allowed to do that in Europe. They have to manually shift every single shift light. They have to hit it. So if you get a perfect run from an NHRA Pro Mod in the States, like you went to Gainesville, didn't you?
Yeah.
You saw loads of them running really good.
Oh, God, it's immense that was.
However, all of that has been preset. The whole run. It's much more like a top fuel car than it is a door car. The way that they run them in the States, because the drivers. I don't want to. I mean, don't get me wrong. It takes a lot of guts and everything else as well to run 5.6, 5.7 in a door car, but everything is preset, and the transmissions are automatic, so they change at a predetermined RPM. So provided the car leaves fine and doesn't shake, it's going to take itself all the way to the finish line if you keep your foot in it. What Jan Eriksson and everybody here does is they set the clutch in the car on what they think the track will take, and he has to manually shift it. He has to hit the shift light every single time all the way down. So that's what makes that even more impressive. But that is a terrific amount of performance to find as well. So we do have a bit of a clean-up down the very end of the Kestrel lane, actually way past the finish line. I want to say a big thanks to everybody at the top end for looking after me. Angie for taking very good care of me, as always. Making sure I'm informed. And other than the... she showed me the fart box. It was nothing impressive. It's just like a little box of stuff, really. But yeah, there are lots of bits and pieces that come off various cars and bikes through the top end. So hopefully that clean-up won't be too long. Highlights of the day for you, Mr. T? There's been quite a lot, actually, today.
Well, yeah, Pro Mod Q4.
That was what
I think
we were
that's
waiting
the easiest
for.
way to sum that up, actually. Just say Pro Mod Q4. I think Louis.
Yeah, got to be.
Because I know him very well, and we've watched him, you know, from junior
Blossom.
drag bike, where he was just this tiny little guy, and now he's in the 6-second zone. I'm chuffed to bits for the lad. I really am.
It was if it was ever written in the stars for anybody to do that, it was Louis, because of the family, because of where he comes from.
I know it's not over yet, but Super Street Bike with Daniel 676 at 225.
225 on a street tyre. If you everybody, look at your right hand or your left hand and look at the size of the palm. That is the contact patch of the rear tyre on a Super Street bike. That is what is actually. That is what you ran 225 on, which is nothing, is it?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Incredible. I was going to say Jake's run as well, 681.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge leap as well for Jake. That really was.
But it's just been just immense. Just immense. You know, all race events have great moments and great memories. And although it's been a long day today, when it's been running, and you get a session like that Pro Mod session, you sort of think, oh, I'd have paid that. Whatever the admissions fee, I'd have paid that just to watch that session and those numbers.
Well, you think, I mean, I remember back in the 80s, Dennis Priddle was the first run to run a 5 as well, I think, actually, at this racetrack. Oh, no, beg your pardon. Sorry, of course he wasn't. It was Pete Crane. Forget I said that. Sorry, everybody.
No, but that's one thing we were talking about earlier on. 50 years ago today, Dennis Priddle ran the first 6.
Yeah. And then, but I remember when he ran the first, he ran his first 5-second run with Top Fuel Dragster. I think it was about 84, something like that. It was at the World Finals in 1984. And that was just outrageously quick in a Top Fuel car. And obviously Pete Crane did it in 1976 as well. But now you've got door cars that are a quarter of a second quicker than that. It's just
it's crazy.
Blows your mind, doesn't it? I think the quickest door cars we had then were about 10 seconds.
I mean, everything is to do with the progression of time. And, you know, you're looking at, say, is it a good example? You know, Dennis Priddle running a 6 in a Top Fuel Dragster back in the day. Got street cars that do that now.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually.
Like, what?
Goodness me.
Right, looks like the top end is
nearly done.
Almost done.
It's always good news when Angie's driving the sweeper over the clean-up stuff for the last time. Hopefully there's not too much damage for Gary and Dave to fix after that one. So we've still got Ross and Al Morrison to go. We've got Jake Michelle and Daniel Lentz, I think, are going to be your last pair. That could be the matchup of the weekend. Got Steve Venables as well, actually, of course. And I think we've got Mark to go as well, haven't we?
Yeah. And then you've got the junior drag bikes and then jets to round off our day here. And then, of course, don't forget, we've got evening entertainment in Fuelers Bar and, of course, our main entertainment area as well. Just have a look at the lineup for this evening. Oh dear, and there's football on in the bar.
Well, they've actually just moved. That's what they're doing. If you look out there, there's a big black cloud in the way of the bar. Can you see it?
Oh, that's the TV screen.
Right,
oh,
the
yeah.
TV screen. They've just been moving from round in the trader area to the bar. So if you want to watch the Champions League final this evening, if you're that way inclined, then feel free to do so. It will be live in outside the bar, actually.
Yeah. That's soon, actually, because it's 8 o'clock that starts, and we're only 8 minutes to 8 now.
Well, somebody needs to give them a call in Paris and say, please, can you just hold off till we just delay till we finish this qualifying session of Super Street Bike and the Jets, and then you can get on with it.
Entertainment Village. Let's have a look. I don't know what time it all finishes over there. Evening entertainment. Here we go. Back to school disco Saturday evening. Of course, funfair rides. Yeah, loads going on. Loads going on. And lots of people staying on site as well.
And thank you very much indeed to everybody sitting on the grandstands and standing up and sitting down on the banking. You guys rock. You are hardcore. You are the reason we love doing this. Obviously, you're here from the start of the day to the absolute end of it. Thank you very, very much indeed. I'm not going to say anything about the part-timers that went home early. I'm only joking. Obviously, we appreciate everybody that comes through the gate and supports what we love to do. So I think the sweeper will be making its last pass right now. It's going away from us. The sweeper is always the last thing, especially in the shutdown area anyway, because we don't need to re-prep the shutdown area.
I think the sweeper just
there we go.
Flashing lights on at us, actually, which is a signal to the start line that it's nearly done. So the bikes start up.
It's also radio down.
Yes, of course.
Very quickly, come here. I've just noticed something amusing. Check out the door, which is open on the side of Fire Force, and it just says first instead. If it opened a bit further, it'd just say fire, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Jet Funny.
That's the one.
Fires. Jet Funny.
Fierce Jet Funny. So, Mark Hope and Steve Venables. We're going to let the Morrisons cool down a little bit. So, Mark Hope, stonking run earlier, his quickest ever, 7.11 over 200 miles an hour. However, the man in the auto glim lane is not going to let that 6-7 go without a fight. That's Steve Venables. Oh, what a pedal from Steve. Did you see that? And he still might catch him. What a run for both of them. Look at the speed for Steve Venables. 7 flat at 223 miles an hour. Mark Hope, though, an enormous personal best, 7.02, 205 miles an hour. And Steve nearly caught him.
Yeah, but look at that. 316 to 330 compared to 3.3.
Steve
and Ben still overhauled him at the stripe.
Outstanding. 702, 205 for Mark. That was fantastic, and a 7 flat. But 223 for Steve.
Let's see what happens here.
hold on to your, well, everything's, to be honest with you. These two are your number 1 and 2 qualifier. Will they still be? Jake Michel has all the stuff in his locker to go in the 6.7s. He's in the... I can't believe I'm saying that out now. in the Kestrel lane, taking on Daniel Lentz, who just obliterated the European best marks in round 1. No tyre slip for both of them. This could be
Look at Jake.
huge.
Go, look at Jake. Look at Jake.
Oh! 684 for Jake at 207. Daniel Lentz backs up the run he made earlier with a slightly better 6.765 at 225.
It was in the back half for Daniel. Jake was way ahead at the early run.
He was 700s quicker.
Yeah.
700 quicker to the 8th, and Daniel still got there 700s before him.
And also reaction time was a slight difference there. Well, big difference. That's why it looked like Jake was just flying. But
That was
Daniel,
a hell of a race. And it was another... Look at Daniel's 60 foot, only 127.
Yeah.
Only. Wow. We've still got 2 more to go. See, right, hold the Champions League final. Forget that stuff. We want Super Street bikes more of, please. So, Al Morrison and Ross. 2 more potential 6-second machines. Unreal. So it's Al Morrison Jr., Kestrel Lane, Ross in the Autoglim lane. Oh, too much boost, too quick for Al Morrison Jr. Ross goes 7.06 at 2.01. Backs up his 7.01 from earlier. Al Morrison Jr. 7.44 at 1.8. Really good riding job as well to hang on to that. And then just nailed it again.
who predicted the bump that was going to be there?
No,
I don't think anybody did.
I don't think anyone did, especially an 8-bike bump as well.
Nevertheless.
The guy I feel most for is Morgan's Lund. He hasn't been out racing for like nearly 3 years, and the poor guy comes all the way over here from Denmark, and unfortunately is a DNQ.
Right, the last pair then in qualifying. Holly King and Meg Tall, but they are 1 and 2. And Meg's going to have to run between 7.89 and 7.91 to take the #1 spot away from Holly King. Holly has been bang on with her numbers this weekend. Meg goes 8.02, so she's going to stay in the #2 spot. Holly King 10.98 on a 92.
Very good.
Very, very good indeed.
Top fuel bike in a couple of years, chaps. Or ladies, I should say.
Right, a couple of jets to round the day off here at Sandipod Raceway for day 3 of 4. The main event. Literally 8 o'clock now. As Martin Hill with Fire Force #5. Part of the day closing moments, and then obviously when the Spider-Man jet comes around the corner, that will be the last car up the track today. Tomorrow morning we go into eliminations, and at 9:30 it will be Pro ET eliminations round #1, followed by Super Pro ET, and then it will be Comp Eliminator. There is, and actually, no, I tell a lie, there is another qualifying session for the junior bikes tomorrow morning.
And the methanol cars as well, I think, actually.
And then it'll be eliminations round 1 for Super Street Bike and Pro Modified.
Round 1 Pro Mod, my goodness me.
Oh, in actual fact, no, Super Street Bike could be... I need to check on that, because obviously the Super Street Bike session there was for a 16 bike field, so we need to check that one. So Martin Hill then with Fire Force #5 as the clock ticks past the hour of 8 o'clock.
Oh, for No.
Martin Hill, here we go then, the afterburner show conducted by the frontman Richie. About to take place.
Getting the brooms out of the way. So let's see what Martin's got for us at the last, or his last run of the day. Richie's going to bring him into stage.
Richie just warmed himself up over the jet.
Well, he can't walk in front of it, and he certainly can't walk behind it, so the only way to do it is lean over it, isn't it?
Here we go then, Martin Hill, Fire Force number 5.
That is a stormer again for Martin. Shootout before the finish line and still goes 5:47 at 2:02.
Do you want to hear something really, really funny?
Go on.
Thanks to Steve Mellors and Jason Yates that have messaged us. The Champions League football, the kickoff has been delayed 15 minutes.
We did it!
Well, especially for Santapod, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So we can finish up today's programme without interrupting the football. Not that we're worried about that, to be honest with you.
Thanks, Jace. Thanks, Steve, for letting us know on that one. Oh, very good indeed. Both of them sent it with laughing emojis as well. That's brilliant. Oh, actually, Steve did message in this morning and say, can you please wish Chris Wynn a very happy birthday from the Dual Fuel Racing team. He's here. Well, hopefully he's still here. Chris Wynn, one of our Sportsman ET racers that would love to come to the main event and race something here, but maybe in a few years, Chris. So, to finish off our show here today, it will be the Spider-Man jet. Piloted by Julian Webb. Really getting a handle on this car, well, very, very quickly indeed. Julian has a huge amount of experience racing the jets, obviously with these split-second jet dragster.
Well, he's plenty of experience himself and plenty of good help from Martin and everybody else as well. Not saying that Martin done this, but you know,
Martin had a huge amount of input in the build and design of the car. And amazing pictures you're seeing of the pre-start procedure.
Pre-flight routine is what it is. Sorry, flight routine, not fight routine. I did actually have issues with this yesterday. I'm just listening to the noise and it didn't sound... It turning over but not actually sparking. It's also handy for us having the live stream on too, because we can actually see what's going on. Normally we can't.
Yeah.
We have to guess because he's sitting down underneath us. But not very.
I don't think it's going to be happening, unfortunately. The jet is being pushed back. Oh, what a great shame there for Julian, but he gives a chance to have a look down on it once again. That is just stunning, that car.
Very, very pretty indeed. Obviously, Julian currently thinking it'd be much prettier out on the racetrack. Yeah. But there we go. Okay, we're done.
We're done for today. Yeah.
Almost sort of bang on time. And it's very, very kind of the UEFA to hold off the Champions League final till we finish. You know, just so people at the drags don't have any distractions.
Yeah.
Not that they need them. But there we go. Anyway, epic day once again. We're going to do it all again one more time, but it's eliminations tomorrow. We're going to be pairing them up and running them off in eliminations and handing out the first big FIA trophies in nearly 3 years.
3 years, yeah.
Something like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us. We hope you've had a great day. Obviously, we've had a few issues to deal with. I don't need to tell you. But what an outstanding day's event. We've seen some new records, we've seen world records, we've seen European records, and yeah, it's just been one of them. So thank you all for joining us and making Santa Pod your venue of choice for this Saturday.
We can't wait to see you tomorrow. As
16 car Pro Mod round 1. I haven't said that for a long time.
No, I know. Yeah. Incredible. Have a great evening, folks. Enjoy the football if that's your thing. I think it's time to go and get a barbecue and something to eat, so we will see you tomorrow. Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves for the rest of the evening. We'll see you tomorrow.